Making Waves, Getaways Book 1. Written by Harper Robson. Narrated by Cole Michael Kurtz and Kevin Earlywine.
Content info. There are brief mentions of the following in Making Waves, not described on the page: death of a parent in childhood, bullying experienced as a child, and general family bullshit. None of these subjects are discussed in any detail, but if you're extremely sensitive to any of these topics, please be aware.
Chapter 1. Pen. Come on, guys. I don't want to go alone. Please, someone has to come with me, I moaned to my group of closest friends, while also giving them my most pathetic puppy dog eyes. We're all sitting around our favorite booth at Pixels and Pints, our favorite spot for after-work drinks. The level of begging I'm engaging in might make you think I was asking them to do something crazy, like bury a body or donate a kidney. But nope. The huge favor I'm asking is for one of them to join me on an all-expenses-paid Caribbean cruise. And let me tell you, it's some serious game show prize-type stuff. A 5-star vacation with a suite on one of the fanciest cruise ships in the world, first-class flights to Florida, and a night in a fabulous hotel before boarding the ship. Plus, there's an open bar and gourmet meals included. Seriously, this trip is going to be amazing. But instead of jumping at the chance, my friends are sitting around coming up with excuses for why they can't make it work. Honestly, I never would have thought it would be such a chore to convince a bunch of millennials to take free shit. Pen, you know I'd go if I could, Sarah says, her earnest, blue eyes wide and innocent. But there's just no way I can leave work right now. I huff with frustration, trying not to roll my eyes. It's always a delicate balance when teasing my friends about spending too much time at work, since it isn't something I have to worry about. Because I don't. Work, that is. Yeah, I'm one of those trust fund babies who spent college trying to find myself and still hasn't figured it out. So I've spent my post-graduation years trying a bunch of different stuff. I've dabbled in various things: writing, art, acting, dance. I've also traveled, done some volunteer work, and taken a shit ton of different classes. But nothing seems to stick. At least until recently. But my friends don't know that yet. Okay, let's figure this out. Kelly takes charge as usual when the rest of us start chasing our tails. No wonder they just got themselves a fancy new job as the executive assistant to the guy who will be the general manager of Seattle's newest NHL team. That one's got some sweet hyper-organization skills. We've gone through me, Sarah, Cooper, and Logan, and none of us can make it. Kelly turns their eyes to Hunter Davies, the dark-haired, dark-eyed, quietest member of our group. Suddenly, Sarah pipes up. Hunter, you should totally go! I shoot her a glare, but she's a lightweight, and she's already downed a couple of beers. Her filter goes directly down the toilet when she drinks, bless her heart. You know you have a ton of vacation days, and if you don't use them in the next quarter, you're gonna lose them, she blurts out. Hunter and Sarah both work at Rainy Day Games, the video game developer where they both got hired after we all graduated from the University of Washington a few years ago. Sarah is in HR, and Hunter is a software engineer. Sarah's probably not supposed to be publicly blabbing Hunter's confidential information around, but as mentioned, girl has a filter problem when alcohol is involved. Aside from a subtle eye roll, he doesn't seem particularly put out by it, though. Everyone turns their focus to him, and I can almost see him squirm with discomfort. Hunter doesn't talk much, and I get the feeling he's not a fan of being the center of attention. I also have a feeling that Hunter doesn't like me. There's nothing obvious about it, but I always get the sense that he's holding back an eye roll whenever I open my mouth to speak. We're complete opposites. He's reserved and serious, while I've always been the life of the party. But it's not like we've had any major disagreements. so I don't know what it is about me that he finds so distasteful. I always try to brush it off, though, telling myself it's his loss. I mean, I'm a delight to be around. Sure, I can be a little extra sometimes, but I'm not a complete idiot or a bad person. If he wants to walk around with a stick wedged firmly up his ass, well, that's his business, I guess. I shoot him a cautious smile. Yeah, you should come, Hunter. He looks decidedly uncomfortable, chewing on his lip and fidgeting with his coaster, while everyone stares at him expectantly. And as much as I enjoy my own company, I would still rather travel with someone else than by myself. The truth is, I don't really like being alone all that much. When I booked this trip months ago, I was hoping it would help solidify my relationship with my boyfriend at the time, Jeremy. We'd been off and on for a while, and I think I truly believed that if I could make this relationship work, it would somehow prove to everyone that I am actually growing up, the way my friends seem to be doing. It turns out that was one of my worst ideas ever. Not long after booking the trip, I caught Jeremy pressed up against the wall of the bar bathroom, getting railed by one of the bartenders. Suffice it to say, that was the end of Jeremy. But I ended up with non-refundable tickets for this amazing vacation. Yeah, I could eat the cost, and it wouldn't be a big deal, but honestly, I really want to go. Plus, it feels like letting the tickets go to waste would be letting the dickbag win in some way, and I really don't want that. I could probably get time off that week, he says, setting his beer on the table. But Pen, won't you want some privacy for stuff? There's judgment in his tone, and it bothers the shit out of me, even though no one else seems to notice. Okay, sure, maybe I've been sowing some wild oats since the breakup, but he can take his attitude and shove it where the sun don't shine. I snort. You mean, do I want privacy so I can bang a different dude every night of the trip? I keep my voice light, trying to make it sound like a joke, but I'm clenching my jaw so hard it clicks. I've never been bothered by someone thinking I'm a little on the slutty side before, so I have no idea why Hunter's attitude is getting under my skin right now. Apparently, I really do need a vacation. You don't have to worry, I say, holding up 3 fingers in the Boy Scout salute. I promise to keep it zipped if there's any chance you'll be around. Any hookups will happen outside of our room. Slut's honor. Hunter blushes and stammers out an apology, but I wave him off while admiring my shiny, new black manicure. It's fine, Hunter, but just so you know, I'm not planning on spending the whole week on my knees for random guys. Turns out, I can do that right here in Seattle if I want to. I take a sip of my appletini, ignoring his raised eyebrow and Logan's guffaw from his spot beside me. This trip is about taking some time to clear my head. Put this whole Jeremy thing behind me once and for all. It'll be like an eat, pray, love type situation, only without the praying and the love. So mostly it will just be about the eating, I say with a shrug. I've been comfortable with my party boy image for a long time now, but in the last couple of years, I felt like the kid at the adults table. While it's true that of the 6 of us, no one has actually settled down in a relationship yet, everyone except me seems to be moving forward and growing up. They all have careers that mean something to them. Sarah and Hunter are at the video game company. Cooper has his own startup tech firm with some guys he met at his first job. Logan keeps getting promoted, going back and forth between the big tech giants like Microsoft and Amazon. And not only did Kelly just get their awesome new job with Seattle's upcoming NHL expansion team, but they've also been steadily moving forward with their gender transition. I mean, talk about having your shit together. Meanwhile, I'm pretty much the same party animal I've been since arriving at UW all those years ago. Everyone at the table chuckles at my eat, pray, love joke, except for Hunter, who barely cracks a smile. God, lighten up, dude. He finally looks me in the eye, still fidgeting with the coaster, and pauses for a second. I guess he sees whatever he's looking for, because, with a little smile pulling at his lips, he finally says, "Okay, sure. Count me in for the free Caribbean cruise. I'll take one for the team." He grins, and I can't help but notice how good he looks when he smiles. Too bad he doesn't show it off more often. "Yay! That makes me so happy!" I squeal, clapping my hands. My reaction's a little over the top, but whatever. Fucking hell. I'm going on vacation with Hunter Davies? Sharing a cabin for an entire week? Well, spank my ass and call me Sally. I did not see that one coming.
Chapter 2. Hunter. Well, isn't this just a fine kettle of fish, as my grandma would say? I cannot understand what in the world possessed me to agree to go on vacation, and on a cruise, of all things, with Penn Bloody Thompson. The two of us have been part of the same friend group for years, but we don't actually know each other all that well. To be honest, I've never put much effort into trying to get to know him. I've always thought of him as a bit of a himbo. Okay, so maybe himbo isn't the right term since I've never thought of him as dumb. But he's always reminded me of every rich asshole kid I've ever met, and I've met more than my share. His thick, wavy blonde hair is always styled in that perfectly effortless way, designed to make you think he just rolled out of bed, when it probably took him an hour of primping to get it right. He's slim, but not skinny, with a kind of body that looks great in every kind of clothing. Unlike me, who can never find shirts that aren't too short in the arms, making me resemble a scarecrow that's dressed for the office. His face is somehow both delicately beautiful and strong at the same time, and he plays up his eyes using guy liner, and his cheekbones with some kind of sparkly bronzer stuff. Penn never got a job after we all graduated from UW, deciding to take a year off instead. That year off has somehow turned into nearly a decade at this point. I'm not sure whether the guy has ever worked a full day's job in his life, while I've been accused more than once of being a workaholic. I'm very focused on my job, not only because I love it, but also because, unlike Penn, money wasn't something I had much of as a kid. So it's important to me that I earn a good living. I take my job in finances seriously because I've always had to, unlike Penn, whose high-end lifestyle has always been funded by his family's money. With the topic of vacation plan settled, the conversation shifts, and Penn catches my eye from across the table, pulling me out of my thoughts as he leans in close to speak quietly. "Hey, Hunter," he says, his voice barely audible above the noisy bar. "I don't want to pressure you. If you're not into it, please don't feel obligated to come with me. I'll be fine on my own." Penn's eyes are a unique color, with a dark ring of indigo surrounding the icy gray blue at the center. They're oddly mesmerizing, especially when he's got them focused on me so intently. "It's okay, Penn. I actually want to go," I say, forcing a smile I can only hope looks sort of genuine. "I haven't taken a trip in years, and your offer is too good to pass up. Plus, you're making Sarah do her happy dance by helping me use up my vacation days." I raise my eyebrows at Sarah, who gives me a cheery, slightly drunken wave from the other end of the table. Relief washes over Penn's face, and he grins at me, his features lighting up and setting off sparks in my lower belly. "Okay, fine. In the spirit of total honesty, when I first met Penn, back in our freshman year of college, I thought he was the most beautiful creature I'd ever seen. If anyone ever forced me at gunpoint to detail all my sexual fantasies, I'd be forced to admit that Penn Thompson used to play a starring role in many of my hottest fantasies. But that was a long time ago, and I haven't thought about him that way in years. So why, all of a sudden, is my stomach doing somersaults when he flashes that smile at me? It's not like anything's changed just because we're going to be spending more time together. The guy is still a spoiled trust fund kid. And even if he wasn't, he's way, way out of my league. Oh my God, yay! He exclaims with a giggle that probably shouldn't be cute, but somehow is. We're going to have so much fun. I take another sip of my beer, trying to ignore my body's reaction to Penn's attention on me. My anxiety starts ratcheting up as my mind starts to criticize every social interaction I've had tonight. Like clockwork, sweat starts trickling down my back as I try to silence my inner critic. Thankfully, Penn doesn't notice and moves on to discussing logistics. I'll call and change your ticket next week, and I'll let you know all the details. Sound good? Yeah, that works for me. Thanks, Penn, I reply, forcing another smile while trying to smother my internal freakout. How the hell are the two of us going to share a tiny little cabin for a whole week? Penn is the epitome of a social butterfly, while I require alone time to recharge. I hope there will be some quiet places on board for me to escape to. Fuck. I hope I haven't made a mistake by agreeing to go. I realize I'm not always the most easygoing guy. I don't want to put my friendships with the others at risk if things go sour with Penn. If the two of us can't spend time together, I could lose this group of friends who become my family. After losing my grandparents a few years ago, they're all I have. So losing them isn't a chance I can take. Damn it. I'm gonna need to talk to someone about this shit.
Chapter 3. Penn. Monday morning, I pull my electric Jaguar SUV into the parking lot of my small office. Sighing, I grab my bag and my venti caramel macchiato and step into the small but welcoming space. Maybe one of these days, I'll actually be brave enough to tell people about this project that's been taking up most of my headspace for the last few months. My problem is that I don't have the best record of following through with stuff, and I don't want to have to watch my friends struggle to figure out what to say to me when and if this becomes just another entry in my long list of tried it out but couldn't make it stick projects. The thought of my friends believing I'm a failure is a lot worse than the thought of them thinking I'm a shallow party boy. After all, that's the only side of me they've ever really known. For some reason, though, this project feels different. I keep waiting for it to hit me, but so far, I'm not getting the restless, uncomfortable feeling that means I'm losing interest in something. Instead, the bored, agitated feeling has been replaced by the constant feeling that I've bitten off more than I can chew. Normally, I'm Mr. Optimistic, never doubting my ability to pull things off, even though my track record suggests otherwise. But this time, I'm constantly looking at the enormous mountain of stuff I still need to figure out and worrying about never being able to scale it. So far, though, I've managed to keep putting one foot in front of the other, with a lot of help from the handsome silver fox who's sitting at one of the two desks and smiling at me as I let myself in. "Top of the morning to you, Marty boy," I say with a cheerful smile. I like teasing him about his Irish accent, which still hangs on even though he's lived in the States for decades. Martin Benoit is a miracle worker. If angels on earth existed, Martin would fit the bill to a T. He's a gorgeous man. He's probably well into his 50s, short and solidly built, with thick silver-gray hair. Deep lines etched around his eyes and mouth suggest a life full of laughter, but he's also experienced more than his share of tragedy. He's always ready with a genuine smile that reaches all the way up to his bright green eyes, and he has a kind, gentle way about him that puts everyone at ease. "Penn, my boy, how was your weekend, young man? Please tell me you put it to good use." He hits me with that smile that makes me certain that even though he says he's permanently single, the man never has a problem finding willing partners to warm his bed. I discovered Martin last year when I watched a documentary he was featured in about the risks faced by LGBTQ+ kids. That rainy, boring Saturday afternoon turned out to be one that changed my life. Martin was cast out and cut off by his family when he came out as a teenager in Ireland in the 80s. After spending a few years on the streets of Dublin, he made his way to the US. And shortly after arriving, he met Richard, the man he still calls the love of his life. Richard's background was similar to mine. He had a wealthy family and access to resources most people didn't. After they met and fell in love, they decided to use Richard's inheritance to help LGBTQ+ kids who were at risk of ending up on the streets the way Martin had. They opened their first shelter for queer kids in Philadelphia, conquering incredible obstacles to build it. Unfortunately, though, Martin's beloved Richard was lost in the AIDS epidemic, and he passed away only a few years after that. Martin was so heartbroken he couldn't bear to stay in Philly. He says for a few years, he couldn't do much more than survive. But eventually, he decided the best way to honor the most important person in his life was to continue his legacy. So, Martin started another shelter, this time in Atlanta. After that, things took off, and in the years since Richard's death, Martin has become kind of a nomad, helping people from many cities all over the U.S. create safe spaces for LGBTQIA+ kids. I shed buckets of tears while watching his story, and then I couldn't get it out of my head for weeks. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was in a position to do something about this problem, and I couldn't find any excuse for not at least trying to help. Finally, I contacted Martin directly to talk to him about a ridiculous idea. It turns out he was looking to make a move. He said Seattle sounded like a lovely spot, green like Ireland, so he agreed to come and help me start a shelter using money from my trust fund. We talked a few more times, and before I knew it, the project had a name, The Open Door, and Martin had convinced me to focus on some of the smaller, more rural towns outside of Seattle as the best location instead of being in the city, as I had first imagined. We settled on a small town about 40 miles north of Seattle. We found a suitable building, although it needs a lot of work, and Martin's been helping me figure out stuff like permits and zoning and all kinds of things I had absolutely no idea about. I'm hoping we can start the actual renovations soon, but it still doesn't feel quite real to me. I think that's part of why I've been keeping it to myself for all these months. I shoot him a smile as I place my coffee on my desk and slide my laptop out of my bag. My weekend was good. I actually found someone to come with me on the cruise I'm taking in a couple of weeks, which makes me happy. Martin smiles back at me, taking a sip from his tea. Is that right? Do tell. Since we've been spending so much time together lately, Martin knows the story of how I ended up with these cruise tickets I don't want to waste. Have I ever mentioned my friend Hunter? I ask, turning on my laptop. When Martin shakes his head, I continue. We met in our first year of university, and we've had the same group of friends for years. But the weird thing is we don't actually know each other very well, even though we've traveled in the same circles for what feels like forever. Why do you think that is? Martin asks, and I let out a sigh. I don't want to sound paranoid, but I get the feeling he doesn't like me, though I don't know why. It's nothing specific, just this underlying feeling I get when I'm around him. I always feel like he's judging me, and I'm coming up short. Martin's silver brows furrow in confusion. And you're sure you want to spend a week with this bloke? Sharing a room and all? I chuckle wryly. Well, unless he's a total asshole, it will be better than taking this trip on my own. That sounds like a terrible time. I blow a raspberry in disgust, and Martin snickers. Who knows? Maybe we'll fall under a magical island spell, and we'll come back pledging our undying friendship to each other. BFFs forever. Martin raises an eyebrow. Maybe more than friends even. Could be that he's just like the little boy yanking on your pigtails. I scoff. What? You mean like he has a crush on me or something? When Martin nods, I let out a laugh. Yeah, no. I don't think that's the case. Hunter is this incredibly ambitious, driven, brilliant guy. Smart as hell, and he's super serious. I'm pretty sure he thinks I'm nothing but a ridiculous flake. I shrug again, looking down at my desk as I set up my laptop, conveniently not meeting Martin's kind but knowing eyes. Technically, he's not wrong. There's no way he would ever be interested in someone like me. Martin narrows his eyes. Pen, It doesn't sit well with me when I hear you talk down about yourself that way. Don't sell yourself short, lad. You'd be a catch for anyone. Don't doubt that for a second. I know you've had a rough go with a man recently, but don't let that taint how you see yourself. I flick my eyes up to meet Martin's briefly, before looking down again as I mess around with setting up my desk. That's sweet, Martin. Thanks. Pen, can I ask you something? He says a few minutes later. Sure. Why don't you want to tell your friends about the open door? You're doing a good thing here. You should be proud of it. Not to mention the fact that you'll be wanting their support when things get difficult. I blow out a long breath. Yeah, I don't really have a great answer for that question. I pause for a moment before continuing. I have an unfortunate habit of jumping into big things without looking before I leap. Big projects, major life changes and career ideas, those kinds of things. I make all these big plans. I get hyper-focused on them for a while, but then I lose interest and don't follow through. My friends have seen it happen so many times, and the thought of the open door being another one of those things I start but never finish makes me feel like puking. I feel like I'd never be able to face them again. He nods thoughtfully. What's the story behind you reaching out to me in the first place? I know you saw the documentary on Richard and me, but what was the spark that made you decide to get in touch and kickstart this dream of yours? I blow out a long breath. I spent most of the weekend stewing about whether or not bringing Hunter on this trip is the best idea. Not that there's anything I can do about it now, anyway. But maybe talking out some of my massive anxiety around this project and my insecurities about my friends will help clear my head. I've had the feeling for months now that all my friends are moving forward with their lives, while I'm just stuck in place. They've got great jobs, and they're all growing as people. I mean, shit. My friend Kelly has been going through a gender transition at the same time as they've been building an amazing career. Hunter and Sarah are both managers at an incredible company they love. Cooper started his own company with a few people he knows. And Logan is this tech industry prodigy who just keeps moving back and forth between all the tech giants, getting huge promotions every time. I shake my head, the familiar feeling of shame washing over me as I think about my highly accomplished friends. Meanwhile, I'm still the same kid they went to college with. I haven't even held a steady job since we graduated. And it's been almost a decade. I scoff and run a hand through my hair. Martin doesn't say anything, just directs his neutral gaze my way as he takes a sip from his tea. Anyway, I just feel like I'm getting left in the dust. I haven't been able to sort out my shit enough to get either a career or a relationship on track. I feel like we're growing apart. And since I'm not exactly close with my family, they are my family. They're all I really have, and I don't like thinking that they might not have much respect for me. When I first got this idea, I think I was just kind of flailing around, trying to find a way to feel like I was actually doing something. Something to make me feel like I'm in the same league as they are. Like I actually deserve to hang around with them. Martin cocks his head. Well, I can see where you're coming from. Though you know if they're real friends, none of that should matter to them. But I get why you might be feeling that way. But is that still the main drive behind you wanting to build the open door? Or have your reasons shifted now that you've got a better grasp on the mountain of work ahead? I take a moment to think about it before replying. That motivation is still there for sure. But there are other reasons I want to do it now. I mean, I've stopped spending so much time daydreaming about what it'll be like when it's finished and how good it will feel to catch up and feel like I'm in the same league as my friends. But now I think more about the kids we'll be able to help. Maybe even the lives the shelter will be able to save. I think about getting to know them and making a real difference in their lives. It sounds kind of dumb, but I have these dreams of being, like, a role model to some of the kids. I mean, I still want to be able to keep up with my friends for sure, but now I have more reasons than just that. Martin nods. It's good to see you're finding other reasons giving you the push to tackle the shelter project. But mind yourself now. You need to take a bit of time to really think on why you're wanting to dive into this. I'm saying that because we've a long way to go. And mark my words, there will be hurdles along the way. It's always the case. Every time I've done this, there were points where I thought we'd never get through it. It takes incredible hard work and drive from every person involved, and you need to be crystal clear on why you're doing it, because you'll be needing that clarity when the going gets tough. I nod slowly, the familiar heat of insecurity coloring my cheeks red. Fuck, does Martin think I can't do this? He must sense my embarrassment because he puts up a hand in a stop gesture. Now, Pen, mind you don't go taking that advice the wrong way. I know you're more than capable of getting this thing done. I wouldn't have come here to work with you if I didn't believe that much. My point is, you've got to believe in yourself just as strongly as I do. That doesn't mean thinking it's all going to be easy. It just means you know you'll keep working until it's done. Wanting to impress your friends isn't a bad reason to start, but for something like this, you need to be thinking about all the other reasons you're at it. If your pal Hunter doesn't think you're capable of something this big, maybe this trip is your chance to show him he's wrong. My guess is that if you can convince him, you'll convince yourself at the same time.
Chapter 4. Hunter. The rich, earthy smell of strong dark roast hits my nose as I walk into Codecraft Coffee, the cozy little shop a few blocks from the Rainy Day Games office. There's a decent coffee shop right in our building, but I wanted privacy today because I really need to talk to Sarah about shit I don't want my coworkers overhearing. Sarah and I both got hired at Rainy Day right after college. She started as an HR intern, and she's now worked her way up to a senior manager. Meanwhile, I started as a junior software engineer, but over the past few years, I've started taking on more management and leadership type duties. I still love coding, but to my great surprise, I also love working with others to help them accomplish things they don't think they can, and being able to guide people into areas of programming and game development that fit their personalities is super rewarding. Turns out I have a real thing for helping others be successful. Stepping up to the counter, I order a latte for me and the frozen sugary concoction Sarah requested, before making myself comfortable at a table in the corner. Sarah, similar to Penn, often runs a little late for everything. Of all our friends, I'm closer to Sarah than anyone else. She knows more about me than any of the others. In fact, she probably knows more about me than anyone else in the world since my grandparents passed away a few years ago. I've mostly come to terms with the fact that I'm basically a loner in this world, but it's not something I like to spend a lot of time thinking about. I have no living family other than an aunt and uncle overseas, but I only speak to them on holidays. I don't have siblings, but I'd like to think that if I had a sister, our relationship would be similar to what I have with Sarah. She's not afraid to let me know exactly how she sees things, and doesn't let me get away with being controlling and bossy, which is my go-to instinct, especially if I'm feeling anxious. I need Sarah to ground me right now, because after I agreed to go with Penn on this cruise, I spent the rest of the weekend stressing about how the hell I'm going to spend a week trapped in a tiny little cabin with him. My anxiety has skyrocketed, and I need her to talk me off the ledge. Otherwise, I might as well just cancel the whole damn thing. Hey, boo. She appears beside me, pulling me out of my head when she leans in to plant a kiss on my cheek. Hey, Sarah. She snags her drink, which is essentially a coffee-flavored Slurpee, and takes a big gulp, closing her eyes for a moment in delight. God, thank you for the 3 p.m. sugar rush. I don't think I could get through the days without one. She settles into her chair and then gets right to business. So, what's up, Buttercup? Not that I need a reason to coffee with you, of course, but you got me curious. Plus, we need to discuss your upcoming vacation. Her blue eyes twinkle. Yeah. Actually, that's what I want to talk to you about. I take a deep breath and down a swallow of my latte. I'm kind of Concerned, I guess. Her eyes go round. Concerned? About what? She asks, surprised. Well, truthfully, Sarah, Pen and I don't even know each other very well. What if we don't get along? I mean, we're going to be stuck in this little closet of a room, basically living on top of each other for a whole week with nowhere to get space from each other. My voice takes on a slightly high-pitched edge. She looks at me for a second before snickering and rolling her eyes fondly. Hunter, I know you haven't been on a cruise before, but do you actually think you're going to be staying in a tiny, windowless room like you're traveling in steerage on the Titanic or something? I stare at her. Well, I don't know. Okay, honey, here. She grabs her phone and pulls up a YouTube video labeled Tour of the Largest Cruise Ship in the World. I watch for a couple of minutes as people ride water slides, drive go-karts, and zip line from one side of the ship to the other. There are also photos of several restaurants, bars, and several different swimming pools surrounded by luxurious deck chairs. I hand the phone back to her with a huff, feeling like an idiot. Okay, well, I didn't think we were going to be trapped in our cabin or anything. I know there'll be lots of stuff to do on board. But you know how I am, Sarah. I need my downtime. How's that going to happen if we're constantly in each other's faces? I mean, I'm not much of a partier. And you know Penn. That's like his entire thing. She cocks her head and looks at me curiously. You really are wound up about this, aren't you? Well, yes, damn it. That's why I asked you here. I'm not sure this whole thing is a good idea, honestly. What if we get onto the boat and we can't fucking stand each other? I mean, I know I can be a little... I hesitate. Rigid? Controlling? Fussy and uptight? She fills in helpfully, shooting me a shit-eating grin. Ha ha, funny. I flip her the bird after first making sure no one's paying attention to us. But yeah, you know I can be that way sometimes. I don't want to ruin Penn's vacation by making him feel like he's irritating me the whole time, especially since he's the one paying for the entire thing, which, by the way, is also weird. But I also don't want to feel like I have to walk on eggshells around him because I don't want to party every night of the week. I let out a frustrated huff. Ugh. I mean, shit. It's not like I'm even going to fit in at any of the fancy bars or places he'll want to go. I'm not exactly known for my fashion sense. I gesture to my regular tech industry standard uniform of ratty jeans and a graphic t-shirt with a random ironic slogan on it. Today's t-shirt features a chicken with an arrow pointing to its backside, with guess what above the graphic, and chicken butt below it. She checks out my shirt and snorts. Okay, so maybe your wardrobe could use a little glow-up before you go on vacation. But I don't think you need to worry about the other stuff, Hunt. She takes another sip of her drink. Look, honey, I know you get anxious when you can't control things. I get that. And yeah, the dynamics are a little unusual in that he's picking up the tab for the whole thing. But I know Penn better than you do, and I want you to trust me when I tell you there's more to him than meets the eye. He wants all of us to believe he's nothing more than a fuckboy, but I'm convinced that's not his whole story. She pauses. The thing is, Hunt, even if there's nothing more to Penn Thompson than the shallow partier we've known for years, we know for sure he's not an asshole. If you feel like you need some time to yourself, just talk to him. You're both adults. He won't mind giving you space to recharge. Yeah, you think? I say, not quite believing her, although I'm surprised at how much I want to. She grabs my hand from across the table. Yeah, I know it. And Hunter, I also know this kind of vacation is something that you would never splurge on for yourself. This is an opportunity for you to slow down for a second. Focus on yourself. Remember what it feels like to have fun. You've been laser-focused on work for such a long time. I understand why you do it, but you've earned some playtime. Find out what bubbles up when you don't have an agenda for a while. Maybe you'll be surprised at what you'll discover about yourself when you slow down. I look at her, surprised. I hadn't thought of it that way. She's right when she says I've been laser-focused on work since we got out of school. My grandparents raised me to always be productive. I was never allowed to just sit around doing nothing, and those habits have stuck with me. I rarely allow myself to just be. Maybe Sarah's right. Maybe I'll discover something new about myself when I slow down for a few minutes.
Chapter 5. Pen. Good afternoon from the flight deck, ladies and gentlemen. This is your captain. We're going to have you on the ground in Fort Lauderdale soon, so if you need to get up one last time, please. The crackling sound of the plane's PA system fades into the background as, below us, the sparkling turquoise water snuggles up to the pristine white sand on the stunning Florida beaches. My stomach rolls as the plane does a slow turn over the ocean, and perfect rows of blue umbrellas providing shade to cushy lounge chairs lined up on the beach seem to call my name, making me wish I had booked a few extra days in Florida. Hunter hasn't actually said it, but it's obvious that he's a nervous flyer. The poor guy's been white-knuckling the armrest for the entire trip. We haven't chatted much, and when I have tried to start conversation, he's only given me short answers. He's definitely more tightly wound than usual today. Deciding this isn't the right way to start our week together, I take charge of the situation. So, you've said you've never been on a cruise before, but have you been to Florida? I ask. He forces a smile. Nah, I haven't traveled all that much. Just for work mostly. Never been to anywhere tropical before. Okay, well, we need to switch seats then, I say, unbuckling my seatbelt and reaching into his lap to undo his. His eyes grow so wide I can see the whites around his dark irises, and he sits up straight as a board. What? Why? What are you doing? He stammers, his chest rising and falling quickly. You need to sit beside the window so you can see. It's so beautiful, I say, pulling on his arm as I bite my cheek to suppress my smile. He's so cute, which is something I never thought I'd say about Hunter. Reluctantly, he gets up, and we quickly switch seats. Oh, wow. You were right. It's gorgeous, he says a few minutes later, his nose nearly pressed to the window. He keeps his focus on the view for the last half hour of the flight, and I mentally pat myself on the back for finding a way to distract him from his nerves. After grabbing our luggage, we snag an Uber to the hotel, and I can't help but notice Hunter's wide-eyed appraisal of our surroundings. When I booked this trip, I was pretty sure Jeremy was the one, or at least I was trying to convince myself he was, so I spared no expense. The high-end hotel is only the first taste of luxury on the menu this week. Once we've checked in, the concierge walks us to our room, which is one of the villas located across from the main hotel building. They're connected by a sky bridge over the busy street, which is open on the sides, but covered on top, so the soft ocean breeze reaches us as we cross over several lanes of traffic below. Once Marcel, the concierge, opens our suite, Hunter heads straight for the huge wall of floor-to-ceiling windows leading to a roomy balcony facing the miles of white sand beach and bright blue ocean beneath us. Whoa, he murmurs as he steps onto the balcony. I smile, and after thanking Marcel, I get the bellhop to put my bags in one bedroom and Hunter's in the other. A vision of what it would be like if we were sharing a room flickers across my mind. Falling asleep tangled together in the huge expanse of bed to the soundtrack of the waves crashing against the shore. Jesus Christ, where did that come from? Fantasizing about Hunter Davies isn't on the agenda this week, even if he does have that adorable, frumpy nerd vibe going on. Nope, this week is about me and trying to figure out some of my shit. I'm not going to let myself get distracted. Not too shabby, huh? I asked cheerfully, stepping out onto the balcony as the bellhop and the concierge leave. He shakes his head, his expression unreadable. Oh, just you wait, sir. You ain't seen nothing yet. I laugh. This trip's gonna be all about the luxury. He doesn't say anything, but his jaw tightens almost imperceptibly. Not sure what that's all about. I decide to get this party started. That is what I'm famous for, after all. Busting open the minibar, I'm delighted to find a couple of full-sized bottles of champagne inside. When I grab one and start to open it, I notice Hunter roll his lips between his teeth. But when I turn to look at him, the frustrated expression has been replaced by a polite smile. Pouring us each a glass, I hand him one, then grab my own, together with the bottle, and head out onto the balcony, where it's twilight. The sun has just set, and the beach crowd is thinning out, while the traffic on the main street is getting heavier, as people head for the restaurants and nightclubs lining the strip. We spend a laid-back hour on the balcony, chatting about the trip and the things we want to do this week. Hunter wants to put in some serious beach time, but other than that, he doesn't seem to have anything specific he wants to do other than focus on relaxing. When I start telling him a little more about the activities on board the ship, his eyes get big and round when I talk about the ship's zip line that runs from one side to the other, suspended several decks high. Have you ever ziplined before? I ask, a giggle escaping when he shakes his head vehemently and spits out his answer. Fuck no. No fucking way am I doing that. Oh, come on, Hunter. I think you should totally do it. It's completely safe. I did it a couple of times on other ships. It's such a rush you won't believe it. He shakes his head again. No. I think I'll be quite happy to keep both my feet planted firmly on the ground. The flight here was excitement enough for me. I roll my eyes at him teasingly. Well, who knows what adventures we'll get up to this week? Never say never, Hunter Davies. He blinks at me for a minute, and then snorts, apparently deciding a response to that comment isn't warranted. A while later, we walk down the main street, appropriately named Seabreeze Boulevard, to find a dinner spot. Conveniently, there's a sushi bar only a few blocks away without much of a wait, so we snag ourselves a table and order another drink.
Chapter 6. Hunter. I'm pleasantly buzzed when Penn and I settle into our table at the sushi restaurant. We order drinks, but we also ask for waters. I'm sure neither of us wants to start the trip with a hangover. Hey, would you mind ordering for both of us? Penn asks as we're checking out the menu. I pretty much like everything, and I don't want to order stuff you don't like. Sure, I say. I don't usually order for other people, but there's something oddly exciting about it when Penn asks. I'm sure Sarah would say it's my control freak tendencies coming out, and maybe she's right, but I like it. There's something about taking care of Penn that makes me feel good. It's ridiculous, though, because if he really wanted someone to take care of him, he could just pay someone to do it. I mean, God, the hotel he booked for us tonight is unlike anything I've seen except for on TV. It's posh in ways I've never experienced. I could barely contain my gasp when the person who checked us in started listing off all the amenities we have access to, like a private butler and a chauffeur. But Penn just took it all in stride. Plus, I don't know a lot about wine, but even our little pre-dinner drink on the balcony probably cost more than my first car. The bottle of champagne he popped open like it was literally nothing is worth hundreds of dollars. It made me uncomfortable as hell for a few minutes, because it felt like an ostentatious display of wealth. But watching him be so cavalier about spending hundreds, if not thousands of dollars, was probably a necessary reminder that Penn and I are from very different worlds. I know he's not the same as the little fuckers who used to mess with me when I was a kid, but the simple fact is, there could never be anything more than friendship between Penn and me. There's not enough common ground between us. Sarah's always telling me I'm too serious, and she's probably right. But the fact is that life is a serious business, and if you want to get ahead and be successful, you need to take things like your money and your career seriously. I don't know if I'll ever want a family of my own, but one thing is certain, if I do have kids, I'll be making damn sure they'll never get teased or bullied for being the poorest kid in the neighborhood, the way I was. That means my job and my finances are important, and I need to treat them that way. Someone like Penn Thompson, who lives the high life but never has to lift a finger to afford it, could never understand that. The server comes back a few minutes later, and I order us a variety of different sushi, and then we lean back in our chairs, exchanging a smile. "Thanks for ordering," he says with a smile that melts my insides. Fuck. If only he wasn't so damn hot. Then maybe I wouldn't have to constantly remind myself of the many, many reasons I should not entertain the fantasy of being more than friends. "No problem." "You know," he says a moment later, "I just realized something." I raise my eyebrows. "What's that?" "We don't actually know each other very well." I chuckle. "You're just realizing that now?" He rolls his eyes. "You know what I mean," he says. "Like, I know you were raised in Canada, and you have a computer science degree and an MBA. I know you work in video games, yada yada yada, but that's about it. I don't know anything about your parents or siblings or your life before college. Isn't it kind of weird that we've known each other so many years, but we're basically still strangers?" I chuckle. "Well, maybe we can change that this week," I say. "I hope so," Penn says with that smile that makes my dick hard. "But come on, don't make me pry it out of you. Tell me something about yourself I don't know." "Okay, sure," I say with a grin. "But only if you do the same." Penn shrugs. "Agreed, but you go first." Just then, the server arrives back at our table with our first couple of dishes. But a moment after we dig in, Penn's on the case again. "So, come on. Tell me about your childhood." He grabs a chunk of shrimp tempura roll and shoves it into his mouth. "Okay. Well, I grew up in Vancouver, British Columbia, as you know. No siblings. My mom passed away from cancer when I was 8, so I was raised by my grandparents." I look up to see a look of horror on his face. "Oh my God, Hunter. I never realized your mom died when you were little. I'm so sorry. How awful for you." One of his hands has flown up to cover his heart, like he's trying to shield it from the knowledge of my painful childhood experiences. "Thank you. It was a long time ago, though, and my grandparents loved the hell out of me. Still, that's so hard for a kid," he says, taking a sip from his drink. "Was your dad around?" I shake my head, popping a piece of California roll into my mouth. "Nope, never knew him. The story is that my grandparents didn't approve of their relationship. My mom was too young, and she ran off with him when my grandparents tried to force them apart. Same old story, though. She got knocked up, and my father took off. Mom was so damn stubborn, she didn't even let her parents know she had a kid. Did the whole single mother thing all by herself. And honestly, she did a pretty good job, until she got sick. When she got diagnosed with cancer, she reached out to them, and they welcomed us back into their home and their hearts with open arms." "So, you didn't even know your grandparents until you were 8 years old? And then you lived with them after your mom passed?" His shocked expression had morphed into one of sympathy. I nod. "Yeah, but we lived with them for the last year of her life, so it wasn't like I had to go and live with strangers or anything." He shakes his head. "That's a lot for a kid to deal with. I'm so sorry you had to go through that, Hunter." Penn's eyes are glassy. Then he reaches across the table, grabbing my hand in a smaller one. It's a sweet gesture, and my stomach flips as an emotion I can't identify settles into my gut. I swallow hard. Over the years, I've learned how to detach when telling my story. It's just easier that way. But Penn's genuine reaction cuts through my indifference, and for the first time in a very long time, I allow myself to remember what it was like to be that scared little kid. I squeeze his hand. "Thanks, Penn. I appreciate it. I was lucky, though, overall. My grandparents adored me. They were amazing, both before and after my mom died." Penn smiles gently and pulls his hand back. I miss the connection as soon as he lets go, and I have to quell the urge to chase his hand with my own. I'm glad you had them, he says. Me too. They did so much for me. They had this tiny little house in a part of town that was working class when they bought it a few decades earlier. But as the city grew, the area gentrified and got crazy expensive. They stayed in that house so I could go to the best public schools in the city, even though they could have easily sold and moved to a smaller town and enjoyed a comfortable retirement. They made a lot of sacrifices for me. They were good people, Penn says. Yeah, they were the best. I swallow hard, remembering my slightly rough-around-the-edges grandparents. They were British, raised in working-class neighborhoods in London. Came to Canada right after they got married because they wanted their children to have more opportunities. They only had the one kid, my mom, and when she passed at such a young age, they had a lot of regrets about the time they lost with her. So they made damn sure to never make that mistake again. I pause, taking a sip from my wine. They always made it very clear there was nothing I could do that would push them away. So it made my coming out experience pretty easy, compared to a lot of people. What were they like when you told them? Penn asks, his smile warm. I chuckle. They didn't give one single shit, even though that wasn't their culture at all. All they did was tell me how much they loved me, and how nothing could ever make them love me less. They were great parents, even though they never planned on raising another kid so late in their lives. I sniffle, working to swallow the lump in my throat as I think about my rough-and-tumble granddad and my stern but sassy funny gran. Penn gives me a sweet smile from across the table, and I shake my head, trying to clear all the emotion that's suddenly swirling around in there. Okay, your turn, I say a moment later, ready to be finished with these heavy emotions.
Chapter 7. Penn. I can't believe I didn't know Hunter lost his mom when he was so young. I mean, I know we're not close, but that seems like a thing you know about someone you've hung around with for literally years. It makes me feel shitty, because I could tell you the backgrounds of all my other friends, but for whatever reason, Hunter and I have always been like ships passing in the night. Close to each other, but never really seen the other one. When he told me about his mom dying, I wanted to gather him up into a huge hug and never let him go. What a horrible thing for a kid to go through. My family wasn't perfect, but I'm glad I had them when I was growing up. After taking another bite of sushi, Hunter makes a rolling, "Come on, let's go" gesture with his chopsticks. I spilled my origin story. Don't keep me waiting. Pretty much the only thing I know about you is that you're from Texas. He grins, and I love how he seems to smile with his entire being. For someone who's usually so serious, he has an incredible smile. Okay, I say, prepared to spit out my usual pat answer for whenever anyone asks me about my family. But for some reason, I find myself telling Hunter more details than normal. Yeah, I grew up in Texas. My family's been there for generations. I let the remnants of my Texan accent color my speech as I talk. Normally, I'm so good at hiding it. Most people can't believe I'm from Texas when I tell them. My great-granddaddy struck oil on his property back in the early 1900s, so that's where the money comes from. They still own most of the shares in one of the world's biggest oil and gas companies. Wow, Hunter says. I knew there was some money, obviously, since you talk about your trust fund. I didn't know that's where it came from. He takes a sip of his wine. Yep, I say. I'm a true Texas boy. Got oil running through my veins and everything, I say, leaning into my accent. My daddy's CEO, and my granddaddy is still chairman of the board. Hunter's eyes widen again. I had no idea. I grin at him, miming tipping up an imaginary cowboy hat. Yes, sir, that's me. Deep down, I'm just a good old Texas boy. Hunter chuckles again, probably at the ridiculous image of me with my nail polish and guy liner as a good old boy. Brothers and sisters? he asks. Yep. Fortunately for my parents, they had 2 more kids after me. They both fit into the family a lot better than I ever did. He frowns. What do you mean? I let out a wry laugh. Well, let's just say that I was a bit too much for my family to handle, right from the start. Too creative, too excitable, too femme. Just altogether too much. As the eldest son, the original plan was for me to take over the company from my father when the time came. But I guess it was obvious I wasn't going to fit into that role from a fairly early age. I take a swallow of my drink. Talking about my family and my complete failure to ever be anything they ever wanted me to be always leaves a bad taste in my mouth. Although, I do give them credit for trying. Hunter raises his eyebrows, so I continue. They tried to channel my extra energy into more suitable things. I was pushed into every damn activity you can imagine. All stuff designed to try and tone down my personality and get me to focus on more appropriate things. So, I had to play every sport. Football, baseball. They even tried to get me into golf and racquetball for a while. Let me tell you, that was a good time, hanging out with a bunch of old white men at 12 years old, when all I really wanted was to go home and play with my sister's Barbies. I roll my eyes. When that stuff didn't work out, they tried things like STEM programs, math and engineering and that kind of stuff, none of which I was any good at or had even a sliver of interest in. That must have sucked, he says sympathetically. Yeah, well, don't feel too sorry for me. I might not have fit in, but I still had a whole lot of privilege. My issues are very much of the poor little rich boy variety. I shrug and take another drink to show that I'm not bothered, but Hunter narrows his eyes. Just because you had money doesn't mean your childhood was easy, Pen. It sounds like they put a lot of expectations on you. I shrug again. I suppose. But like I said, it's not like it was all bad. And once my parents were certain my baby brother Will was going to fit into their plans way better than I would, they shifted all their focus onto him. I let out a snort, trying not to sound bitter, but not succeeding. They were already so used to being disappointed in me that they didn't even get upset when I told them I had no interest in going to Yale Law, like all the other men in the family. It was around that time when they officially told me I didn't need to worry about taking over the company. William wanted to do it, so I was off the hook. I take a drink of water, trying to moisten my suddenly dry mouth. This is a lot more than I normally tell anyone about my family dynamics. That probably didn't feel great, he says sympathetically. I shift in my seat, staring down at the nearly empty sushi plates littering the table between us. It was fine, I say, lifting one shoulder. It wasn't something I wanted to do anyway, so it meant freedom. Although I suppose it's always hard to come to terms with the fact that your family wishes you were a different person. Hunter cocks his head to the side. I'm sorry, Pen. That is hard. He takes a breath. I guess neither one of us had a perfect childhood, although I'm not sure anyone ever does. The server returns to clear our table and find out if we want dessert, which is good because I don't know what else I might be tempted to spill to Hunter if we don't change the subject. I don't know why, but he's weirdly easy to talk to. I really don't like the image of myself as someone who can't live up to expectations, even if the ones my family had for me were unreasonable. So I rarely talk about it. That's why being the party boy fits me so well. No one expects deep thoughts from the life of the party. It's easier for everyone that way. For the rest of the meal, I focus on keeping the conversation light and fun while we share some mochi ice cream. Keeping things light and fun is my whole thing after all. Not to mention the fact that I don't need to give Hunter or anyone else more evidence that I'm kind of a fuck-up.
Chapter 8. Hunter. It's still early as we're finishing dinner, at least for us, since we're still on Pacific time. So after Penn insists on picking up the tab, we decide to walk along the beach instead of heading straight back to the hotel. The warm Fort Lauderdale night wraps around us, the salty tang of ocean air mixing with the faint scent of sunscreen. Pen's gone quiet, and I wonder what's going on in his head. It's a gorgeous evening, I say softly. We've both kicked off our shoes, and my bare feet sink slightly into the cool sand, the sensation grounding, comforting even, as we walk slowly, the cool water just barely reaching our feet. Beautiful, he agrees, but his voice is distant. I don't know if I said something wrong or if he's gone quiet for some other reason. But I know talking about families isn't easy, and it sounds like Penn deals with a lot of expectations from his family. The rhythmic ebb and flow of the waves is calming. I'm struck with a crazy urge to reach out and grab Penn's hand as we walk side by side. I'm chasing that warm thread of connection I felt when he held my hand at the dinner table, but I shove it down. Sorry, Penn says suddenly, breaking into my reverie. His eyes reflecting the moonlight meet mine, and the raw honesty in them hits me right in the chest. I don't normally get into details about my family. He shakes his head. I always tell myself it's no big deal, but I guess it bothers me on some level. Hey, it's fine. We've stopped walking, and I turn toward him, reaching out and brushing the pad of my thumb along his cheekbone. I'm always here to listen if you want to talk about it, I reply, and I mean it. He nods and swallows hard, those big blue eyes watery as he blinks at me. His breath catches, and time seems to freeze as we gaze into each other's eyes like we're seeing one another for the first time. The spell breaks when the wind picks up, playing with the ends of my shirt and blowing his hair into his eyes. I pull my hand away quickly and we turn to keep walking. My heart thumps in my chest. What was that about? As we continue making our way back to our hotel, we're quiet, but it's not uncomfortable. Every time my foot sinks into the cool sand beside his, I feel a pull, like there's a magnetic field around Penn tugging at something deep inside me. The spacious hotel room feels smaller as we step inside. Something has shifted between us, and I don't know how to get back to where we were. I don't even know if I want to. I know I need to turn away, to go into my room, but the pull toward Penn is impossible to resist, and I get stuck in place, unable to move in either direction. So, good night, he whispers as we stand in the entryway staring at each other. Neither of us moves toward our separate bedrooms. Night, I echo, but I'm stepping closer instead of away. And then we're inches apart, the heat from his body mixing with mine. My heart hammers against my ribcage, demanding I close the gap between us. So I do. Our lips crash together. He tastes like the salt air and wine and the faint tang of ginger from the sushi. My hand finds his hip, gripping him and pulling him flush against my body. He matches my urgency, his fingers threading through my hair. His breath catches, and he gasps against my mouth. Been wanting to do this, I admit between heated kisses, surprised at how easily I confess that to him. Fuck, me too, he whispers, and it's all the encouragement I need. The world seems to shrink down to just us, to just this one hotel room on this one beach. The rest of the world falls away. Penn's hands slide over my back, pulling me closer, his touch sparking a fire inside me. We stumble toward the couch without breaking contact, like we're afraid the magic will disappear if our lips part for even a second. My knees hit the cushion first, and I pull him down with me, rolling so I'm half on top of him. His fingers tangle in my hair, and he tilts his head, deepening the kiss until it's all teeth and tongue and raw need. He tastes intoxicating, like something I've craved without knowing it existed. Jesus, he gasps when we finally come up for air, his voice husky and thick with desire. His legs wrap around my waist, the heat of his cock pressing against mine through the thin fabric of our shorts. There's an urgency in the way he moves, telling me he's just as lost in this as I am. But slowly, reality intrudes. I don't want it. I fight against it because the taste of his lips, the feel of his body against mine is just, oh God. But we have to face each other tomorrow, and I don't know what this is. I force myself to pull back, breathing heavily. Shit, is all I can say, resting my forehead against his. Yeah, he says softly. Our heavy breathing is the only sound in the room. I sit up slightly, enough to look into his eyes, searching for any sign of regret or doubt. The confusion there matches the turmoil churning in my own gut. We probably shouldn't, I say. And it's one of the hardest things I've ever had to say, because every fiber of my being is screaming at me to do the exact opposite. Yeah, Penn agrees, but he bites his lip, a clear sign he's just as unsure as me. Okay, well. Good night, I manage, voice barely above a whisper. Night, Penn echoes. We head to our separate bedrooms, the distance between us stretching wider with each step until the doors close with soft clicks, sealing us off from each other. Fuck, I groan under my breath, running my hands down my face. I flop onto the bed, staring up at the ceiling fan, my heart still racing as my mind replays it over and over. Touching Penn was like touching a live wire, electrifying, dangerous, addictive. I rush through my bedtime preparations, and when I climb between the soft, cool sheets, I touch my fingertips to my lips. I can still taste him, can still feel the softness of his lips. I can still hear the soft little sighing noises he made when I touched his warm skin. Damn. Idiot, I mutter, rolling onto my side and punching the pillow into a more comfortable shape. I'm not someone who gets tied into knots over a relationship, or hookup, or whatever the fuck this is. Sleep doesn't come easy. Every time I close my eyes, I see Penn's face, feel his breath mingling with mine. And I wonder what it would be like to wake up next to him, to not have to say goodnight at all. Chapter 9. Hunter. The next morning, we both sleep in, and I can't help but wonder if it's because Penn had as much trouble sleeping as I did. I don't know how long I tossed and turned, replaying what he felt like against me. But when I find him out on the balcony sipping a coffee, he looks almost as bleary-eyed as I do, so maybe it wasn't just me. We have a quick but delicious brunch at the hotel, before Penn orders an Uber to drop us off at the cruise terminal. As the long row of cruise ships comes into view from the car, Penn points out the one we're about to board, and my eyes nearly fall out of my head. It's far and away the largest ship I can see, and that's saying quite a bit since there must be a dozen of the giant vessels lined up at the port. Meanwhile, thousands of cars, buses, trucks, and other vehicles zip madly around the port as all these gigantic ships get ready to sail away for the week ahead. The check-in process is quick, and once we step on board the behemoth ship, I'm completely fascinated. I guess I didn't do as much research as I could have after Sarah teased me, because I had no idea. I mean, I knew it would be big, but I had no idea it would be like this ginormous moving luxury amusement park or something. Penn tells me it can sometimes take a couple of hours for the luggage to be delivered to our stateroom, so while we wait, he suggests we do a quick walkabout to get our bearings. All I can do is nod, since the whole thing has me speechless. Jesus, this thing is something else, I say, and even I can hear the awe in my voice. Penn chuckles. I know, right? It's insane. I think this thing holds something like 8,000 people. I was on the sister ship to this one a few years ago. You should probably brace yourself. He throws me a wink. Come on, let's do the nickel tour. On the ship's main deck, there's a wide, uncovered central walkway, running from one end of the ship to the other called the promenade. It feels like being outdoors, even though we're fully enclosed on all sides. Shops and restaurants line either side of the walkway, and at one end, there's a park with full-size trees and walking paths. Several levels of cabins rise up on both sides, with balconies that give their occupants a chance to step outside to grab fresh air and people watch. The other decks are almost as impressive. Most of them have bars and coffee shops scattered throughout different locations. There's also an outdoor aqua theater where they hold Cirque du Soleil-type shows, a full-size carousel, and to top it all off, Penn brings me to this weird bar where you order drinks on a tablet and then watch them get mixed by a giant robot. I just can't believe this thing, I say to Penn for what feels like the 10th time, as we grab a table next to one of the many poolside bars. We each grab a burger and a margarita. The quick tour took a lot longer than I imagined, and it's well into afternoon by now, so we're both starving. I know. The whole thing's totally OTT, right? Just wait until you see our room. It's gonna blow your balls off, he teases, a smirk curling up the corners of his lips. I don't know, I chuckle. My balls might have already been blown. This thing is just so huge. He snorts into his margarita. That's what he said. I roll my eyes, unable to stop my own smile. After last night, I was worried things might be awkward between us. Not only because of the mini makeout session, but also because even before that, Penn had seemed kind of weirded out by the conversation about our families. But we seem to have settled back into our usual dynamic, which is good. I don't need to be worrying about feeling even more awkward than I already do. We enjoy our drinks and people watch for a while, before Penn leans back, raising his arms above his head in a luxurious stretch, and letting out a groan that causes my cock to twitch in my shorts when his shirt rides up, exposing a delicious strip of tan skin on his belly. Fucking stand down, I chastise my traitorous dick. Last night was just a fluke. A one-off. Probably brought on because we were a little drunk and excited to be on vacation. Penn is not on the menu, and the last thing I need is to start developing random hard-ons around him, especially since we'll probably be spending a lot of time in our swimsuits this week. All right, he says in a low, husky voice that causes my cock to jump again, despite the stern talking to I just gave it. I'm guessing our bag should be in the room by now. So do you want to go check that out and settle in? I can't help but smile at the little peak of Texas that creeps into his voice every now and then. It's so subtle I've never noticed before. But after last night, when he laid the accent on thick for show, it's like I can't unhear it in his voice. I've never thought Texas accents were sexy. Until now. Sounds good to me, I say. We head toward our stateroom, which Penn says is located on one of the higher decks. We're walking by a set of frosted glass doors on our floor when Penn stops and gestures to them. This is the concierge lounge. Let's pop in and introduce ourselves, he says. I'm about to ask who we need to introduce ourselves to when he opens the door, and I'm transported into a beautiful, calm oasis. The lounge is peaceful and quiet, even though there are a few dozen people in here. Gleaming white marble, soft purple uplighting, and glass shelves lined with top-quality liquor give the large room an air of decadence and understated luxury. Floor-to-ceiling windows look out at the madness and noise of the pool deck down below, but in here it's calm and cool. Soft jazz music filters through hidden speakers, and uniformed servers pass out flutes of champagnes to the groups of smiling guests scattered around. This is a lovely space, I say, looking around. Penn thanks the passing server as he grabs us each a glass of champagne off the man's tray and nods at me. I know, right? This lounge always ends up being one of my favorite hangouts on board. It's a little escape from the rest of the chaos. I'm looking around, still taking in the luxurious surroundings, when a tall, well-built black man wearing an impeccable ship's officer's uniform approaches us. Mr. Thompson and Mr. Davies, right? He asks. When we both nod, he gifts us with a brilliant smile and extends his hand for a handshake. I'm Lonzo, your concierge for this week. Hi, Lonzo, we both say at the same time. He chuckles, his eyes twinkling. I just wanted to introduce myself. If you need anything like dinner or show reservations, or if you have questions about anything at all, please just come to me first, and I'll be very happy to take care of it for you. His soft Jamaican accent combined with his deep voice is mind-bendingly sexy, and I imagine the man probably spends a fair amount of his time turning down all manner of offers from horny guests. Thanks, Lonzo. I'm sure everything will be perfect, Penn says with a warm smile. We chat for a few minutes, and Lonzo charms us into promising to stop by the sail away party in an hour, before we turn to head to our stateroom.
Chapter 10. Pen. I hold my card against the reader on the door, which opens with a soft beep and a click. The room is a 2-story loft-style suite, one of the nicest on the ship. I wasn't kidding when I said I went all out on this trip, and from the looks of this stateroom, I think it's going to be worth every penny. The beds are in an open area upstairs, with a living space underneath. The entire outside wall of the cabin is floor-to-ceiling windows, which currently overlook the frenzy of activity on the dock many stories below. But once we leave port, we'll have a stunning view of the ocean all day, every day. It's pretty damn spectacular. Hunter heads immediately for the sliding glass doors, stepping out onto the balcony, which is furnished with 2 extra-large lounge chairs, a 6-person dining table, and a small private plunge pool. Holy shit, Penn. This place is amazing. He's laughing like he can't quite believe what he's seeing, and something about the innocent joy on his face launches a set of butterflies in my stomach. Not bad, right? I giggle, ignoring the fizzy feeling in my belly. We stand shoulder to shoulder on the balcony, watching the frenzy of activity down below as the ship is loaded with all the stuff needed to keep everyone on board happy and content for the next week. Want to come upstairs and check out the sleeping loft? I ask a few minutes later. I'm going to unpack a few things since it looks like our bags are here. I'm excited to see the sleeping area, so I take the stairs 2 at a time, Hunter following closely behind. But when I reach the top, I stop short, causing Hunter to crash into me from behind. Where there should be 2 separate beds, there's only one enormous bed. It's covered with a snow-white duvet and decorated with red rose petals arranged in the shape of a heart. In the middle of the giant heart are 2 bath towels twisted into the shape of swans, with their beaks touching, as if they're sharing a kiss. The rest of the room hasn't been left out of the decor scheme. There are several flower bouquets of different bright red and white flowers scattered around, and on almost every flat surface sits a cluster of votive candle holders containing electric tea lights. At the foot of the huge bed is a silver ice bucket on a stand, holding a chilled bottle of Veuve Clicquot champagne. It's possibly the cheesiest display of honeymoon suite decor I've ever seen. Well, butter my biscuit, I mutter under my breath. Hunter lets out a loud snort of laughter. Nice touch, Penn. I had no idea you were such a romantic. All right, fine. I laugh, a little embarrassed. Yes, when I thought this was going to be an anniversary trip with Jeremy, I might have arranged all this stuff. I thought it would be a cute, funny little surprise. But I thought I canceled it when I changed the ticket into your name. I pick up a rose petal to see if it's real. It is. I also didn't realize it would be so incredibly classy, he supplies, smirking. Okay, fine. It's terrible. I throw my hands up in the air. So sue me for trying to be sweet. I grumble/laugh at the same time. Don't worry, I'll call them and get it cleaned up. They can separate the beds into 2 singles at the same time. Hunter chuckles, his dark brown eyes twinkling with laughter. No, you're right. It's cute, really. I mean, who among us can claim they aren't turned on by bath towels shaped like waterfowl? Ha ha, I say as we walk toward the bathroom to check it out. You'd better be careful, or else I'll get our cabin steward to make your towel into something a lot dirtier than smooching birds. Honeymoon decor aside, The bathroom is just as gorgeous and cleverly designed as the rest of the suite. Strategically placed mirrors make the space feel bigger than it is, and the designer made sure to include a million little nooks and crannies to hide all your toiletry items, which I love. Of course, the bathroom hasn't been left out of the honeymoon theme either. A bunch more electric tea lights are lined up along the edge of a roomy soaker tub, and a basket filled with high-end soaps, bubble baths, and luxurious lotions and potions sits at one end. I hold a bottle of bubble bath to my nose. Damn, that does smell nice. I don't know what it is, but I take a bath in it, especially with Hunter. Suddenly, my mind is flooded with images of a soapy, wet Hunter in that bathtub, lying back, his head resting on the lip, as I kneel between his outstretched legs, washing him gently with this delicious-smelling soap. The hot water trickles from my sponge down his lightly furred chest, between his nipples, and down his abs, following his happy trail before disappearing back into the water. My dick is suddenly hard as a rock, and I turn quickly, hoping Hunter hasn't noticed my predicament. Fuck. After our little makeout session last night, I'm on a hair trigger. Replaying the way he tasted, the way it felt when he pulled me roughly against him, and the tortured look on his face when he pulled away was enough to keep me up most of the night. Okay, I'm just gonna go call Lonzo, I say suddenly. Okay, but tell him we're keeping the champagne, Hunter calls as I head down the stairs. Duh, of course we're keeping the champagne, I call back laughing. 10 minutes later, I make my way back upstairs to find Hunter unpacking. So we might have a slight issue, I say, chewing on my bottom lip. My conversation with Lonzo did not go as expected, and I have no idea what we're going to do about it. What do you mean? What's up? He asks, peering out from behind the closet door, where he's hanging up some shirts. Okay. I suck in a deep breath and clear my throat. The first thing is that in these suites, the beds are a different type, and they can't be split apart into two singles like I thought. So, if we want to stay in this room, we're stuck with the one bed. I shift back and forth on my feet apprehensively. Okay, well, that's no big deal. We can change rooms, right? Hunter asks. Well, that brings me to the second issue, I grimace. The ship is fully booked, so moving to another suite isn't an option. I rub my suddenly sweaty palms down my shorts. I asked if we could get a rollaway bed in here or something, but he said these suites can't have extra rollaway beds brought in. Something about fire codes and not enough floor space. I run my hand through my hair nervously. Oh, he says, sitting on the edge of the bed. Well, okay. I'm sure we can figure this out. It's not that big of a deal. Lonzo did suggest one option, I continue. He offered to try and organize a swap with a party in a cabin with separate beds. He thinks it'll be easy to find someone willing to switch cabins with us since this is one of the nicest suites on board. Oh, okay, he says thoughtfully. He pauses for a moment before turning to look at me. Well, is it that big of a deal? I mean, do we really need to ask someone to move cabins for us? That seems like a lot of hassle. I blink at him. But that means we'd have to share the bed, Hunter. I don't think either one of us wants to sleep on the floor for a whole week, and that little love seat is too short for either of us to fit. He gives me a look I can't decipher. Pen, we're adults, right? I mean, it's a humongous king-sized bed. It shouldn't be a big deal for us to share. I cock my head to the side, trying desperately to ignore the way my tummy is fizzing like someone just uncorked a bottle of champagne in there. Really? You wouldn't mind that? He smiles. Pen, you've been looking forward to this trip for months, and it's a stupid reason to go through all the hassle of moving. Plus, the other room wouldn't be as nice. And I have to say, this place is pretty sweet. He clears his throat, looking suddenly uncertain. It's fine with me as long as you're okay with it. I burst out laughing, feeling like that bottle of champagne in my belly just got shaken up real good. Okay, are you sure? I ask, trying to keep my delight under control, but probably not succeeding. Awesome, I say when he nods. Okay, yeah, that's great. Excellent. I'll just call Lonzo and tell him not to worry about it. Chapter 11. Pen. After calling Lonzo back to let him know not to worry about switching our cabin, I unpack. Keeping busy seems like the best way to keep my rogue dick under control. The dick that sprang to life as soon as Hunter said he was fine with sharing a bed with me. But I need to calm the fuck down, because if there's one thing I know for sure, it's that Hunter Davies is not into me. Not at all. I have no explanation for what happened between us last night. Even though it was so fucking hot, I felt like I was going to burst into flames right there on the couch. It was nothing, I'm sure. We were both a little drunk, both excited about being away on vacation. I have no idea. But he put a stop to it, so that's a pretty clear message. And we've both spent the entire day acting like nothing happened at all, so it's not too hard to figure out what he's thinking. After we finish unpacking, it's nearly time for the sail away party Lonzo made us promise to drop by. I throw on a clean shirt and shorts, and Hunter and I make easy conversation as we walk down to the elevator. Hunter's still floored by the size of the ship. You'll get used to it, I laugh, hitting the elevator button. In a day or two, you'll know this whole place like the back of your hand. I grin, and he rolls his eyes. Have I mentioned I have a shitty sense of direction? He asks. Seriously, I'm sure at some point you'll get a panicky text from me saying I'm lost somewhere and I can't find my way back to our room. We're both chuckling when the elevator dings, the door sliding open to reveal a well-dressed older couple chatting with a guy who was a dead ringer for George Clooney, circa 2005. Hot as fuck, and pinging my gaydar hard. Everyone headed to the sail away party? I ask as the doors slide shut. We are, indeed, the woman says with a smile. We were told not to miss it. I laugh. Lonzo? All three of them smile. He's very persuasive, the George Clooney lookalike says, and all of us chuckle. I'm Danielle, and this is my husband Jeff, and my brother-in-law Jesse, the woman says, extending her hand with a warm smile. Hunter and I introduce ourselves just as the elevator doors open onto the deck, where we were told to meet up for the party. Apparently, we need to be escorted since it's being held on the ship's helipad. One of the other concierges greets us and then asks us to follow as he leads us down a hall toward the bow of the ship. The sound of steel drum music floats over to us as he uses his smartwatch to pass through an access-restricted door opening onto the helipad deck. There are already several dozen people here, everyone wearing big smiles. An aura of anticipation hangs over everyone since the ship's about to set sail, and it's a fun feeling. For a minute, I get caught up imagining what it must have felt like back in the olden days when people boarded ships like this to start new lives on the other side of the world, often knowing they would never be able to come home again. It must have been exciting and terrifying all at once. Wow, this is kind of amazing, Jesse says, pulling me out of my reverie as he takes in the scene around us with an odd expression. We all grab a glass of champagne from a server who glides up to us. It really is, I say. I've never been out onto the helipad before. It gives you a different perspective on the size of the ship. So, where are you folks from? Jesse asks politely, as Danielle and Jeff drift off toward the railing. Seattle, I say. How about you all? I'm from San Diego, and Jeff and Danielle live in San Francisco, he says. Jeff's my older brother, and we usually take a vacation together once a year, although this year's a little different. His smile doesn't extend to his eyes. Oh? I say, curious, but not wanting to be rude. My husband and I separated several months ago, he says by way of explanation. Sorry, I don't mean to overshare. He gives a self-conscious chuckle. I tried canceling our family trip this year since I'm not fond of being the third wheel, but Danielle wouldn't hear of it. She decided I've had enough grief in the relationship time, and now I need to move on. He chuckles wryly. Oh, I'm sorry about your husband, I say. Hearing that people have split up with their partners is one of those weird situations where I'm never sure if I should offer condolences or congratulations. But Jesse looks positively heartbroken, so I assume he's not exactly thrilled about the end of his marriage. Thank you, he says with a forced smile. Maybe this trip will be helpful for you, I say. A bit of a break from your routine can be good for you if you've been in a funk, right? I hope you're right. He smiles politely, then clears his throat. So how about you two? Are you celebrating anything special? Anniversary or birthday? Or just a romantic getaway? Oh no, we're not together, I say laughing. Just friends. I smile at Hunter, who's gone strangely stiff beside me. In fact, I practically had to beg this guy to come on this trip with me. Jesse widens his eyes at us. Wow, really, Hunter? Gosh, I don't think it would have taken too much to convince me to tag along on a lovely trip like this. I chuckle. Hunter doesn't know that I know this, but it took some convincing from a mutual friend of ours to convince him to join me. Hunter gives me a confused look. What do you mean? Oh, Sarah just mentioned to me that you might have had a few second thoughts, I say, smiling to show it's really no big deal. I completely understand. We've had the same group of friends for years, I explained to Jesse, but we've recently discovered that we don't actually know each other all that well. I reach out and squeeze Hunter's arm. I don't know about him, but I'm hoping spending this week together will change that. Jesse flashes a sad-looking smile. Traveling together is a great way to get to know each other, he says. My husband, ex-husband, and I met while we were backpacking through Europe, a long time ago. His eyes go glassy as he tosses back the remainder of the champagne in his glass. Poor guy. We chat for a couple more minutes, and Hunter drifts away over to the railing. Man, he really wasn't kidding when he said he's not great with new people. Definitely an introvert, that one. Anyway, looks like we're about to set sail. I should go find my brother and sister-in-law, Jesse says, flashing that sad smile again. Nice chatting with you. I'm sure we'll bump into each other again this week. Definitely, I say with a smile. Have a great night, Jesse.
Chapter 12. Hunter. Listening to Penn talk to that Jesse guy makes me itchy all over, which is completely insane. Penn is just being himself. He's always that friendly. The guy connects with everyone. Shit, that's partly why everyone loves him. The fact that he's become insta-BFFs with some dude we just met in the elevator has nothing to do with me, and I shouldn't care about it one way or another. So why is it annoying me so much? I feel like I'm walking around with a pebble in my shoe, except that the pebble is in my brain. I watch as Penn's natural charm pulls Jesse into an easy conversation about past vacations to the Caribbean and their favorite beaches on various islands. I think it's good that your sister-in-law forced you to come on this trip, Penn says, his eyes kind as he gives Jesse an encouraging smile. I bet the change of pace will be helpful. Hope you're right about that, Jesse responds, his eyes sad. It's clear that despite his heartbreak, Jesse is someone Penn could get along with. Even though Jesse is clearly grieving, they seem to share a similar sense of optimism. They both seem to look at the world as if it's filled with possibilities just waiting to be discovered. Penn keeps asking questions, drawing the sad man out of his shell. He's good at that, making people feel seen, heard. And as the party buzzes around us, I can't help but think that sometimes, you really shouldn't judge a book by its cover. I guess Sarah was right. There's a lot more to Penn than meets the eye. Wandering over to the railing, I force myself to focus on the warm Florida sunshine and the soft ocean breeze against my skin as Penn and Jesse continue chatting. They laugh over some shared joke about the buffet menu, their heads tilting together like they've known each other for years. I should be mingling, joining in, but instead I drift toward the railing of the ship and sip my champagne alone, looking in from the outside as usual. Gripping the cool metal of the railing, I take in the busy docks down below us. Workers scurry like ants, securing ropes and loading supplies as we get ready to leave. A twist of something unpleasant coils in my gut. Jealousy, clear and sharp as a knife. Pen's not mine. Why should I care if he chats up some guy who probably has abs you could do your laundry on? I blow out a long breath. Pen deserves to have fun, to talk to whoever catches his eye. It's his vacation, after all. I know he said he doesn't have plans to hook up with anyone on this trip, but hey, Jesse could be George Clooney's twin brother. You'd have to be crazy to turn that guy down. Hey, you okay? Pen appears at my side. Oh yeah, I'm good. Just taking it all in. I paste on a smile. Sarah would tell me I need to pull my head out of my ass and stop trying to sabotage my own good time by overthinking everything. And she'd probably be right. Attention, passengers. The PA system blares, causing both of us to start. The voice continues. Please be advised the ship's horn will sound shortly. I brace myself, but even with the warning, the horn blast is so loud it feels like it vibrates my brain. I jump, and a cascade of champagne sloshes over the rim of my glass, dousing my hand in the front of my shirt and shorts. Holy shit! Pen burst into laughter, and I can't help but join in, even though I feel like an idiot, embarrassment heating my cheeks. Fine. Laugh at the guy in his first cruise, I grumble, but I'm chuckling as I try to mop up the champagne from my shirt with my cocktail napkin. My mini-quiche went flying when I startled, but I'm still clutching the little blue napkin. Well, welcome aboard, Pen jokes, patting me on the back. You'll get used to it. A few minutes later, the space between the side of the ship and the dock gradually widens as the giant engines propel the massive ship sideways. Everyone comes to the railing to laugh and wave at the people on shore, and within a few minutes, we're cruising down the waterway, past extravagant mansions backing directly onto the water. Once we're far enough out to sea that we can't see people waving anymore, Pen turns to me, holding his blonde hair back off his face from the stiff breeze. I'm not proud of it, but having his focus back on me soothes the sharp, unpleasant stab of jealousy from a few minutes earlier. As he downs the last of his champagne, the late afternoon sun hits him just right, and a weird possessive feeling hits me low down, replacing the jealousy. Pen is an objectively beautiful person. I've prevented myself from really looking at him in the last few years, knowing it would just make me sad that we're so different, and that he's so far out of my league. But right now, it's impossible to deny how strongly he affects me. Hungry yet? He asks. We can swing by the cabin so you can grab a clean shirt. He flashes a teasing grin. Then we can head to the dining room. Sure, I say affably, stuffing down my feelings as usual. I need to try to remember the unattractive things about him, like how cavalier he is about money, and how he just doesn't ever take anything seriously. Even though our conversation last night helped me see that Pen's obviously not as shallow as I've told myself all these years, he's still not someone I could be with. We're just way too different. I keep reminding myself of this, even though my stomach does a weird little swoop as he links his arm through mine before steering us toward the helipad's exit. After a quick pit stop in our room to change clothes, we head down for dinner. Okay, so because I'm kind of a high-maintenance snob, this will probably be the only night we eat in the actual main dining room, he says with a sheepish grin. I bought us a special dining package, which means we'll be eating at specialty restaurants for the rest of the week. He looks incredible right now, having swapped out the plain white tee he was wearing to the party on deck for a simple baby blue linen button-down and loose-fitting white linen shorts. He's put some kind of sparkly bronzer on his cheekbones, and a hint of eyeliner makes his blue eyes pop. He's also added a touch of shiny gloss to his full pink lips, and I grind my back teeth together as my cock twitches in my shorts. Smarten up, Davies. Last night was a one-time thing, I'm sure of it. And even if Penn was open to a repeat, that would almost surely lead down the road to heartbreak, and that is a place I am not willing to visit. A maitre d' leads us to a table for two beside a window. The sun has just set, so the sky is a soft velvety blue against the darker ocean. We're already far enough out to sea that there are no lights visible, which gets me thinking about the vastness of the ocean and how small we are in comparison. I don't have much experience being out on the water, though I've always lived on the coast. I do like the idea of being miles away from civilization, though. Must be part of my introverted, antisocial nature. So, tell me what you think so far, Penn says, after our waiter has taken our orders and brought us each a glass of wine. He smiles, but his eyes hold a hint of uncertainty. I know we just got on board, but I also know cruise vacations aren't for everyone. I'm just hoping you don't hate it already. No way, I reassure him. I definitely don't hate it. I admit it's a lot. There's so much going on. And some of it feels kind of over the top, but I'll get used to it. I take a sip of my wine. I really like the concierge lounge. I can see myself spending time up there, reading or people watching. He nods eagerly. Yeah, I love that place. We didn't get to it today, but there's also a private deck up top where they have these big shaded daybeds, so you can lie there and read or nap in shady pseudo-privacy. It's amazing. That sounds perfect. I smile at him again, thinking that a quiet afternoon reading in the shade while the ocean breeze caresses my skin sounds like perfection. Our meals arrive a few minutes later, and we both dig in eagerly. The food is delicious, and for a few minutes we're quiet as we enjoy. So, I want to thank you for coming with me, Penn says after taking a sip from his wine. He drops his gaze to where he's playing with his glass, turning it back and forth while sliding the narrow stem between each of his fingers. I blink at him. God, Penn, don't thank me. I'm the one who needs to be thanking you. This has all been incredible so far. Seriously, thank you. No, but what I mean is that He takes a deep breath and swallows hard. I know you've never really... He clears his throat. I know you're not my biggest fan. And I know Sarah had to push you to come along with me. I just want to thank you for taking the chance. I really didn't want to come alone. His voice is quiet, and his cheeks are flushed a soft pink. Shame hits me square in the chest, and my own cheeks burn with embarrassment. I've acted like a real uptight prick toward Penn for years now. I never thought he would notice, assuming he was always too wrapped up in himself. Apparently I was wrong. Before I can even begin to come up with an answer of some kind, he continues. And, this is sort of embarrassing. But I'm not sure if I did something to make you feel that way, or if I'm just, too much. He uses air quotes around the words. I mean, I get it. I'm a lot. He chuckles self-consciously and moves from fiddling with his wine glass to picking at the edge of the napkin in his lap, still not meeting my eyes. An awkward silence descends on us while I try to figure out a way to explain myself. When I finally work up the guts to look at him, he looks embarrassed, which makes me feel even worse. Sweat trickles down my spine, and I resist the urge to cross my arms across my chest, as if somehow that will shield me from embarrassment. My prejudices toward people with money led me to treat Penn as if he's some kind of joke for all these years. Of course, the fact that I find him incredibly attractive only made me angrier and more resentful toward him. But he never did a single thing to warrant that shitty behavior from me, and he deserves to know it's my own stupid pride that planted that chip firmly on my shoulder. He's not those same asshole kids who taunted me in school because my family wasn't rich. Finally, I take a deep breath and when I meet his eyes, his gaze is open and honest. The soft lighting and flickering candlelight from the electric votives on the tables highlight the blonde streaks in his wavy hair. He runs a hand through it anxiously while biting down on his plump bottom lip. I have to stop myself from reaching out and gently pulling that lip out from between his teeth. I want to kiss it better, soothe it with my own tongue. Fuck, Hunter. Pay attention, asshole. I shift uncomfortably in my seat, rubbing the back of my neck nervously. Pen, I'm so sorry I've made you feel that way. That's completely on me. It's my insecurity. It has nothing to do with you. He gives me a skeptical look. Really? It's not me? Come on, I mean, I know I can be a little much. Not everyone is on board with my whole, he gestures to himself, thing. He lets out a wry chuckle. I reach across the table, grabbing the hand he's using to play with his glass, desperately wanting him to believe it when I tell him the issue is mine, not his. Seriously, Pen, I've been a dick to you for a long time, and I'm genuinely sorry. It's 100% my issue. I suck in a deep breath, letting it out slowly before continuing. I told you the other night that my grandparents didn't have the kind of money that the other families in our neighborhood did, yeah? He nods, and a little part of me thrills that he hasn't pulled his hand away from mine. So, I didn't really go into it because I don't love talking about it. But I got bullied a lot because my family wasn't wealthy. I guess I let my anger toward those asshole kids convince me that everyone with money is the same. And even though I've known you all these years, and you've never done anything like that, I still let my own prejudice affect the way I've treated you. And I'm really, really sorry. Chapter 13. Hunter. At first, Penn looks surprised when I grab his hand and apologize for being a complete prick to him for as long as I can remember. Almost like he wasn't expecting such a sincere reaction, even though it definitely took some balls to ask me basically point blank why I've acted like such an asshole for so long. Thanks, Hunter. I appreciate you clearing that up, he says. He pulls his hand out from under mine, and immediately I miss the connection between us. He gives me an embarrassed smile, shifting in his chair and reaching for his wine glass. You appreciate it, but you don't really believe the reason I've been a dick isn't because of you, right? I ask. He shrugs. It's fine, Hunter. It's no big deal. I'm just glad I wasn't imagining it the whole time. I really don't like the idea of my behavior making Penn feel like he's too much, or whatever story he's telling himself right now. I don't like that my behavior has reinforced the shitty way his family treated him for his whole life. He deserves so much better. I don't know how I'm going to do it, but I make a silent promise that by the end of this week together, he'll truly understand that the reason I've treated him so badly isn't his fault. I also make a silent promise to never treat anyone that way again. So, I don't know about you, he says as we're finishing dessert, but I don't know if I'm in the mood to hit the club tonight. I gape at him, doing a shit job of hiding my surprise. Seriously? You don't want to go out tonight? I thought you'd be all about the onboard nightclub. Yeah, well, there are probably a few things about me that will surprise you, Mr. Davies. He smiles. I wasn't kidding when I said I wanted to spend this trip doing more relaxing than partying. Well, I'm sure it's no surprise that I'm perfectly happy to spend a quiet evening. You know me, Mr. Excitement, I am not. Cool. Why don't we take a walk before heading back to the room? I think I ate so damn much that if I lie down right now, I might never be able to get back up. And it's only day one. Penn says, and we both laugh. We're on our way out of the dining room when someone calls out to us from the other side. "Mr. Penn!" One of the servers is waving at him, a big friendly smile on his face. "Hey, Milan. Have a great night." Penn returns the smile and waves back. As we meander back toward our room, past the shops and bars, at least 5 or 6 different crew members say hello to Penn, all of them calling him by name. He greets each person with a sunny smile, inexplicably knowing all their names. "How do you do that?" I ask. He looks at me quizzically. "Do what?" "How do you know all these people already?" I ask. Seriously, how could he have managed to get to know all these people in such a short time? We've only been on the damn ship for half a day. Penn shrugs. "I don't really know. I just get to know people easily. Always have. I like talking to them and hearing their stories, you know? People are interesting to me." "You're a classic extrovert," I say with admiration. I'm the opposite. I'm super introverted, but I wish I could be more like you. Penn chuckles. "That's funny, because I used to wish I was more like you. My family certainly would have liked me a lot better if I'd been quieter and more serious." He pauses before continuing. "In some ways, I think my habit of talking to anyone and everyone was a way to rebel against my family. I was never encouraged to talk to people who didn't meet with their approval. I was supposed to be choosy about who I associated with." We're walking through the Central Park section of the ship, where the trees are strung with fairy lights, and strategically placed ground lighting shines onto the lush plants. Warm, soft air surrounds us, and faint music from the wine bar drifts over us, along with sounds of muted laughter and chatter as people enjoy the first night of their holiday. "What does that mean?" I ask. "Like they were afraid you were going to fall into a bad crowd or something?" Penn chuckles. "Well, I suppose that's one way of thinking about it. But their definition of a bad crowd wasn't kids who cut class or spent their lunch hours in the smoking area. It was more that I was encouraged to always be aware of everyone's social status and their family's bank account." "Really? That sounds like something out of the 18th century. He lets out a wry chuckle. "In some ways it is. My parents are very transactional. They don't spend time with people who don't have the right amount of power or money or other social capital. So we were always taught to be polite to staff, but being actually friendly to waiters or other service people was a step too far. That might give them the wrong impression." "The wrong impression being that they're just as important as you are?" I ask, suddenly taking a very strong dislike to Penn's extended family. "Exactly," he says, not looking at me. We've reached our cabin and he pulls out his key card, swiping us into the room while avoiding my eyes. "Their world isn't built on equality. It's all about scratching each other's backs." "Jesus, that sounds fucking exhausting," I say, shaking my head. "There are plenty of wealthy folks in the tech world, but the culture is a lot different there than it is in the oil business, apparently." "Yeah, I was never great at figuring out who I was supposed to be friendly with and who I was just supposed to be polite to, so I just started being friendly to everyone," he snorts. My mother was not a fan of this approach to life. But by the time I started making friends with every Tom, Dick, and Harry I ran into on the street, including our cooks, cleaning staff, gardeners, and pool maintenance guys, they were starting to understand that there was no way I was ever going to turn into the son they really wanted. So they started focusing on my younger sister and brother. Following the rules came a lot more easily to them. He snickers. And let me tell you, as a gay teenager, I was more than happy to talk to gardeners and pool boys. I had a very rich fantasy life with all those guys parading around, providing ample material for my spank bank. I bark out a laugh. Well, however it started, you have a natural way of making people comfortable. That's a special thing. I really wish I had even a little bit of that. We share a smile, and his cheeks turn a delicious shade of pink, while a melty, warm feeling spreads throughout my lower belly. That sweet, shy smile of his does things to me, and there's a strong desire growing inside me to keep making him smile that way.
Chapter 14. Pen. The stateroom door clicks shut behind us, and I'm suddenly hyper-aware of every inch of space in here. It's too small to hide my nerves, too quiet to drown out the thumping of my heart in my ears. God, I am not used to feeling nervous before getting into bed with a guy. If there's one place I'm confident, it's in bed. But this situation is new. We're not jumping into bed so we can fuck like bunnies. In fact, I don't even know if we're going to hook up at all. Hunter disappears into the bathroom, mumbling something about having a shower, and I get changed in record time, fueled by nervous energy. My pajama pants are a soft barrier I'm not sure I want, but I don't know what we're doing here. It's like I'm lost without my handy GPS to tell me where to steer things. I slide between the cool, crisp sheets, trying to focus on the feel of their softness against my still warm skin. The sound of running water stops, and my pulse kicks up a notch. Hunter emerges from the bathroom, damp hair clinging to his forehead, and my mouth goes dry. He's wearing thin, well-worn sweatpants that hang off his hips in a way that should be illegal. "Your turn," he murmurs, avoiding my gaze as he settles into bed. The awkwardness between us is thick enough to cut with a knife. "Thanks," I manage to choke out, slipping out of bed and into the bathroom. I brush my teeth mechanically, trying to focus on anything other than the possibility of what might, or might not, happen tonight. When I come out, the sight that greets me is disarmingly domestic. Hunter's propped up against the headboard, e-reader in hand, glasses perched on his nose. They're new to me. I've never seen him wear them before. And damn, do they work for him? The lenses catch the light, and I swear my heart skips a beat. I slide back under the sheets, their coolness a stark contrast to the warmth of the day and the tension simmering between us. A tangle of nerves knots in my stomach, but I can't tell whether I'm scared to cross that line with Hunter again or if I'm scared that it won't happen. This not knowing feels more intense than anything I've ever felt because, it turns out, I care. I care about what Hunter thinks, what he feels, what he wants. I want him so much, and dear God, do I hope he wants me back. "What you reading?" I ask, my voice cracking slightly. The tension is killing me. Well, He swallows, and I swear his sun-kissed cheeks turn 2 shades redder, and he fumbles with his e-reader. "It's a romance novel," he replies, his voice a little unsteady, eyes not leaving the screen. Well, now this is a surprise. Serious, no-nonsense Hunter Davies reads romance? "You're kidding me," I say, unable to hide my startled amusement. "Nope, not kidding. I like them." He shrugs, and for a second, I think he's going to get defensive. But he doesn't. They're an escape. I usually read before I go to sleep, so I can't have anything that makes me tense. I know romances will always have a happy ending, so I get to relax and enjoy the story. Huh. I've never thought about that before, but it makes sense. Plus, it's easy to find good gay romances these days, he says, shifting to place his e-reader on the bedside table. Wait, what? Gay romance books are easy to find these days? I had no idea. Yup, sure. Tons of them. Wow, now I'm intrigued. I'm gonna have to check out some of these gay romance books. He laughs as he arranges the blankets and settles his head back onto his pillow. I'll send you some recommendations. Please do. Then, I get an idea and roll onto my side so I'm facing him. The moonlight shows the amused half-smile he's wearing as he turns to look at me. So tell me, Hunter Davies, do these gay romance books of yours have any steamy parts? Hunter laughs, his chuckle an octave lower than normal. The steamier the book, the more I like it. It's my turn to laugh. Is that right? I ask, inching closer to him. Tell me more, I tease, my voice rough. Well, Hunter clears his throat. I feel his nerves, but I also feel the desire he's trying to hold back. His want, no, his need, is so thick I can practically taste it. Some scenes are pretty intense. I don't know if I can remember the exact words, though. Oh, really? I say, pretending to be disappointed as I reach out and gently remove his obviously forgotten reading glasses. Well, if you can't remember the words, maybe you could, I shift closer and lick my lips. Maybe you could show me then. I don't know who moves first, but suddenly, Hunter's body is on top of mine, pressing me deliciously into the bed, his steel-hard cock pressing against mine. Our mouths hungrily devour each other, tongues and teeth bumping and tangling together in a frenzy of need. I gasp as he moves to place a line of hot, wet kisses down my neck and along my collarbone. Oh God, yes, I groan, arching against him, trying to give him even more access to my body. Yes, I breathe again as he brings one hand down to the front of my sleep pants, cupping my balls and squeezing gently, but firmly, as a shudder of pleasure rolls through me. He murmurs, his breath hot against my skin as he moves his hand from my groin, smoothing it along my abs before taking my nipple into his mouth and sucking on it. Hard. Oh, Jesus, Hunter, I groan, arching into him. Fuck, that feels so good. God, I've been wanting to do this for so fucking long, he whispers, before dragging his tongue across my pecs to the other nipple and giving it the same blissful treatment as the first. I writhe against him, desperate, seeking something I can't even name, just needing more of him, more of this pleasure. He shifts, so he's straddling my legs before reaching into my sleep pants with one hand and grabbing my cock, his grip firm and perfect. I press into him, squirming with the overwhelming sensations, but still seeking more. Be still, he orders, and there's an edge to his voice that causes something inside me to flare to life. I comply immediately, and I'm rewarded by his sharp intake of breath. Someone likes being obeyed. Leaning back over me, he takes my mouth again, his kiss even more desperate, and he strokes me firmly, using the copious amount of pre-cum leaking from me as lube. Oh, God, Hunter, I whisper, but I force myself to stay still as he shoves my sleep pants down. Once he gets them to my knees, I help, kicking them off quickly while he shimmies out of his own pants. Once we're rid of all the pesky clothing separating us, he stretches out over top of me again, pressing his chest against mine and aligning our bodies perfectly, pressed together in every place we can touch. It's heaven to be so close to him, skin to skin like this. His smell, his heat, the firm but gentle feel of his hands as they run over every part of my body he can reach. I'm overwhelmed in the best possible way. Slowly, he slides down my body, trailing kisses down my abdomen, down my happy trail, until I feel his hot breath against my throbbing cock. I let out an agonized groan as he teases me, just flicking the tip of his tongue against me. He groans again before flicking his eyes up to meet mine. Stay still, and don't come until I tell you, he whispers harshly. My cock jumps at his words. Fucking Christ, I never realized how hot it is to be bossed around in bed. Can you do that for me, Pen? Hunter waits a beat for me to nod my agreement before dragging his tongue up my rock-hard cock from base to tip, his eyes never leaving mine. Good boy, he says, his low growl hitting me down low in my gut, and I have to bite down hard on the inside of my cheek to stop from screaming with pleasure. Fuck, you taste good, he whispers before sinking his mouth down over my cock, sucking me down to the base in one smooth movement. Oh, Jesus, I cry, fisting the sheets beside me, working desperately to stay still in the face of the most intense pleasure I've ever experienced. Hunter sucks and twirls and licks me until I'm on the razor's edge, his strong hands holding my hips in place, helping me stay still, helping me to be good for him. God, why is that so fucking hot? He alternates between licking long, leisurely stripes up my dick and sucking me to the back of his throat, swallowing around me. His talented fingers gently toy with my balls, every so often sliding a bit lower to press on that sensitive spot just above my hole. I feel as though I might pass out from the pleasure when he suddenly rises above me, taking me in a kiss that feels more like he's devouring me. He licks deeply into me before pulling back and replacing his tongue with 2 fingers, sliding them into my mouth. Get them nice and wet, baby. My eyes roll back in my head as I suck and lick at his fingers as if they're his cock, getting them wet and slippery before he pulls them out, and that evil smile crosses his face again. So good for me. You're being such a good boy. Oh my God. Sliding back down my body, he takes me into his mouth again, all the way to the root, sucking me with everything he's got while he toys with my entrance, pressing against it gently before pulling back to circle the rim with his fingertips. My body longs to chase him, desperate to feel him inside me, but he makes me wait and wait and wait, sucking me like a goddamn vacuum the entire time. Finally, unable to control myself anymore, I let out a whine, knowing I'm on the verge of what might be the hardest orgasm of my life. Now, Pen, come for me now. He pulls off my dick and whispers the words at the exact same time as he slides 2 fingers deeply into my ready hole, hitting my prostate and lighting me up from the inside. Finally released, I thrash and writhe against his hand, fucking myself on his fingers as the orgasm possesses me. My body shakes with the force of it, and it literally takes my breath away. Every muscle clenched tight as ropes and ropes of cum shoot out, splattering my abdomen and chest. Hunter is on his knees, watching me intently. Oh fuck yes, so good, so perfect for me, he murmurs. His fingers are still inside me, pressed up against my prostate, while he jacks off furiously with the other hand. I watch through half-closed eyes as the corded muscles of his neck tighten, and he shudders as he comes, coating my spent cock and balls with his release before collapsing against me. Oh my God, Hunter, I breathe as soon as I'm able to form words again. He murmurs. He's nestled his head into the crook of my neck, his breathing still heavy. Shh, he whispers, feeling around blindly for a moment before he snags a pair of sleep pants. I'm not sure whose. He uses them to gently wipe me off, and then tosses them onto the floor before settling beside me and pulling me into his arms. Are you okay? He murmurs, his voice heavy with sleep. God, yes. More than okay, I reply, happy to snuggle into him. I drift off to sleep that way, feeling safer and more cared for in his arms than I have in as long as I can remember. Chapter 15. Pen. St. Croix in the U.S. Virgin Islands is the ship's first port of call. I'm thankful we have a long day in port here, because morning seemed to come pretty damn early after last night. Totally fucking worth it. Though I'm tempted to try and keep Hunter in bed with me for a repeat of last night, I'm also excited to show him one of my favorite places in the world. So I drag myself out of bed, and we throw a few things into our backpacks before heading out. We each grab a coffee at the conveniently located shop right next to the gangway before stepping out into the pleasantly humid Caribbean heat. As we walk down the long pier leading to the shoreline, Hunter looks around like he's got his head on a swivel, and it's totally adorable. It almost feels like a different planet, doesn't it? He says, his voice full of wonder. I smile. We're not in Kansas anymore, Toto. At the end of the long straight pier, a line of minibuses waits, ready to take the throngs of tourists to all corners of the island. We find one and ask our driver to take us to his favorite local beach. And after a quick 10-minute ride, we arrive. It does not disappoint. There's almost no one here. The long, empty stretch of pristine white sand with bright turquoise water lapping softly against it is nearly empty. The air smells like salty sea spray and exotic flowers, and the palm trees stand tall and proud in the sparkling sunshine, their fronds casting small shadows on the sand. We walk down the beach a short way until we find the perfect spot tucked in beside a small cluster of palm trees. It's partially hidden from most of the other beachgoers, and I have to stop my mind from immediately jumping to some very naughty places. Getting arrested and thrown in jail for sex in public doesn't sound like a great time, so I'll have to keep it in my pants today. Or at least until we get back on board the ship later. After building myself a perfectly sized sand pillow, I lie back on my towel. I could spend hours on the beach just listening to the soothing sound of the waves, running the soft, warm sand through my fingers, and breathing the salty air. It's almost meditative. It sounds corny, but I feel like it's feeding part of my soul. This place is incredible, Pen, Hunter says from his spot right beside me, his voice full of wonder. I've been to these islands more times than I can count, but seeing it all through Hunter's eyes is kind of like seeing it for the first time. There are so many places in the world I'd love to take him. He seems like a great traveler, which is something I wouldn't have expected, considering he can be a little fussy and uptight. But he's fascinated by everything new and different, and he's curious about the history of the islands. So much so that he mentioned he downloaded a couple of historical novels set in this area. Being on vacation in the Caribbean is fucking amazing no matter what, but having Hunter here with me has brought it all to a whole other level of awesome. We stretch out on our towels, and I close my eyes, concentrating on nothing but the warmth of the sun on my skin and the sound of my own breathing. Hunter and I are lying close together, only a hair's breadth away from touching. Last night was incredible, but things seem pretty much back to normal this morning, so I don't know how to navigate this. Are we going to hook up again? Are we doing some kind of friends with benefits thing? What's going to happen when we get into bed tonight? What about when we get home? I don't know any of the answers, but right now, I don't feel like I need to chase them. Something about this place and the slower pace of life here has me simply believing that whatever will be, will be. And no matter what, it will all be okay. I can't remember the last time I felt so relaxed and at peace. I must drift off to sleep because, when I look up again, the beach is more crowded. Even with the extra tourists, it still feels like a slice of heaven. Rolling onto my stomach, without a second thought, I slide my hand over the warm skin of Hunter's belly. I freeze when I realize what I'm doing, but he makes an unmistakably pleased, growly sound before covering my hand with his, and giving it a gentle squeeze before propping himself up on his elbows, giving me that smile I'm fast becoming addicted to. I was thinking about taking a little dip, I say, sliding my hand back and forth across the olive skin of his taut, smooth belly. Care to join me? Absolutely. He hops up, and we walk down to the water. I grab his hand, lacing our fingers together as we step into the sparkling clear water. Once we're waist deep, I let go of him and jump straight up before diving under the water like a dolphin. I make sure to give a little kick with my feet, splashing water in Hunter's direction, and sure enough, when I surface a moment later, he's spluttering and laughing. The glistening water droplets on his skin catch the sunlight, making him resemble one of those Twilight vampires. I waggle my eyebrows at him, and a dirty grin creeps across his face before he lunges forward, grabbing me around the waist and hauling me into his chest. and dragging both of us beneath the surface. We wrestle underwater for a minute before he stands, bringing me with him since I'm still anchored firmly against his hard body. We stare at each other for a second, blinking salt water out of our eyes, both of us wearing ridiculously goofy smiles. He closes the distance between us slowly, like he's given me every chance to change my mind. Yeah, not a chance. When he brushes his lips against mine, the electricity between us sparks and jumps, and within seconds, my cock starts to fill. God, I am completely unable to resist this man. Our laughter turns quickly into soft moans, and I jump into him, wrapping my arms and legs around him like a koala, opening up for him as he dips his tongue into my mouth. He tastes of salt and sunshine. I can't stop the groan that escapes me as all my blood flows directly to my dick. He grinds against me, his length pressing into my abdomen. Fuck, I gasp, reluctantly pulling back from him. I gotta go back to the towels, because if I spend any more time around you, I'll get us arrested and thrown in jail for having sex on the beach. He laughs, his eyes roaming over my chest and face with such open desire, I can almost feel his fingers on my skin. Probably smart, he mutters. I'll be there in a bit. I can't conceal my smile as I turn away, ducking my head under the water one last time before making my way back to our towels, once I'm sure my dick's gone down enough that I won't accidentally put someone's eye out. Flopping back down onto my towel, I close my eyes for a few minutes, letting the warm sun dry the water off my skin. When Hunter doesn't come back right away, I sit up and spy him in the water, not far from the shore, floating on his back. I grin, and a sense of pride washes over me that I've actually managed to get Mr. Career Focus to slow down and relax, at least a little. Reaching into my backpack, I pull out my phone, figuring now is as good a time as any to check to see whether Martin has sent any updates for me. Opening my email, I see that I do have a note from him, but as I scan through it, I realize the open door may have hit the first significant obstacle. Turns out, after spending the last 3 full days contacting dozens of builders and contractors, Martin's had no luck finding a general contractor with any time in their schedule. Most reputable firms are booked out for at least a year right now. Motherfucker, I mutter under my breath, just as a shadow blocks the sun, and I look up to find Jesse, Jeff, and Danielle from the sail-away party standing next to me. Oh hey, hi there, I greet them, surprised. You look deep in thought, Jesse says. He's got that same sort of mischievously kind smile as his George Clooney doppelganger, but it doesn't travel to his eyes. Oh, I'm just trying to figure something out, I say, waving my hand. Cop a squat, you guys. Hunter's still in the water. As soon as they get their towels arranged beside ours, Jeff pops back up. I think Hunter's got the right idea. Can I interest you in a swim, lovely lady? He extends his hand to his wife, who grabs it and giggles as he pulls her up and throws her over his shoulder, running toward the water, carrying her like a sack of potatoes. How long have those two been together? I asked Jesse, who's sitting beside me, watching his brother and sister-in-law with a sad smile playing around his lips. Would you believe me if I told you they've been together for almost 25 years? He says. You're kidding, I say. They barely look old enough. Nope. Danielle grew up down the street from us. They've been together since they were teenagers. That's amazing, I say admiringly. He nods. Yeah. The only problem is that they set an unreasonably high bar for what a relationship looks like. I've certainly never experienced a love like that. He gives me a wry smile. But enough about me and my sad excuse for a love life. Tell me, what were you looking so perplexed about before we got here? I hesitate, trying to decide whether to avoid his question or to see what it feels like to actually confide in someone about the open door. Well, I have this project I'm working on, and I think we may have just hit the first significant obstacle to getting it finished. Want to share? Sometimes talking through the issue out loud can help find the solution. At least that's my experience. he says. And to be fair, at this point, I'm eager to talk about anything that doesn't concern love or romantic relationships. His smile is empathetic, so I give him the nutshell version of my plans for the open door, and then tell him about Martin's email and the problem finding a contractor to do the renovations. He asks a bunch of specific questions, and before I know it, I'm thinking about things differently, and I've got a couple of new ideas on how we might move forward. Thanks, Jesse. You're right, that did help. I give him a huge grin. Happy to be of service, he says, his smile matching my own.
Chapter 16. Hunter. After Penn goes back to the beach, I float on my back for a while, as warm water cradles my body like the softest, most perfect cocoon. Thoughts of Penn Thompson fill every corner of my mind. I always thought he was hot, but I had no idea the chemistry between us would be so intense. It was incredible, and I want more of it. A lot more. But is it smart to get into a whatever this is with Penn? It's not really a relationship. Entanglement? Situationship? Whatever it is, I'm not sure continuing it is a good idea. But the truth is that I've played it smart and cautious my entire life. I'm happy with where I'm at, that's true. But for once in my life, I feel like I want to take my chances and roll the goddamn dice. The problem is, if things were to get messy between us, it could put a strain on our friendships with the others. And that's not something I can risk. As I told Penn when we talked about our families, I'm more or less alone in this world. And this little group of found family I've managed to cling to for all these years is precious, especially since I don't find it easy to make friends. But I wonder if there's any way to have our cake and eat it too. I don't know. Maybe we could make something work. Part of me wants to kick my own ass when I think about all the time I could have spent hanging out with Penn over the years, getting to know this sweet man. But I didn't because I never bothered to look beyond my own prejudices. I'm glad that's changing now, because he's worth getting to know. Blinking my eyes open, I finally get to my feet, standing in the chest-deep water. When I look back to where Penn's sitting on our brightly colored beach towels, I see he's been joined by the family we met last night at the sail-away party. The older couple looks like they're lying on their towels snoozing, but Penn and Jesse are having some kind of intense conversation. My gut twists with ugly jealousy again. I don't like it one single fucking bit. Unable to deal with the feeling sitting low down in my gut, I head back toward the shoreline. I have to stop myself from running over and demanding to know what they're talking about. Jesus Christ, possessive asshole much? Penn's allowed to talk to whoever the hell he wants. And why I'm even noticing who he talks to is a mystery. Whatever this is that's going on between us is sex, nothing more. Yes, he's a sweetheart and a lovely guy, but we could never be anything more than friends. I need to remember that. The problem is, I have never felt jealousy this intense in my entire life. I've had a couple of relationships, but calling them serious would be a stretch. And I sure as fuck never gave a shit who they chose to spend time having perfectly innocent conversations with. But watching Penn and Jesse talk is causing my chest to burn, and my jaw to ache from clenching it so hard. Whatever it is they're talking about has them both so wrapped up in each other that they don't even notice my approach. Wow, you guys look like you're over here solving world hunger or something, I say, unsuccessfully trying to keep the snark out of my voice. I snag my towel off the sand and shake it out before wrapping it snugly around my waist. They both turn to look at me in surprise, shading their eyes from the sunshine that suddenly feels much too bright. Oh, hey, Hunter. Jesse's smile is, of course, fucking gorgeous, because the man looks like he literally just stepped off the silver screen onto this damn beach. Penn was just telling me about his... Oh, damn it, Danielle exclaims suddenly, hopping up and immediately beginning to stuff her towel into her beach bag. I dozed off and didn't notice the time. I have a spa appointment back on board the ship in 15 minutes. Shit, I'm going to be late. Oh, crap, Jeff says, hauling himself up off the sand. I'll come with you, honey. Jesse, do you want to stay here or come back to the ship with us? Jesse hesitates, looking between Penn and me. You know what? I'll come back with you guys, he says to Jeff. I've probably had enough sun for today anyhow. He stands up and shakes out his beach towel. I don't know if my scowly, jealous face has anything to do with him deciding to make a quick exit with the others, but I'm not going to complain about having Penn all to myself again. I bet you'll make it on time, or just be a couple minutes late, Penn says to Danielle comfortingly. There should be minibuses right up there waiting, and if you tell the driver there's a big tip in it for him if he gets you back fast, I bet you'll make it. Yeah, I'm crazy about being late, though, Danielle says, wincing. I absolutely hate it. I'm the same way. I give her a sympathetic look. Good luck. Thanks, she calls over her shoulder as she starts hurrying down the beach in the direction of the path back to the parking lot, Jeff following her closely. Okay, well, I guess we'll see you guys a bit later then, Jesse says with a quick wave at both of us before he follows them. I'm not even going to try and explain the feeling of relief that surges through my body as I watch him take off. Clearly, there's some part of my brain that's very serious about having Penn all to myself. After the Greenwood family clears out, Penn and I snooze for a while, lazing on the beach without a care in the world, my ridiculous jealousy fading into the background as the cozy, happy feelings take back over. I wake up a while later to find him standing, as he looks down the beach that had earlier been filled with tourists in their brightly colored towels, but right now was strangely empty. He hums thoughtfully. What? The sun's not right overhead anymore, and the shadows are beginning to get a little longer, but that pleasant floaty feeling still clings to me. It's like my head is full of fluffy white clouds, so I don't concern myself with whatever he's puzzling about. Huh. That's weird, he says to himself, not answering me. I open my eyes, squinting against the sunlight, which is still strong, even through my sunglasses. Penn's chewing on his lip as he gazes toward the far end of the beach, where we came in. What is it? I ask again. Well, we don't have to be back on the ship for another hour, and we're only 10 minutes away, but it looks like everyone else is gone already. Meh, don't worry about it, I say, being uncharacteristically cavalier. Usually I'm Mr. Uptight when it comes to punctuality. There were only a couple of groups from our ship here. Maybe they just got too much sun or something. Yeah, that's probably it, Penn says. But I have a weird feeling. Maybe we should start heading back, just to be safe. His brows are furrowed as he begins grabbing things and throwing them into his backpack. Okay, sure, I say amicably, yawning and stretching like a cat as I sit up. A few minutes later, we slide our feet into our flip-flops and head toward the path leading back to the parking lot. Penn's hustling so fast, I almost have to break into a jog to keep up with him. I guess he's concerned we're the only people left on the beach. I'm not worried at all, but it seems I'll do anything to keep a smile on his gorgeous face, so I follow along. When our driver dropped us off, he assured us there would be plenty of minibuses at the parking lot in time to get us back to the ship. Apparently, the locals always keep on top of the ship's schedules, since there are plenty of dumb tourists who don't bother paying attention. At the time, it made me laugh, since that meant the beach was clearly not the locals' hangout we had requested. Penn's well ahead of me, but when he reaches the top of the path, his, "Oh, motherfucker," reaches my ears clearly. Geez, my guy needs to chill. Wait, my guy? What the hell? Reaching the top of the path, I suddenly understand why he's cursing. The parking lot is completely deserted. Not a car, a bike, or a human being in sight. He shrugs off his backpack and immediately rummages through it, coming up with the daily newsletter our cabin attendant leaves in our room that has the ship's schedule printed on it. Penn runs his finger down the list of events until he gets to one that says, back on board. And right underneath that it says, gangways up, ship departs. He looks at his watch. Holy motherfucking shitballs, he bursts out, his face a mask of panic. Oh my God, I read the schedule wrong. I thought the gangway up time was the time we had to be back on board. They're going to pull the gangway in 10 minutes. His eyes are round with panic. We're 10 minutes from the dock, and there's no taxi here. We're never going to make it. He's clearly freaked out, but I'm not. Feeling pretty smug about how completely unpanicked I am, I try to soothe him. Oh, it'll be fine, babe. Babe? Since when do I call Penn Thompson babe? I'm sure this happens all the time. I'm sure they'll wait for everyone to be on board before they actually set sail. I'm confident in my privilege, apparently. Penn shakes his head emphatically. No, dude, they will not wait. Haven't you ever watched those YouTube videos of people running down the pier for their ship as it sails away? They leave people behind all the time. What? They do? Seriously? I'm beginning to understand why normally carefree, happy-go-lucky Penn Thompson is looking awfully stressed out. He's already holding his phone, dialing the local taxi company whose phone number was on the ship's newsletter. No, I can't hold, he barks out in a high-pitched voice when someone picks up, but they put him on hold anyway, and he swears again. I grab my phone quickly, opening the Uber app and praying for service. Sure enough, the little map of the island that pops up is dotted with rides. It takes me a second to figure out how to plug in the cruise ship dock as our destination, but then I get the little message that pops up. Your driver, David, is 1 minute away in a white Toyota Corolla. I flip my phone around to show Penn the screen, just as a white car turns into the parking lot from the far end. Oh, thank fucking fuck, he says. You're a goddamn genius. He zips up his backpack and grabs my hand, pulling me along as we run toward the little car, jumping and waving like idiots. As if there's any chance of missing us. We're literally the only people here. The car screeches to a halt right beside us, the driver wearing a big smile on his handsome face. Come on, get in, he says urgently, still smiling. His bright white teeth stand in sharp contrast to his dark black skin. The guy is hot as hell. You're late, you know, he scolds us, his eyes twinkling as we pile quickly into the back seat together. He's already hit the gas before I can pull the door shut, and he does some kind of Grand Theft Auto type maneuver which swings the door shut. Then he does a fast 180-degree turn, the little car's tires squealing in protest, before gunning it out of the parking lot at top speed. All three of us are laughing, though I think the laughter coming from Penn and me is more hysterical than David's. Fuck, I totally messed up, Penn says. I read the stupid schedule wrong. No problem, I get you there. You just hold on, yeah? David says, laughter in his voice. In the rearview mirror, his eyes are sparkling with amusement, while I'm sure my entire face is a mask of panic. What do we do if we miss the ship? I ask Penn. His knuckles are white where he's clutching the back of David's headrest, as the little car flies over the bumpy, pothole-filled road. I don't know. It's never happened to me. But I guess we'd have to find a way to meet the ship at the next port. But I didn't bring any of my ID or my passport or anything, so I have no idea how that would even work, he says, chewing on his lip. Given that the ship's next port of call is in Jamaica, a totally separate country, I'm betting the process won't be simple for either of us, since I left all my IDs, except for some cash and my ship ID card, back on board as well. Okay, well, I'm sure we'll make it, I say, hoping against hope that I'm right. David keeps up a steady stream of conversation for the entire ride, although neither Penn nor I are participating much, probably since we're both concentrating pretty hard on freaking out. Personally, I'm also using up quite a lot of mental bandwidth trying not to need a change of underwear because David's driving is intense. The island roads are narrow and winding, and to make matters even more stressful, they drive on the left-hand side of the road, which only enhances my feeling of being caught in some kind of hilarious bad dream. Apparently, road maintenance is not a big priority on St. Croix, because he keeps up a constant jerky zigzag motion to avoid the many potholes. By some miracle, he drops us off at the end of the long pier at exactly the time our notice says the gangways will be pulled up. Penn and I thank him profusely, and I shout over my shoulder that he can expect a large tip once we're back on board. David just laughs and shouts, "You'll call me if they leave without you, yeah?" as we race toward our boat. We take off down the pier at a full sprint, dodging and weaving around passengers from other ships, who seem hell-bent on taking up the entire width of the pier while walking as slowly as possible. After a minute of this, Penn pauses to kick off his flip-flops, grabbing one in each hand before he takes off running again, this time yelling at the top of his lungs, "Coming through! Excuse us! Coming through right now!" I would laugh, because this whole situation is completely ridiculous, but my chest feels like it might actually explode since wind sprints aren't exactly part of my regular workout routine. And seriously, is this damn pier getting longer? Because I feel like I've been running for 10 minutes, but I'm no closer to our ship than I was at the start. In the distance, I see a couple of crew members from our ship step onto the pier in their white uniforms. One of them is holding a clipboard, and they're looking in our direction. Fuck, I hope they're looking for us. Penn is a few seconds ahead of me, clearly in much better shape than me, and he starts waving frantically and yelling, "We're here! We're coming!" At first, it seems like they don't hear him, because they both turn around, and one bends down to adjust something on the ground. Oh my god, are they about to race the walkway? Shit. Penn, still sprinting at top speed, yells again at the top of his lungs, "We're here!" And thanks to whatever deity may or may not be out there, they hear him this time. One of them looks at us and then throws his head back in laughter. Jesus, I'm glad they're getting their jollies. Finally, after what feels like forever, Penn reaches the gangway, with me a few seconds behind him. Our chests are heaving, sweat pouring down our faces as we screech to a stop in front of the sailors. The crew member holding the clipboard gives us a stern look. "Mr. Thompson and Mr. Davies, yes?" he questions. Both of us nod, too winded to speak. "What happened?" he asks, but he still hasn't stepped aside to let us up the ramp onto the ship. For one horrible second, I'm afraid he's going to leave us there as punishment for being a few minutes late. "So, sorry, we mixed up the time." Penn is still breathing heavily, while I'm bent over with my hands on my knees, feeling as though I'm 2 seconds away from keeling over. Note to self, start working on improving my cardio, ASAP. He gives us another stern look, and takes our access cards to make sure our photos match. Then, his expression changes to a mischievous grin, as he hands the cards back to us and steps aside to let us on board. "Welcome back," he says with a grin. Chapter 17. Hunter. An hour later, we're sitting on our balcony, digging into a gorgeous seafood meal we ordered in. We decided staying in to eat would be less stressful than heading to one of the busy restaurants, and after today's near miss, I'm more than happy to stay put inside our gorgeous suite. The tantalizing scent of fresh seafood mingles with the salty tang of the sea air. The ship glides through the calm sea, the gentle sound of the ocean against the hull like a soothing melody. It's in stark contrast to my insides, which are wound up tight with tension. Penn and I have to talk about what's happening between us. I've never been great at not knowing where things stand. It's why I became a programmer. I'm much more comfortable with the security of knowing what the expectations are. I was able to push that anxiety aside today at the beach, but I think our crazy, amazing race-style trip back to the ship may have triggered me, just a little. Last night was incredible. The sexual chemistry between us was unlike anything I've ever known, and I want more. But I need to be smart about this. We need to be smart about this. If we just jump into this thing, whatever the hell it is, head first, there's a good chance it could end badly, which could put our friendships with Cooper, Sarah, Kelly, and Logan at risk. Losing those friends is a chance I can't take, and I suspect Penn feels the same way. The problem is, I don't even know exactly what I want from him right now. The only thing I know for sure is that I have definitely not had enough of him. I really want to continue this incredible fling. I don't even know what to call it. I just know I want more of it. Clearing my throat, I put down my fork before taking a sip from my wine glass. So, we didn't really talk about last night at all. But, I thought it was amazing, I say, hoping my voice doesn't betray how nervous I am. And today, on the beach, it felt really good to be with you like that, Pen. God, I sound like an idiot. Yeah, he smiles. Yeah, it really was. Would you be interested in a repeat? I ask. My mouth is as dry as the Sahara, and I hate how needy I sound, but I really, really want him to say yes. He studies me for a minute. I'm not sure what he's looking for. Maybe he's not sure either, but his mouth curves into a smile before he answers my question. Yeah. Yes, I definitely would, he says, and something loosens in my chest. I'm not sure how I would have handled myself if he'd said he wanted just a one and done with me. Good. That's good. Me too. I clear my throat again. But I think it would be a good idea to set some ground rules for whatever we're doing, I continue. He blinks at me. Ground rules? Like what? Well, I've been thinking, maybe we should put a time limit on it. Like, we only hook up while we're on this trip. Kind of like a what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas thing? Only this time it's what happens on the ship stays on the ship, he asks. Yeah, exactly, I say. Pen's quiet for a moment, like he's processing the idea. Finally, his eyes meet mine. That's actually a pretty good idea, he says, sucking in a deep breath before taking a sip from his wine. He sets it down and fiddles with the stem before continuing. As you know, my last relationship was a hot mess. I have a tendency to throw myself into relationships full speed ahead, and it always comes back to bite me in the ass. I was serious when I told you that I want to take some time on this trip to re-examine myself. My stomach clenches unpleasantly. So, wait. Are you saying you aren't sure you want to keep doing this? I ask cautiously. I don't want to pressure you into anything, Pen. He waves his hand in the air, as if he's waving away the thought. God, no. I mean, I definitely want to do it again. I just mean that since I have such a shitty track record with relationships, I probably shouldn't jump into another one right now. Not that I'm suggesting that's what you want. I'm sure you don't. Color rises in his cheeks as he tries to explain his thoughts. But, my relationships do have a tendency to get messy. He clears his throat. If I know there's an expiration date, I won't get all up in my head about stuff. At least I hope I won't. There's a lot less chance I'll bring a bunch of drama and chaos into the picture to complicate things. The way he's stumbling over his words to explain his thoughts is adorable. But I hate that he thinks of himself as some kind of chaos merchant. It makes me want to grab him and cuddle him close to convince him that his messy relationships aren't all his fault. What went down with his ex clearly still stings. But that guy was such a dick, there's no way anything that went bad there was completely about Pen. I may not have been close to him while he dated Jeremy, but even I knew that guy was a complete douchebag. My desire to comfort and reassure him is one of the weirdest feelings I've ever had. I've never had these soft and fuzzy feelings for anyone I've dated, and it makes me nervous as fuck. Of course, I've liked people, but wanting to take care of someone and protect them from everything that can hurt them, the way I want to with Pen, is new. It's intense, and it's knocking me off balance. Putting a time limit on our fooling around seems like a simple way for us to always know where we stand, like a guardrail. It feels safer. I bite my own lip before telling him what I think. So, first of all, Pen, I don't think you should blame yourself for any past drama in your relationships. It always takes two. But as for us, I think a time limit on this will stop things from being weird when we get home, too. I don't know about you, but Sarah, Cooper, and everyone back home, they're my family. I can't lose them, I say. He nods. Agreed. You guys are all I've got as well. So, yay, we're on the same page. Top priority, making sure everything goes back to the way it was when we get home. Something about that statement doesn't sit right with me, as much as it makes sense. Well, I hope things won't be exactly the same, I say with a smile. I mean, I hope we're becoming better friends. I hope that doesn't end after the trip is over. The corner of his perfect mouth curls up in a smile. Well, you should know, I have a plan to cast a spell on you so you start seeing all my annoying habits as cute little quirks. That way, by the time we get home, we'll actually be able to spend time together without me driving you insane. I roll my eyes, feeling terrible yet again for the way I've been such an asshole to him for such a long time. Oh, Pen, I already told you. My shitty attitude is all on me. It has nothing to do with you, I say. He chuckles, but it's important to me that he knows I'm being sincere. Honestly, Pen, I'm serious. His laugh dries up, and he looks at me, the mischief gone from his eyes, replaced instead by vulnerability. I hate hearing you put yourself down. And I hate even more that I've contributed to you feeling like that. Especially since you are so damn wrong. Pen, you are an amazing person. It only took a couple of days of me actually trying to get to know you to see it. I'm sincerely sorry for how I've treated you. My voice wavers a bit, but I swallow the lump in my throat before reaching across the table to grab his hand. I've got my own set of hang-ups. I had a bunch of stupid preconceived notions about you, all based on my own bullshit. I was clearly wrong. But even if what I thought was true, there's no excuse for treating you like you didn't matter all this time. That was me being an asshole. I'm really sorry. He swallows hard, his eyes glassy. Okay. Thanks, Hunter. That means a lot to me. Thank you. He pulls his hand away from mine and looks down at his plate, shifting uncomfortably in his chair. Feeling the need to lighten the mood, I rub my palms together and waggle my eyebrows at him. Okay then, I say, shooting him a grin when he looks up in surprise. Project Vacation Fling activated. The rules are all laid out and we're in agreement. Sounds foolproof. I leer at him playfully. And just so you know, I plan to make excellent use of our time together. I promise you will not be disappointed, I tease, raking my eyes down his body. It earns me a laugh. But I'm ignoring the stab of disappointment digging into my gut and the little voice in the back of my head. The one telling me Pen is special, and I'm an idiot if I let him go in a week. But the voice is wrong. Making sure we don't fuck up our friendships is the best, safest thing for both of us. This way, no one gets hurt.
Chapter 18. Pen. After finishing dinner, we sit on the balcony quietly, the tension hanging between us thick enough to cut with a knife. I'm glad we made this deal. Truly I am. Because it means for this week, we're free to do what we want without worrying about what everyone will say back home. So why don't I feel great about it? I move to the railing, enjoying the feeling of the smooth metal under my palm. I steal a glance at Hunter as he comes to stand beside me. So yeah, I guess it's all laid out on the table, I say. He grins at me, but I can see the heat in his dark eyes. Again, Not awkward at all. Right? Damn, we're both so smooth, I say, turning my body so we're standing chest to chest. Considering we've put an expiration date on this, we probably shouldn't waste time, right? I quip, trying to cut some of the tension crackling between us like a live wire. Hunter chuckles, low and husky. You're right. Time's ticking. His teasing voice sends a shiver down my spine, straight to my balls. I let out a breathy laugh. Well, you know what they say about procrastination. Something about it being the thief of time? His grin has turned wicked. Right. My voice wobbles slightly. Wouldn't want to be robbed. Definitely not, he murmurs, now just a breath away. His scent invades my senses, a mix of sea air, shampoo, and sunscreen, combined with Hunter's own unique smell. I mean, it would be irresponsible to waste the opportunity, right? Oh, for sure. And you know me, I'm Mr. Responsible. It'd be a terrible shame to waste any opportunity to... His voice trails off, his breath catching. The way he's looking at me sets my whole damn body on fire, like there's lava coursing through my veins. He leans in, closing the space between us and crashing his lips onto mine. The kiss is searing, sweeping away the remaining awkwardness. His lips are firm, and he tastes like wine and possibilities as his tongue tangles with mine. My hands find the sides of his face, tugging him closer and deepening the kiss even further. He groans into the kiss, the sound vibrating through me, filling me with want. Fuck, do I want him. I don't remember ever wanting anyone this much. I'm desperate, clinging to him like I'm afraid I'll die if he gets away from me. I feel like last night unlocked something inside both of us, like the lid's been torn off our desire for each other. I need to get closer to that heat, even though I know it could still burn me. Deal or no deal. Jesus, Pen, he gasps when we finally break apart, our chests heaving. He presses his forehead into mine as we catch our breath. Yeah, me too, I pant, feeling dazed. We're a tangle of limbs as we stumble through the sliding glass door, back into the room. Our hands are everywhere, fumbling, grasping, unable to get close enough. Upstairs, I gasp between kisses, desperate to feel his skin against mine. There's a hum in my chest, and my skin feels charged, setting off sparks everywhere Hunter's hands touch me. We race for the stairs, and I feel like we're more desperate to get to our destination now than we were a few hours ago when we sprinted to catch the ship. Back then, I was worried about missing the ship, but right now, I'm worried I might actually die if I don't get more of him. We make our way up the stairs with uncoordinated movements, and as soon as we get there, the controlling Hunter from last night reappears, causing a surge of liquid heat to spread throughout my body. He strips off my shirt and tears off his own before picking me up and tossing me onto the bed. I bounce slightly, air whooshing out of my lungs, but there's no time to recover. He's on me in an instant, pressing his chest into mine. Can't wait for you, he growls, his voice lower and rougher than I've ever heard it. I trace his body with eager hands, memorizing each dip and curve. His skin is hot to the touch, and the way he moves against me, seeking friction, is completely melting my brain. Pen, he rasps, and I shiver at the way he says my name like it's a prayer. His voice is husky as his hands roam over my body, pulling me closer until there's no space left between us. More, I plead, tilting my head back to offer him better access as his mouth descends on my neck, marking me with a possessiveness I fucking love. Always more, he agrees, capturing my lips again, and I'm lost, drowning in the depth of this raw, all-consuming connection. A tortured-sounding groan rips from his throat as he drags his mouth along my neck, placing hot, open-mouthed kisses along my collarbone until he reaches the center of my chest, where he runs his tongue down my sternum before moving to my nipple. I arch my back off the bed, crying out, but these feelings are stealing the breath from my lungs. His hot mouth envelops my sensitive nipple, and it's like there's a direct line right to my cock, especially when he uses his fingers to trace gentle circles around the other one, his feathery touch teasing until it rises up into a tight, almost painful peak. Jesus, fuck, Hunter. He stops immediately and looks up at me questioningly. You're okay? He checks in, and his concern, while sweet, is not what I want right now. Fuck! Yes, yes! I nearly shout, grabbing the sides of his head with both hands and trying to force my nipple back into his mouth. He smiles against my skin, but takes my hint and laps at my sensitive bud. Pulling back, he blows on it, the slightly cooler rush of air causing a shiver to roll through my body. My groan comes from the deepest part of my abdomen. He shifts against me, and I open my legs, making space for him to settle between them. Resting his weight on his elbows, he traces the edge of my gym shorts I threw on after my quick pre-dinner shower. He leans forward and mouths my dick through the fabric, causing me to squirm and thrust against his mouth. Lifting his head again, he slides his hands under my waistband, looking at me. I want these off, he whispers, licking his lips, and I nod my head furiously. He responds with a feral smile before sitting back on his heels and sliding my shorts down my legs. Yours too, I rasp. That dirty fucking smile reappears as he moves to ditch his own shorts. Once we're both naked, he makes a move to settle back between my legs. But that's not what I want tonight. Grabbing under his arms, I pull, telling him without words that I need his mouth again. We get lost in each other for a long, long time before breaking apart to breathe. Hunter rests his forehead against mine. Tell me what you want, he rasps, pressing gentle kisses to my face. Somewhere along the way, the desperation eased, and now it feels as though we have all the time in the world to indulge in whatever this amazing thing is that's happening between us. I hesitate. I know what I want, what I'm desperate to feel. But is it too soon? Before I can think too hard about it, the words fly out of my mouth. I want you to fuck me.
Chapter 19. Hunter. I don't know why, but for some reason I hadn't expected Penn to want anal tonight. I've had plenty of hookups, but I guess in my mind, whatever this is with Penn falls into something separate from hookups. Even though it's not supposed to be a relationship, I guess my brain sorted it into that box, instead of the hookup box. I've always put a lot more thought into relationships, and every time I've had sex with someone I've been dating, it's been a pre-planned event with lots of romance involved, like some kind of important production. But this, with Penn, feels unscripted. It's unplanned and exciting. I fucking like it. A lot. The thought of owning him that way, of sliding my cock inside his perfect ass, is like a match in a puddle of gasoline. I don't want you to feel obligated or anything. It's okay if you don't want, he whispers hesitantly when I don't respond right away. I'm good with whatever. I cut him off with a hard kiss. Sorry, Penn. I don't know why, but you caught me off guard. But fuck yes, I want inside you. So fucking much. I punctuate my words with rough kisses, showing him how much I mean it. I pull him closer so we're face to face, and hitch my leg over his hips, guiding his hand in my ass. Let's get you ready, I whisper through another kiss, giving his ass a healthy squeeze, before sliding my fingers to his crease in a feathery light touch. "We need supplies," I whisper. He gives me a dirty as fuck smile before reaching for the night table, coming out with a condom and a little bottle of lube. I arch an eyebrow at him. "Were we planning for this tonight?" He shrugs, that innocent smile playing on his lips. "Not planning exactly. Hoping, maybe? I'm no Boy Scout, but I like to be prepared for certain things." I give him a scorching kiss, and then whisper roughly against his mouth, "Flip over," in my most commanding tone. Once he's on his knees, weight resting on his forearms and his head pillowed on his hands, I move behind him. Opening the lube, I drizzle a generous amount along his crease, smoothing it with my fingertips. I love the feeling of his furrowed skin and the way his breath catches as I graze my fingertips over it. Once he's nice and slick, I circle his entrance with slippery fingers, coming close, but clearly not close enough to where he wants me, because he presses back into my hand, trying to force my fingers into his body. He whines, and with a smile, I slide just the tip of my finger inside him, while using my other hand to rub his back with long, soothing strokes. "Feeling impatient?" I tease. I fuck him slowly with just the tip of one finger, only sliding inside him to the first knuckle, torturing him all the while with soft, gentle touches designed to drive him right to the edge. He whimpers again, and it's almost a sob. "Jesus, Hunter, hurry," he pants. "Don't need this much prep. Please, please just get inside me." I make a please sound and press deeper into his hole. "God, you beg so nicely," I whisper, barely recognizing the sound of my own voice. I've never been like this in bed, never been so controlling, so dominant. But holy fuck, being completely in charge of Penn's pleasure is a very heady drug. He takes a deep breath, letting it out slowly as his body opens up to me. I push my finger further into him with a slow, steady movement, wanting to both tease him and provide just a little relief. He buries his face in the pillow and moans loudly. I lean forward so my chest is against his back and place a line of kisses along his spine, causing a shiver to roll through him as I work another finger inside. Once he's loose enough, I finally start moving my hand, twisting and scissoring my fingers. Beads of sweat gather on my forehead, droplets running down my temples. My insides have turned to lava, burning in the best way, as I watch my fingers disappear into his open, willing body. He's searing hot inside, and it's the most incredible feeling I can remember. I reach my other hand around his hip to grasp his cock, which has softened slightly, but it's only seconds before he's rock hard again. He gasps as I release his dick, then flatten my palm against his lower abdomen. Leaning over him, I trace my tongue around the shell of his ear before whispering, "You think you're ready to take me?" "Oh, God, yes." He's nearly sobbing with want. "Yes. Fuck yes, Hunter. Fuck me, please. Please." I respond by slowly pulling my fingers from his body. I can't hold back my own gasp as I line myself up against his hole. He presses back onto me, chasing my cock, needing to be filled as much as I need to fill him. "Shush. It's okay, baby," I soothe. "You've been so good and patient for me." "You're so hot," I murmur, my breath catching again as my head breaches the first tight ring of muscle. I slide into him in one steady movement until I'm seated as deeply into his body as I can be. "It's okay. I'm gonna take care of you, Penn. You've been so fucking good for me. God, you're so perfect."
Penn. Hunter's voice cracks as he presses into me at an agonizingly slow, steady pace. When he bottoms out, We each let out a whimper at the same time. We hold still a moment as my body adjusts as he keeps running his hands up and down my back like he can't stop touching me. His skin is hot and slick. I can feel the droplets of sweat hit my lower back as they fall from his temples. When I look over my shoulder, he looks as wrecked and disheveled as I feel. A strangled sound escapes me a moment later, and he moves, gently testing to make sure I'm ready. "Okay," he whispers. "Yes, move. Please, Hunter," I beg. Fuck. So good. So good. His voice is almost a sob. He starts with long, steady strokes into my body, pulling nearly all the way out before sliding back in at the same pace. It's a relief at first, but that doesn't last as sensation starts to mount inside me again, and I push back onto him, meeting him thrust for thrust. He reaches forward, wrapping his arms around my torso and pulling me up onto my knees so my back rests against his chest. I let my head roll back against his shoulder as he fucks into me, still keeping a slow and steady pace. Moments later, he changes the angle of his hips as he thrusts up into me, this time nailing my prostate. The high-pitched whine doesn't even sound like me, but I know it is. He anchors me in place with one hand on my hip and the other flat against my chest as he fucks into me harder, his rhythm steady even as his breathing gets more and more ragged. I reach back with both arms, circling his neck as he moves the hand on my hip around to my dripping cock. He uses his thumb to spread the pre-cum over my length before jacking me at the same pace as his thrusts. He speeds up, slamming into me faster, and I squeeze my eyes shut, my head still resting on his shoulder. I gasp for breath as the sensations roll through my body, waves of pleasure battering me relentlessly until my cock starts to swell. "Coming!" I choke out as my muscles contract. He speeds up his thrusts until he freezes, his body tense and rigid as his cock pulses over and over inside me. He fills the condom inside me at the same time as my cum covers his hand. We're frozen for a moment as waves of pleasure continue to move through us, our heavy breathing the only sound in the room. Finally, the sensation releases me, and I feel like I'm coming out of a coma. Unable to support myself for a moment longer, I collapse back into him, and he guides us both gently down onto the bed. We're both panting, lying in an inelegant heap when his cock begins to slip out of me. He pulls back the rest of the way and removes the condom quickly, tying it off and dropping it beside the bed. I'm happy because I don't want him to leave my side even for a moment so we can clean up. He plasters himself against my back, nuzzling into my neck, and the steady beat of his heart soothes me as we both come down from the high neither of us was expecting.
Chapter 20. Hunter. Sunlight streams through the floor-to-ceiling windows, and the ocean sparkles like it's been blanketed with diamonds. It's early, and I've been watching Penn sleep for the last little while. The sun on his creamy skin is beautiful. He's sprawled across his side of the bed on his back. The sheets have slipped down, so his entire chest is bare. One arm is thrown casually over his eyes, and the other lies in between us, like he's reaching across the middle of the bed toward me. I don't want to admit to myself how nice it feels to wake up with someone, to wake up with Penn. My morning wood is hard as a steel pipe, and I have a strong urge to roll onto him and worship his beautiful body again. But after last night, we probably both need some sustenance, and definitely some hydration. Plus, he looks so fucking peaceful I don't want to wake him, even if it is with a delicious blowjob. I let out a happy sigh and slide out of bed, grabbing my t-shirt and a pair of gym shorts out of the drawer, and quietly getting dressed in the bathroom before slipping downstairs and out of our suite. I head to the concierge lounge down the hall to grab us both some coffee and breakfast pastries. When I get back to the room a few minutes later, Penn's awake, but he's still in bed, and looking 17 kinds of adorable with his sleepy eyes and his strawberry blonde hair sticking out in all directions. "Good morning," I say, as I hand him his coffee before climbing back into my side of the bed. "Hope I didn't wake you up. Usually I'm an early riser, and with the sun shining in like this, I've got no hope of sleeping in." He lets out an obscene-sounding groan as he takes his first sip of the perfectly brewed coffee. My dick jumps to life again, then I have to readjust the blankets over my lap. "Nope, you didn't wake me," he says, his eyes still closed as he savors his caffeine fix. "This is actually a perfect way to wake up. Nothing beats a handsome man bringing you coffee in bed as a wake-up call." I raise an eyebrow. "Really? Nothing?" A smile pulls at the corners of his lips. Then he cracks his eyes open slowly, before making an obvious show of deliberately looking me up and down. "All right, so maybe I can think of a couple of things that might beat the coffee. But the handsome man thing still works. So, today's a sea day, right? What should we do?" I ask. It's his turn to raise an eyebrow at me. "You mean, other than lying in bed and fucking like rabbits all day?" Don't get me wrong, I want to do that too. I'm very ambitious. I want to do all the things. More fucking like rabbits is definitely high on the list, though. He giggles. And finally, unable to resist him for even one more second, I lean over and take his mouth in a kiss that takes my breath away. "Well, there are about 10 million options on this ship," he continues after we break apart. "But I'm sort of leaning toward a lazy pool day," he says a few moments later after we've broken apart. He settles back into his pillow, cradling his coffee in both hands. "I'm seeing fruity umbrella drinks, juicy romance novels, and naps in the sun. Oh, and I almost forgot. I have a massage booked this afternoon." He pauses to take another sip. "Want me to see if they can fit you in? We could do a couples one." I'll pass on the massage. They have a tendency to give me migraines. But the rest of the activities on that list sound pretty fucking perfect to me, I say truthfully. Maybe later you can read to me from one of your juicy romance novels." He waggles his eyebrows. My cock jumps at that idea. I like that plan. A lot. I lean in and kiss him again, because I can. Less than an hour later, we're on the pool deck, settled into a couple of perfectly situated lounge chairs. We're facing the activity of the pool, but far enough away from the action that it's easy to ignore the raucous laughter and loud steel drum music reggae band if we want. We spend the morning hanging out, snacking, dozing, and soaking up the sunshine. Our Pacific Northwest winters are notoriously dark and rainy, and it's not uncommon to go well over a week without seeing sunshine. This weather is like a 100-proof shot of vitamin D, right from the source. I guess both kinds of vitamin D are good for my mental health.
Chapter 21. Pen. "Hunter, are you sure you don't want to see if we can do a couples massage?" I ask as I stretch and haul myself out of my lounge chair. It's time to take a little break from all this relaxation with a massage. He chuckles. "No, Pen. It's honestly fine. Like I said, I sometimes get a migraine after a massage, so I'm not a huge fan. But I want you to go get pampered. I'm going to stay here for a bit, and then head back to the room. Maybe take a nap." He smiles up at me from the lounge chair. I waggle my eyebrows at him. Maybe I'll join you when I'm done. A nap sounds delightful." He chuckles at my use of air quotes around the word nap, and I wink at him before walking away. The spa is located on one of the top decks, and when I walk in, I'm surprised to see Jesse standing at the check-in desk. "Hey, Jesse," I say, standing next to him. "You getting a little pampering?" He grins. "Yeah, Danielle made the appointment for me. She says the massage therapists are so amazing that I'll come out of here with a brand new perspective on life." He smiles, his eyes crinkling up at the corners. although he's still wearing that cloak of sadness. I laugh. Yeah, I was just trying to convince Hunter to come with me by telling him the same thing. Danielle's right, though. You'll feel amazing. We make idle chit-chat while the receptionist finishes up with the person ahead of us, and then Jessie steps up to check in. The girl behind the desk smiles at us both. Hello, Mr. Greenwood. Mr. Thompson. Would you like to be in the same massage suite? She asks. The room we use for couples massages has one of the best views on the entire ship, and it's not booked for the next couple of hours, which is quite unusual. It's yours if you'd like. Oh, we're not a couple, I say. The girl smiles. Oh, that doesn't matter. Lots of times friends use that suite. Honestly, I'd highly recommend it. Jessie looks at me hesitantly. I don't want to make you uncomfortable, he says. My mind jumps to Hunter, and I wonder if he'd be bothered if I did a couples massage with Jessie. I mean, it's not like anything would happen. The massage therapist will be in the room with us the whole time. But then I think back to our conversation from last night. Hunter was the one who brought up the idea for the deal we made, making sure our vacation fling ends when the cruise does. I'd say it's pretty clear where his head is at, and he's got me placed firmly in the friend zone. Sure, why not, I say, and the girl smiles. You guys will love it, I promise. She shows us to the private massage suite, and she was right. The view is nothing short of breathtaking. The Caribbean Sea stretches out like a vast expanse of liquid sapphire, shimmering under the tropical sun. Beautiful, isn't it? Jessie murmurs as we take it all in. The sky is a flawless canopy of azure, cloudless and perfect, and the brilliant afternoon sunlight reflects off the water, creating a dazzling display of sparkles that dance and shimmer with every gentle swell. We each get changed into soft, waffle cotton robes and sit on the settee, enjoying the view and sipping herbal tea while we wait for our therapists. I drum my fingers on the side of my mug, my mind filled with thoughts of the open door. When Hunter and I are together, it's easier to push the construction problem to the back burner. But as soon as we're apart for more than a few minutes, the worry creeps back in. There has to be a solution. I just don't know what it is. The warmth of the tea seeps into my palms, grounding me as Jessie's voice cuts through my thoughts. So, any luck finding a solution to your work issue yet? He asks with a friendly smile. You still seem a little preoccupied. I let out a sigh, looking up from the steam rising off my chamomile. I haven't figured out a plan yet. I'd love to be able to put it out of my mind until I get home, but I can't stop worrying about finding a construction company. I let out a sigh. Maybe this massage will relax me enough that I can actually enjoy these last few days of the cruise. So, after we talked at the beach the other day, I thought of something, Jessie says. I don't know why I didn't think of it at the time, but I have some contacts in the Seattle area who might be able to help you. Why don't we go for a quick drink after we're done here, and I can let you know what I'm thinking? Yes, absolutely, I say gratefully. Literally, any ideas or contacts you have would be really helpful. Our massage therapists enter the room just then, and we get settled onto our respective massage tables. I take a deep breath and try to clear my mind, allowing my therapist to use her magic hands and try to push all my worries away. An hour later, Jessie and I are both feeling like jello as we slide off the massage tables and back into our clothes. Oh my god, Danielle was right. I feel like Superman right now. I feel like I could leap tall buildings in a single bound. Jessie's voice is dreamy as we thank our therapist before making our way to the concierge lounge. Lonzo was there when we arrive, and he grins at us from his spot behind his chrome and glass desk. Looks like you two guys are nice and relaxed. Oh, we just had massages at the spa. I feel like a new man, I gush, and he laughs. You know it. A good massage will do that to you. Jessie and I grab a cozy booth next to a window, and we both order sparkling waters. So your shelter idea sounds amazing, he says. But I know finding good construction firms is difficult. It's a constant problem in San Diego too. But I thought about something after we talked the other day. I actually have some family up in Seattle. and they own a pretty successful little renovation company. It's called Hot Damn Homes. Really? I say. I think that was on the list of companies my coworker contacted. Hold on though, I'll check. Because Martin is incredible at his job, along with the email updating me, he included a detailed spreadsheet of who he contacted, notes about each company, and what the response was to his inquiry. Grabbing my phone, I open up the spreadsheet he sent, and sure enough, Hot Damn Homes is there. Yeah, I say, disappointed. It looks like he's already contacted them. They were at the top of his list. It says here they're booked out for the next year. Jesse's eyes widen slightly before he chuckles. Wow, really? That's amazing. The last time we talked, the company was just getting started. I probably shouldn't be surprised they're doing so well, though. Mason and Dylan Campbell are incredible guys. He pauses, pursing his lips. It's been a couple of years since I've talked to them. He gets a sad look on his face for a moment before giving his head a tiny shake. Sorry. I was so focused on trying to save my marriage for the last couple of years that I guess things like talking to my extended family kind of fell off the table. Man, I'm sorry, Jesse, I say, grabbing his hand and giving it a supportive squeeze. It sounds like you really did everything you could to work things out with your husband. I'm sorry it didn't work out the way you wanted it to. He swallows hard, and when he meets my eyes, his are filled with tears. Yeah, me too. He clears his throat, blinking away his tears with a weak smile. Anyway, I'd be happy to give my cousins a call to see if they might be able to squeeze you into their schedule somewhere. My cousin Mason is queer, and so is our other cousin Sam, who works with them. I'm sure they'd be interested in helping wherever they can on a project like this. His offer of help is like a lifeline, thrown to me in the midst of this daunting project. Martin's words echo in my mind, reminding me to let others support me and to remember my reasons for doing this in the first place. I need to let go of my ego and let people help me where they can. It's the only way the shelter will get built. It's fast becoming obvious that this isn't a one-person job. And with Martin's advice proving true so quickly, it feels like a sign that I'm on the right path. Of course, the thought of telling everyone about the open door still makes me feel a little lightheaded. Shit, even telling Hunter, maybe especially telling Hunter, means I could be setting myself up to look like an incompetent failure yet again. But I think I need to take that chance anyway. That would be amazing, I smile at Jesse. I told you how nervous I am about telling people about this project. It's just scary to tell people when I know there's still a good chance I could fuck the whole thing up. But maybe it's time to just face that fear. Jesse's eyes are kind. Have you told Hunter about it yet? I laugh, eyes wide. Oh God, no. I think I'm more nervous to tell Hunter than anyone else. It's my turn to look down uncomfortably. Until recently, Hunter hasn't been my biggest fan. He's always sort of thought I was kind of a flake. But I think maybe he's just easier to read than the rest of my friends. I know they love me, but I think they're all of the same opinion. Jesse cocks his head to the side, thinking for a moment. I don't know your friends, obviously, but I'd be very surprised if that's what they think of you. He pauses to take a sip of his water. Plus, I have eyes, and I see the way Hunter looks at you. I don't know what he used to think, but he sure as hell doesn't think you're a flake now. That man looks at you like you hung the moon. I gawp at him. Oh no, seriously, Hunter and I are just friends. Maybe friends with benefits, but that's it. I ignore the pointed stab in my gut when I say those words. Jesse just looks at me evenly. Pen, I'm telling you, Hunter does not think you're a flake. He looks at you like you're the center of his universe. I think you should give him a chance and tell him about your shelter project.
Chapter 22. Hunter. After Penn leaves for his massage, I stay out on the deck reading and enjoying the late afternoon sunshine. A while later, I head back to the cabin, intending to maybe nap or enjoy the sunset and the warm ocean breeze on our private balcony. But I'm not in the room more than a few minutes before the familiar antsy restless feelings of anxiety start gnawing at me. Soon, I'm unable to sit still, going around the room and straightening every little thing into right angles, and checking the time every few minutes, wondering when Penn will be home from his massage. It's fucking ridiculous. How can I possibly be missing the man when he's only been out of my sight for a couple of hours? Finally, I've had enough, and decide to head to the lounge for a drink. Maybe I'll grab a bottle of wine for us to share later tonight. My gut tightens pleasantly when I imagine sharing some wine while I read him some sexy excerpt from my current book. The concierge lounge is a calm oasis, as usual, and I take a moment to let the atmosphere sink in. Ambient music fills the space while people chat quietly at tables. It's late afternoon, so people are popping in for a happy hour beverage after a day of fun at the pool, the casino, or whatever else they've been up to. Lonzo is on the phone when I enter, but he shoots me a friendly smile as I make my way to the bar. The bartender puts my wine glass in front of me, and then steps away to grab the bottle for me to bring back to the room for later. I turn around to lean my back against the bar, my gaze naturally roaming. And then I freeze, my glass halfway to my mouth. Penn and Jesse are tucked away in a back booth, sitting way too close, their heads bent together in conversation. Their bodies lean into each other, and there's an intensity to their interaction that knots my stomach. Penn reaches out and grabs Jesse's hand, causing bile to rise in the back of my throat. I can't hear what they're talking about, but I don't need to. Seeing them together tells me everything I need to know. They're completely wrapped up in their own world, and I'm just an outsider looking in, as usual. Fuck, I mutter under my breath, the hand not holding my wine glass clenching into a fist. Turning back to the bar, I shake my head, trying to dislodge the image. Here you are. The smiling bartender slides the bottle across the polished surface. Thanks, I flash a tight smile, fighting the urge to march right up to Penn and Jesse to... What? Demand an explanation or make a scene? Nope, not gonna happen. Penn doesn't owe me one damn thing. I'm the one who suggested we make hard and fast rules to make sure our fling ends before we get home. I'm not even sure I was conscious of it at the time, but that deal wasn't only supposed to protect our friendships with the others. It was also supposed to protect me from wanting anything more with Penn. No, clearly I'm the idiot in this scenario. Because the intensity of my reaction to seeing them together like this leads me to only one conclusion. That plan isn't working at all. It doesn't matter. It's no big deal. I reason with myself as I make my way back to the cabin. We didn't talk about exclusivity. Penn can fuck around with whoever he wants. I have no right to be upset by him having a drink with Jesse. For God's sake, I wouldn't have any right to be upset even if he fucked the guy. But I can't stop seeing the expression on his face when he reached out to take Jesse's hand. Once I get back to our room, I'm tempted to drink the entire bottle of wine on my own. But instead, I decide to take a dip in the little plunge pool on our balcony. Hopefully, it will cool this heat that's unexpectedly flaring up inside me. Not anger, not exactly, but something else. Something a lot more complicated. Swallowing grimly, I head straight for the balcony. Pouring myself a glass of wine, just the one, I tell myself, I strip off my t-shirt. But before getting into the pool, I take a long, deep pull right from the bottle, swallowing as much as I can before dragging the back of my hand across my mouth and stepping into the cool water. I set my full wine glass into one of the cup holders along the ledge, before dunking my head under the surface of the water and holding my breath for as long as I can. I'm desperate to blunt the edge of these feelings. I'm not used to feeling so out of control, and I do not fucking like it one bit. 0 out of 5 stars. Do not recommend. I shake the water out of my hair like a dog before stepping back to the side of the pool to my glass, needing more alcohol in my system. Not long later, a soft beep lets me know the stateroom door is opening, and Penn calls out, "Hunter, I'm back." He steps onto the balcony, his blonde hair tousled, and a little greasy from the massage oil, I assume. Even in the dim light, his cheeks are rosy, and he's wearing a sense of contentment like it's a cloak. I turn away from him to where my wine glass sits on the edge, grabbing it, then quickly tossing back the remainder of what was in there. "Hey there," he says. I don't turn around, just take a deep breath, letting it out slowly. My shoulders ache with tension. The alcohol hasn't worked quite as well as I was hoping, but at least I don't feel like I'm about to fly into a rage anymore. "Mind if I join you?" he asks, not waiting for an answer before he peels off his shirt and steps into the pool, still wearing the soft gym shorts he wore to his massage. "Miss me?" he teases. Jesus fuck. If he knew how goddamn much I actually did miss him this afternoon, he'd probably head for the nearest lifeboat. I just nod, not meeting his gaze. "Hunter?" he says, a question in his voice. I'm sure he can tell something's off with me. "Yeah," I answer, my voice flat. "Okay, what's going on? Is everything okay?" He squints at me, but I can't force myself to meet his gaze. I'm too afraid of what I'm going to see. I don't want to see his beautiful eyes brimming with false sincerity. It might make me doubt what I saw in the lounge, and what I saw tells me this whole thing is just a game to Penn. Why I'm surprised, I don't know. Because I know he doesn't take anything seriously. So why should this be any different? I grit my teeth and shake my head. For God's sake, I have no right to be jealous. I remind myself for the 100th time in the last hour. Everything's fine. I try to keep my tone light, but it comes out too curt, too forced. "Hey, what's happening with you right now?" he asks softly, taking a step closer to me. "Come on, Hunter. Talk to me." "It's nothing, Penn," I say tightly. The lie hangs heavily between us. "Then what do you want?" he asks, and there's a gentle vulnerability in his tone that pulls at me, but, at the same time, makes me even angrier. "This," I say, leaning in to roughly capture his lips with mine. The kiss is desperate, our teeth and tongues clashing. My hands roam over his wet skin, tracing the muscles I've come to know so well in such a short time, and his grip on my shoulders is bruising. He groans into my mouth, and I can taste the wine he had earlier, bittersweet and intoxicating. We move together as the water sloshes around us. It's not gentle, it's not soft, it's raw and desperate, all-consuming. Needing to make sure I'm not crossing any lines, I pull back from him, both of us panting. Penn's wide eyes search mine. He's clearly confused about what the fuck has come over me, but there's desire in there too. I just need to figure out how to keep my feelings out of this thing. It's just fucking. Nothing more was ever on the table between us. I cannot lose control of my emotions and do something stupid like fall for him. I need to be 100% clear on what this is. "Tell me you want this," I murmur, needing to hear it to erase the doubt that's crept into my brain. "Always," he breathes out, and something inside my chest breaks open. Penn reaches for me then, wrapping his hand around the back of my neck and dragging my mouth back down onto his. My hands seem to move of their own volition to either side of his face, gripping him tightly before sliding them into his wet hair and pulling it hard enough to sting. Yeah, I'm pissed off, but I know I'd never hurt him. I'm mixed up at the moment, and the only thing that feels clear to me right now is the bone-deep craving to be close to him. The craving that's been building in me since the first night we kissed. The crawling anxiety is right at the edge of my brain, but I beat it back by focusing on the beautiful man in front of me, mine for the taking. At least for this moment, that's what he is. He lets out a hiss when I yank his hair, and when he pulls back, his blue eyes are dark, his pupils blown out with desire. Apparently, I'm not the only one turned on by a little angry sex. Another groan rips from his throat as I tease the seam of his lips with my tongue. He opens, and I lick deeply into his mouth. His hands clutch at my shoulders, clawing at me desperately as we explore each other's mouths. I push him backward through the water until he's pressed up against the side of the pool, and our hard cocks grind into each other fiercely, both of us desperately seeking friction. "God damn, Hunter," he groans, breaking our kiss to clamp his mouth down onto the spot between my neck and my shoulder, sucking and licking like he's trying to eat me alive. I throw my head back to give him more access, letting out a carnal groan of my own as he wraps his legs around my hips. "You drive me fucking out of my mind. It's like I can't stop myself with you," I growl. "Fuck this," I say suddenly. Holding the backs of his thighs, I carry him a couple of steps across to the other side of the little pool and up the steps. "What are you doing?" he asks breathlessly, before sucking my earlobe into his hot mouth. "We're going upstairs," I say, stepping through the sliding doors into the cabin, still dripping wet. We both shiver from the air conditioning. I plan to throw him down on the bed and ravage him, but instead I decide on a different plan, heading upstairs and into the large bathroom. I step into the glass enclosure and press his back into the shower wall. We both gasp, and then chuckle when his elbow knocks the shower handle and a blast of cold water douses us. I let go of his thighs, finally letting him stand on his own feet, but I keep crowding him, pressing my body into his, running my hands up the sides of his thighs and dipping my fingertips under the waistband of his shorts, as the water cascading over us warms to a more comfortable temperature. His blue eyes are wide, his mouth open to suck in as much oxygen as he possibly can, when I take a half step back from him and drop to my knees, at the same time as I slide his trunks down over his hips and the curve of his ass. His cock springs free and slaps against his belly, causing my mouth to water, literally fucking water, as I take him in. I wrap my hand around him, stroking him slowly, looking up at him through my eyelashes as water pours over us. Taking my mouth off him, I rub my thumb over his crown, feeling the burst of pre-cum escape from him as he bites down on his bottom lip and groans loudly. "Suck me, please, Hunter." His hips thrust forward like his cock is seeking out my mouth on its own. "Not until I'm fucking ready," I say, my voice rough and gravelly. His eyes darken further as I dart my tongue out to lick his thick head, not breaking eye contact for even a second, as I let out a groan when his salty taste explodes on my tongue. The caveman inside me wants to torture him, to edge him until he thinks he might die from wanting me, as a punishment for whatever he's doing with Jesse. But I can't help myself. My need for him is too fucking strong. I wrap my lips around him and suck him long and hard, a loud gasp tearing from his chest, his eyes widening as he watches me. I bob up and down on him a few times, hollowing out my cheeks and sucking him as hard as I can, before I lean in even closer, letting his hot, heavy length glide across my tongue until he hits the back of my throat. He lets out a tortured-sounding whine, gripping the back of my head and rolling his hips, pushing his dick deeper. I swallow around him, somehow not triggering my gag reflex. I take him as far as I can, and seconds later, my nose is buried in the light nest of hair at the base of his cock. Even though we've been in the water, I still get more of his scent here, which makes my still restrained dick jump in my trunks. I work him over for a few minutes, his moans and whimpers only spurring me on. But when his grip tightens in my hair, I give him a little control back, and he fucks into my mouth roughly, while I slide my hands over every part of him I can reach. His hips, his thighs, his flanks, his calves, down to the tops of his feet, and finally back to his ass. When he picks up speed, I grip him tightly, holding on for dear life as he fucks my face hard and fast, and I can't get enough. When he twitches in my mouth, I push his hips back and pull off him roughly. His eyes widen, not expecting it, and he lets out a tortured, desperate groan. "Hunter, please," he begs. I stare up at him wordlessly. He's wrecked, his chest and cheeks flushed, eyes wide with surprise, and his mouth still open and gasping for air. Good, good. Torture him. My caveman brain whispers inside my head. Make him scream.
Chapter 23. Pen. Is it possible to be edged to death? If so, I'm a dead man walking. Hunter stands and turns me around, pressing his chest to my back as he slides his hands down my arms, before taking my hands in his and placing them against the shower wall before leaning into me and breathing into my ear. Don't move. I nod wordlessly, closing my eyes and breathing deeply, trying to slow my racing heart. I was a hair's breadth away from coming in his mouth a minute ago, but I've managed to regain some control over my body. Strangely, though, I have a strong desire to hand it all back to Hunter, to give up every ounce of it and let him be completely in charge. He grabs the soap, and I shudder as his hands slide over my skin, washing me everywhere, even down to my toes, before he stands again, his chest against my back once more. He licks along the side of my neck, pausing every so often to fasten his lips onto my skin and suck hard. I'm sure I'll have marks, and a shiver runs through me as I think about being able to see the evidence of us for days to come. He glides his hands over my body, sliding them down to my waist, but avoiding my cock, which strains toward them, desperate for his touch. I hear his knees hit the floor behind me, and another shudder rolls through my body. He leans in and bites down hard on the flesh of my ass. I jump and let out a squeak, the sharp jolt of pain turning into pleasure as he soothes the skin with his hot tongue. A moment later, he takes my cheeks roughly and spreads me apart. Fuck, this is a vulnerable position, but he makes a pleasure-filled sound, and I love knowing he likes what he sees. Fuck, you're gorgeous, he growls before his hot tongue flicks against my ass. My hips instinctively press back into him, seeking more contact. He lets out a low chuckle before finally giving me a slow, tantalizing lick, making a pleased humming noise before doing it again. And again. The whimper that leaves me is embarrassing, but I'm rewarded when he finally presses his hot mouth against the furrowed skin of my hole. His talented tongue circles and swirls around me until the muscle softens, and he spears his tongue inside. I can't help it. My back arches against my will. The pleasure's so fucking intense, I'm sure it's going to kill me. Just when I think my legs are going to give out, he stands, pressing the entire length of his hard body against me, his erection nestled into my crack. He slides his dick up and down the cleft of my ass easily, the pre-cum greasing the way for him as he supports most of my body weight with his other arm. Reaching around, he wraps his hand around my achingly hard dick, and I gasp, rising up to my tiptoes, desperately fighting off my orgasm. Jesus, you're killing me, I whine, and the low sound of his laughter is hot as fuck. I need you inside me, I choke out. He stops laughing and rests his forehead between my shoulder blades, his hand still stroking me. I need to grab the supplies, he murmurs against me, biting at my skin. Before I realize it, the words leave my mouth. Do we need a condom? I ask. I haven't been with anyone since my last test. I'm negative. You? He freezes like he's stunned, and for a second, I worry I've offended him somehow. Oh God, he whispers, his voice tortured and broken. He swallows audibly before answering. Yeah, I got tested before we left. I'm negative too. But... Fuck. Are you sure? His voice is shaky. I grab the arm he has wrapped around my waist, shoving my ass back against him, desperate to feel him inside me with nothing between us. I hadn't even realized I wanted that until the words were out of my mouth. But now that they're out there, hanging between us, I realize just how much I want it. I've never gone without condoms before. Never wanted to go bare with anyone. But I'm desperate to know what it feels like to have Hunter's hot cum fill me up and then slide out of my ass. Just thinking about it sends a shudder rolling through me. Yes, I whisper. I reach for the bottle of lube I always keep in the shower, handing it to him. His eyes meet mine as I watch him over my shoulder, and the look in them sets my insides on fire. We hold each other's gaze for a moment, and something changes in his expression. Whatever darkness I saw in him a few moments ago, what looked like anger, melts away, and what's left is desire tinged with fear. Jesus, he breathes against my skin, and I feel his cock twitching against my ass as he struggles for control. Okay, he finally says, taking the bottle from my hand. Okay. He flips open the cap and spreads the lube down my crease and over his own cock. I arch into his fingers when he works it into my hole. My heart skips a beat when the head of his cock presses into me, and when he pushes through the first ring of muscle, I hiss with the sting of his invasion. Okay, he rasps the question against my neck, and I nod frantically. I'm good. Just keep going, I gasp. He slides in deeper, the slow intrusion almost more intense than if he'd slammed into me all at once. But once he's fully seated, the pleasure filling me is so powerful, I feel like I might pass out. He begins moving, slowly at first, before speeding up, his thrust becoming harder and more punishing as he slams into me relentlessly. I push back into him, meeting him thrust for thrust. I can feel the anger coming off him again, but as he fucks me higher and higher, it drains away once more, and all that's left in my universe is the physical sensation of him filling me. His hips pound into the flesh of my ass, his cock impaling me ruthlessly, hitting my prostate each time and making me see stars. My vision starts to white out as I feel the orgasm overtaking me. My ass clamps down on him as the sensations slam into me, cum spilling from my untouched cock. Pen. My name on his lips is a guttural moan. His rhythm stutters, and I think he's going to pull out, but I reach around, quick as lightning, and hold him close to me, keeping myself impaled on his cock. Inside me, I choke out, and the noise he makes causes my inner muscles to contract again, forcing more cum from my exhausted dick. His muscles tense, and he lets out a final agonized cry as he slams home one final time. A few moments later, he pulls out of me, and he gasps and groans again as I feel his cum leak out of my ass and slide down the back of my leg. I shudder, because, my God, it feels so good. I've never felt so thoroughly claimed before. So owned. And it's terrifying, because this is all going to end in just a couple of days when we get home. And what the fuck am I going to do then? Chapter 24. Pen. I'm sprawled out next to Hunter, the sheets tangled around our legs. My heart is still thumping, like it's trying to burst from my chest. The air in the room is electric, buzzing with the remnants of our raw energy. I feel incredible. There's this sense of vitality coursing through me. I feel like I've been thoroughly worshipped, and it was fucking incredible. Hunter's gone strangely quiet. Like he was so affected by what just happened between us that he's not sure what to do with the feelings. I can relate. His chest rises and falls at the same pace as my own. He finds my hand and intertwines our fingers in a grip that's both tender and possessive. Pen, that was. I've never done that before, he whispers. It was. I squeeze his hand. Yeah, it was amazing. I need to tell you something, though, he says. I turn to him, confused by the broken sound of his voice. I saw you, he whispers. I stare at him, genuinely confused by the hurt and pain in his eyes. What? You saw me what? I saw you earlier, in the lounge with Jesse. I saw you talking and holding hands. And I don't think we should do this anymore. It's gotten out of hand. I can't. Hunter, wait. I turn to face him, reaching over to place the palm of my hand on his chest. I bumped into Jesse at the spa, and we went for a drink after our massages. He was giving me advice and helping me with a project I've been working on, but he got talking about his marriage and how hard he worked to try and save it, and he was really upset. When you saw me holding his hand, I was just trying to be supportive. That's all. Oh, Hunter says, and the tortured expression on his face softens. Really? He says in a small voice. You don't want to hook up or whatever with him? I smile at him. Part of me wants to laugh at how ridiculous it feels to think about hooking up with someone so obviously grieving for his relationship as Jesse. The man is definitely not in that place right now. Yeah, I swear, Hunter. I smooth my hand over the warm skin of his chest. I promise, Hunter, the only person I'm interested in hooking up with right now, especially now, after what we just did, is you. Oh, okay, he says in a small voice. The corners of his lips twitch up in a soft, shy smile, and something in the way he looks at me unlocks something inside my chest. I want to tell you about what I've been working on, I say, swallowing my nerves. It's what Jesse was helping me with. It's kind of a thing. It's important. To me. I start, my voice a little unsteady. Hunter props himself up on one elbow and looks at me. What is it? It's a project. I trail off for a second, gathering my thoughts. I've decided to start a shelter for LGBTQ kids up in Marysville, just north of Seattle. Telling Hunter, though scary as fuck, lifts even more weight off me than telling Jesse did. You are? He says, and there's no mistaking the awe in his tone. Shit, Pen. That's really amazing. I've been a little preoccupied with it for the last day or so, I say. I got an email from Martin, the guy who's helping me with everything, and he's having trouble finding a construction company to do the necessary renovations. I'm worried it will mean we have to push back the whole timeline of the project. Shit, Pen. That's incredible. But why haven't you told anyone? It seems like you've been working on this for a while. He gives me a confused look. I shrug, a little embarrassed now that I've laid my cards on the table. I've just been afraid that I wouldn't be able to pull it off. I'm still afraid I can't. I don't exactly have the best track record with finishing big projects. You know what I mean? I didn't want to have to face everyone if it doesn't work out. Again. Oh, Pen. Hunter's voice is gentle, his thumb rubbing circles on the back of my hand. I'm so sorry I've ever made you feel like that. You're doing something incredible. Seriously. It's amazing. And even if it doesn't work out, I promise you, no one will think less of you. Especially me. He looks into my eyes, and I see how earnest he is. His affirmation hits me deep, filling spaces in my heart I didn't know were empty. I feel seen, understood, respected, not just for the pleasure we give each other, but for who I am outside of this room, outside of us. Thank you, I say, my throat tight with emotions I'm not quite ready to explore. But for now, this is enough. This is everything. He brushes his lips against my shoulder in a languid kiss. Thank you for telling me, for trusting me, I do. I do trust you. As I say the words, I realize they're true. I'm glad. Even though I'm not sure I've done enough to earn your trust yet. But I'll keep trying, he says. Are you going to tell the others soon? He asks a few minutes later. I want to. I shrug. We'll see, I guess. The whole thing could still fall apart pretty easily. I don't know if I'm ready yet. He squeezes me gently. They'll be so proud of you, Pen. Let them. Let us all support you with this. You're doing something amazing and wonderful. Let us help you. I smile at the thought of our eclectic group of friends. I'll think about it. We lie there, drifting quietly for a while longer, until he clears his throat. Pen, I just want to say I'm sorry again, about getting weird and jealous earlier. I have no right to feel that way, he says, tracing patterns on my forearm with his fingertip. My heart does a little flip. I prop myself up on one elbow to face him, our noses almost touching. Hunter, it's okay. I can understand why seeing Jesse and me all cozied up and holding hands might look like there was something there. I hesitate before continuing. I know we haven't talked about it, and I know we decided this, whatever, will be over when the cruise ends. But I honestly have no interest in fucking around with anyone else. Right now, let's just agree that while we're doing this, we won't hook up with anyone else. We stare into each other's eyes for a moment, and the air between us is charged again. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Good. I'm still sorry for getting so possessive of you, though. No apology necessary. Besides, I found it kind of hot. Really? You did? He looks surprised, then relieved, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Yeah, really, I affirm, kissing him hard and letting it linger until we're both breathing heavily again. I like the idea of you getting all growly over me. I like the idea of pushing you until you lose some of your famous control. I give him a shit-eating grin, rolling over so I'm lying on top of him, and I do my best to remind him, without words, that he's the only one I want right now, and maybe for a lot longer than that.
Chapter 25. Hunter. The next couple of days fly by in a haze of sex and pretending we're never going home. Penn shares a bunch more about his shelter project with me, and I can barely put into words how impressed I am by his dedication. I can't believe he took on something this big all on his own, but it's starting to make sense with what I'm learning about him. Penn Thompson is a giver. He doesn't ask for anything from anyone, and he's happiest when he can help other people, even with something as simple as just listening to them. Maybe it was because of the way he was raised, but he'd never considered doing full-time charity work in the past. But it's glaringly obvious that he was made to do this. He confesses the reason he decided to start the shelter project was because he was feeling inadequate, but I'm happy to see those feelings fading quickly. I love seeing his eyes light up and hearing the confidence in his voice when he talks about the open door. I can't believe this is our last night, I mutter to Penn, squeezing his hand as we make our way through the throng of people in the ship's lounge. The buzz of conversation and clinking glasses feels like a soundtrack to an ending, even if neither of us wants to admit it. Me neither, Penn replies. The way he leans into me, his body language screaming couple, stirs a cocktail of emotions inside me, equal parts joy and dread for what returning to real life means. We spot Jesse, Jeff, and Danielle lounging in a corner booth with cocktails in hand. As we approach, their smiles are wide and genuine. For a second, it helps ease the tightness in my chest. We've spent more time with them over the last couple of days, and it's clear to me that Penn was completely honest when he said Jesse and he are nothing but friends. Jesse and Jeff are actually really nice guys, and Danielle is amazing. Jesse sent an email to his cousins, who own a well-respected renovation company in Seattle, and they want to meet with Penn and Martin to talk about how they might be able to help out with the construction of the shelter. Last night on board, Danielle makes an exaggerated pout. I hate this part of the trip. Goodbyes make me crazy. You guys make sure you enjoy your last night, Jeff chimes in. There's warmth in his tone, together with a hint of teasing. He's got a pretty good idea about what we're going to be doing to enjoy our last night on board. Penn's laughter is light and easy, but his fingers tighten around mine under the table. It's part of the silent conversation we've been having all day. We're dancing around each other, one moment aching to be close, clinging to every second we have left, and the next, pushing away from each other, trying to soften the blow of tomorrow's inevitable separation. We enjoy a lovely couple of hours with the Greenwoods, but as the time ticks closer to our dinner reservation, the goodbyes start. As Jesse gives Penn a warm hug, he says softly, "Make sure to contact us about donations. I talked to Jeff about it, and we're really interested in getting involved." He casts a quick glance at me, like he's concerned about my reaction, before returning his focus to Penn. "Absolutely," Jeff adds, his arm around Danielle. "We've been looking for a project to get behind, something meaningful. I'm very interested in hearing more details. And my guess is that our cousins at Hot Damn Homes will move heaven and earth to try and fit you into their schedule." He smiles at both of us warmly. "That's fantastic. I'll make sure to contact you soon." Penn's voice is full of hope. "And thanks for your advice, Jesse." "Anytime, Penn," Jesse confirms with a warm smile. Even though I don't suspect any ulterior motive on Jesse's part when it comes to Penn, a part of me twists with jealousy when I think about what might happen if Jesse were to visit Seattle when Penn and I are back to being just friends. As nice a guy as Jesse is, the thought of him, the thought of anyone else, touching Penn, turns my stomach. "Take care, you two," Danielle says with a warm smile, and with a final wave, we head toward the restaurant for dinner. We walk outside on the deck, and the setting sun catches in Penn's blonde hair, giving him a halo I know damn well he doesn't deserve, not with the things we've done this week. I let out a half snort of laughter and shake my head. "Hey," Penn bumps his shoulder against mine, bringing me back to the moment. "You okay?" "Sure," I lie, because nothing about this feels okay. I'm not jealous of Jesse anymore, but there's a sour taste in my mouth anyway. I want more. I know I do, but I know I can't have it. We arrive at the little open-air restaurant with a killer view, perfect for our final night. The sun is painting the sky with oranges and purples that mirror the storm of emotions inside me, and the breeze is still warm, the air holding that softness I've come to love about the tropical climate. "I can't believe it's almost over," Penn murmurs, picking at his food rather than eating it. "Yeah." I take a sip of my beer, letting the cold liquid numb my senses for a fleeting moment. We don't talk about it. We don't need to. Our agreement hangs between us, unspoken but heavy. This was just a fling, a fun distraction. But the more time I spend with him, the harder it becomes to imagine going back to my life without Penn's laughter ringing in my ears, without his touch sending shivers down my spine. "Hey, Hunter?" Penn's voice draws me out of my thoughts, and I look up to meet his gaze. There's something intense there, something that makes my heart race. "Thanks for this. For everything." I swallow hard. "No, Penn. Thank you. It's been, memorable," I reply, and it's the understatement of the century. Dinner passes in a blur of meaningless chatter and stolen glances. When we head back to our room, the tension is palpable. We're silent as we undress, the weight of our impending separation stripping away any pretense. And then, we're on each other, desperate and urgent. Our mouths collide, and we swallow each other's moans as we fall onto the bed. I know every inch of Penn's body now, know exactly how to make him gasp, how to draw out those low, guttural noises that go straight to my dick. God, Hunter, Penn groans as I take him in hand, our bodies slick with sweat and need. I capture his lips again, tasting the salt of the ocean on them. Our movements are frenzied, driven by the knowledge that tonight is it, the end of our secret little world. I want to brand him. I want to leave my marks on him. Marks that will outlast this trip, so when he's home alone next week, he'll see them and think of me. He gasps and arches into me as I latch onto his neck, sucking hard just above his collarbone. Please, he whispers against my mouth, and I know what he means. For these last few hours, he's still mine, and I'll be damned if I don't make the most of it. We move together in a perfect rhythm. Our bodies know each other now, and we respond to each other so easily. It's raw, it's real, and it's the most intense thing I've ever felt. When we finally fall asleep, Penn's head rests on my chest, and my arm is clamped tightly around his waist, holding him close to me. We're exhausted, but nowhere near satiated. The sun's rays are already starting to lighten up the morning sky as we drift off, but instead of feeling anticipation for a new day, I close my eyes, feeling empty and hollow. The next morning is a whirlwind of activity, and all traces of lazy, unscheduled days disappear as we're hustled off the ship after a quick breakfast. We're off the ship and delivered to the airport right on time to catch our long flight back to Seattle. We're both quiet for most of the journey. I'm so preoccupied with what's happening between Penn and me, I forget to be nervous about the flight, which is maybe the one good thing about the trip home. We're in the Uber on the way home from the airport when Penn finally turns to me and says quietly, "I'm going to do it. I'm going to tell everyone about the shelter next time we see them." A smile breaks across my face, and pride bubbles up in my chest. Yes. Penn, that is amazing. I'm so glad. You know everyone is going to be so proud of you. We'll all do as much as we can to help you. It's going to be incredible. I can't stop myself from reaching across the backseat of the car and grabbing his hand in my excitement. What I really want to do is take him in my arms and kiss him until he forgets his own name. But we've barely touched each other since the plane touched down. Like we're both desperately trying to stick to the agreement we made, following it to the letter. Penn nods, chewing on his lip. I know they will. I'm still nervous about the whole thing going down the drain, though. I really don't want to fuck it up. I shake my head and squeeze his hand. Penn, even if something happens and it doesn't go ahead, you'll have everyone's support. I promise you. But I know you can do this. It's going to happen. He gives me a slightly watery-looking smile. Thanks, Hunter, he whispers. We hold hands for the last 5 minutes of the ride, until the Uber arrives at my place. I swallow hard before opening the car door. Fuck. I want to kiss him so much. I look down at where our hands are clasped in the middle of the back seat, fingers laced together. Fuck it. I lean in and plant a kiss on his mouth. He gasps, surprised for a moment, before responding eagerly. Our kiss is sweet, our lips moving against each other gently but firmly. It's somehow hungry and desperate, but chaste at the same time, knowing this is it. Our little vacation fling is officially over. I try to pour all the things I can't put into words into the kiss, my heart pounding in my chest. Everything I want to say but can't bring myself to is on the tip of my tongue. Finally, we pull apart and look into each other's eyes. There's so much I want to say to him, but it's all too late. We're home, and our vacation from reality is officially over. Thank you, Penn. This was one of the best weeks of my life. His eyes are classy, and I hate that his beautiful blue eyes aren't filled with laughter the way they usually are. Thank you, Hunter. It was one of my best weeks ever, too. Thank you. Stepping out of the car, I hoist my heavy suitcase out of the trunk and begin walking toward the front door of my building. I can't help but turn and watch as the car pulls away from the curb, taking Penn with it. My stomach sinks as I stand and watch the car disappear around the corner. The weight of the real world has descended back onto my shoulders, and for the first time in as long as I can remember, my solo existence in my little condo feels empty and lonely, instead of feeling safe and protected from the world.
Chapter 26. Pen. Walking into Pixels and Pints, the familiar cacophony of laughter and clinking glasses wraps around me like a warm embrace. I scan the crowd, seeking out that head of tousled brown hair I've been missing like a lost limb these past few days. Pen, over here! Sarah's voice cuts through the din, and I head over to where our group has commandeered a large booth. Her curly blonde hair is up in a ponytail today, and I give it a gentle tug as I wrap my arms around her. Cooper gives me a bear hug that leaves my ribs creaking, while Kelly raises their glass in a silent toast. Where's Hunter? Logan asks, eyes darting around as if expecting him to jump out from behind a potted plant. No idea, I lie smoothly, though my insides are buzzing with anticipation. I know we agreed to cool it, but damn if I haven't been counting the seconds till I see him again. Speak of the devil, Cooper says, and there he is. Hunter Davies, not looking any different than he did a couple of weeks ago. But the difference to me is that I want to run over and climb him like a tree. He's wearing a new leather jacket that should be illegal for how good he looks in it. Hey guys. His voice is something I've come to crave more than my next breath. He slides into the big booth, not anywhere near as close to me as I want him. Although what I want is to be sitting on his lap with his cock buried inside me. Which may not be appropriate right now. All right, stand down, horn dog. It's only been a couple of days. Missed you, man. Logan grins at him. So, how was it? It was great. We had an awesome time. Hunter shrugs, shooting me a quick glance that no one else catches. A jolt of electricity zings up my spine. Oh sure, that's all we need to hear. Logan rolls his eyes, sitting back and taking a pull off his craft beer. You guys go away for a week together on an ultra-luxurious vacay on one of the fanciest ships in the world, and yeah, we had a great time. Totally satisfies our need for details. Next topic, everyone. All right, that's enough. Simmer down, jackass. Hunter grins and jabs him with his elbow. We did have a good time. What more do you even want? Oh my god, seriously, Hunter? It's Sarah's turn to roll her eyes as she shakes her head, shooting him a look in mock irritation over his cluelessness. How about maybe telling us what the ship is like? And the beaches and the food? What activities did you do? Come on, we want to hear all of it. She makes a rolling, hurry-up gesture at him before taking a sip from her glass of white wine. Well, we did almost miss the boat, I volunteer. Plus, the beaches were incredible. Whoa, wait. What? Missed the boat? Story, please. Now. Cooper grins at us. Let's get some drinks in, Sarah suggests. This sounds like a good one. We all murmur our assent, and Kelly, who's sitting between Hunter and me, nudges him so he can slide out. I'll grab this round, but no miss the boat stories until I get back, they say, heading toward the bar. Hunter slides back into the booth. We're sitting side by side now, and his thigh brushes mine under the table as he shifts. I fight back a shiver, but thankfully no one seems to notice. I use the moment to sneak a peek at him, and his dark eyes lock with mine for a second before he gives me a friendly smile. Hey, stranger. How's your transition back to real life going? I can't read his expression. I want to believe he's been missing me as much as I've been missing him, but he's not giving anything away. Seattle's felt a little gray, I whisper. And when I'm sure no one's paying attention, I reach down and give his leg a quick squeeze under the table. He sucks in a sharp breath, his brown eyes darkening with lust. Yup, there it is. He's definitely still affected by me. Guys? Sarah says, and I realize by the start that Kelly is back with all the drinks, and Hunter and I have been just sitting there staring at each other for God knows how long. Shit. Yeah. What? Sorry? I stammer. Good job, Pen. Way to throw everyone off our trail. Come on, we need the almost missed the boat story, she says. She's grinning as usual, but I can almost see the wheels turning in her head, wondering what the hell is going on. The girl misses nothing, I swear. Oh my God, I thought I was going to drop dead from a coronary right there, Hunter groans, and we proceed to get everyone laughing as we relate the story of almost getting left behind in St. Croix and the mad drive back to the ship. Hunter's description of our amazing race-style sprint down the magically never-ending pier to get back to the ship with just moments to spare is classic, and everyone's wiping away tears from laughter after we finish the story. That's one of the best vacation stories I've heard, Cooper says, draining his beer. Yeah, we should be able to get some mileage out of that one, I laugh. So, what's been happening around here? I ask, and the conversation turns to everyone's jobs and other news. Hunter catches my eye a little later. Are you gonna tell them? He asks, one eyebrow cocked. I swallow hard, nodding. Yes, I am. I take a deep breath. No time like the present. He gives me an encouraging smile. And fuck, it's nice to feel supported by someone who truly believes I can make this dream happen. So, hey guys, I say, waving my arms around to get their attention. Hey, so, I have something I want to tell you all. I look down into my drink, suddenly nervous as everyone focuses on me. This is it. By telling them about the open door, I'm committing to it. Like really committing. It's terrifying, but at the same time, I find myself looking forward to the challenge. That might be a first for me. So, I just wanted to tell you guys about something I've been thinking about for a while now. And I've started doing some work on it, and it seems like now is a good time to tell you all what's going on. 5 sets of confused eyes stare back at me from around the table. I swallow hard. So, for the last few months, I've started working on a project. I've decided to use my trust fund to start up and fund a special charity. It's a shelter and community center type place for LGBTQ kids that we're going to build up in Marysville. There's silence for a minute as they take in what I just told them. And for just a second, I wonder if I've made a huge mistake by telling everyone. But then the table erupts with chatter, all of it thrilled and excited. Oh my God, are you serious? That's amazing, Pen, Sarah says, her eyes bright with excitement. Yeah, dude, that's incredible. Congrats, man. That's a huge accomplishment, Logan says, and I wave off the compliment. Oh, it's a long way from being a sure thing yet, but I did a lot of thinking about it while we were away, and I think the chances are pretty good that it's actually going to happen, so I wanted to let you all know about it. I think it's amazing, Sarah says. Have you got any plans for long-term funding for it? Because I know for sure my boss, Matt, would be very interested in getting Rainy Day Games involved as a big donor on a project like that. I mean, if you're interested. Oh, well, yeah. I mean, that would be amazing for sure, I say, chancing a look over at Hunter, who's almost beaming with pride. Seeing that look on his face does something to my insides, I swear. Actually, yeah, for sure, Cooper pipes up suddenly. I know a few people who would definitely be interested in getting behind a project like that. And I mean, some of these guys are like big money venture capitalist types. I can probably get you in the door with some of those folks. Oh yeah, wow, I say, starting to feel a little overwhelmed with all the suggestions being thrown at me. Pen, have you considered doing an invitation-only presentation for a select group of potential big money donors? Kelly asks, all business, as they pull a tablet from their bag and set it on the table, stylus in hand. I'd be happy to help you get it set up, and I know Carson Wells, my new boss, plus at least a couple of people I've worked for in the past, would be very interested in getting involved. And just like that, my friends are on the case. Everyone talking and making suggestions and throwing out dates and ideas for how to bring in money. And I'm almost overwhelmed with emotion. Instead of being worried about meeting their expectations for me, I realize they're gathering around me to help me reach those expectations. Suddenly, I realize with a jolt that they would never judge me for failing. In fact, if I let them, they'll help push me towards success instead of letting me struggle and fail on my own the way my family has always done. I look at Hunter, who's smiling so big I think his cheeks might actually be sore tomorrow. So, I'd be happy to help you prepare for this big, important presentation, he says, if you're interested. The heat in his eyes is unmistakable, and suddenly, it's like we're alone in the room, the world seeming to drop away. He presses his warm thigh against mine under the table, and I have to bite down on the inside of my cheek to hide the way I suck in my breath when a white, hot bolt of desire shoots through my body and settles right in my balls as my cock starts to fill inside my jeans. Yeah, I'm for sure interested in that. In you. I mean, in your help. Jesus Christ, what the fuck? Why have I suddenly turned into a fucking teenager around Hunter Davies? But the slow smile that spreads across his face, warm and rich, like maple syrup on pancakes, shows me I'm not alone. He still wants me. It's there on his face, plain as day. How in God's name are we going to resist this pull between us when every time I look at him, or hear his voice or his laugh, or every time our bodies brush up against each other, I'm assaulted by memories of his hot body pinning me down and moving inside me? Motherfucker, I mutter softly under my breath.
Chapter 27. Hunter. After the night at Pixels and Pints, time seems to speed up. Not only is work at Rainy Day busy for me, which is pretty normal, but Penn is always on my mind. He took me up on my offer to help him prepare for the donor presentation, thank God. Because while being near him and not being able to touch him the way I want to was nearly impossible, I think not being able to see him at all might actually kill me. I've been spending most evenings at his condo, helping him practice his speech using the slides he and Martin have been working on. Sometimes Cooper and Kelly come over too, and they throw questions at Penn as if they're the donors. I usually make sure he's actually getting into bed before I leave, but he usually texts me once I get home, too excited to sleep. I think he's doing amazingly well. He's comfortable around people, which helps, but he's never had to do this kind of formal presentation outside of college, and the shelter matters so much to him, he's getting more and more nervous as the date draws closer. As for me, I've never been so wrapped up in another human being. Yes, it's completely terrifying, and no, I have no idea what I'm going to do about it. But we all have a huge distraction right now with helping Penn get ready, and I'm doing my best ostrich impression by sticking my head firmly in the sand until I have no choice but to face it. As I suspected when Penn first told me about it, the open door has quickly become a passion project for all of us. And my pride at how gracefully he's handling the pressure threatens to overwhelm me all the damn time. Martin and Penn have been contacted by a ton of Seattle's wealthy donors, representing not only the tech world, but through Kelly, they've tapped into some of the city's sports elite, including the NFL team, as well as the upcoming NHL team. Carson Wells, their boss, has told Kelly he thinks the open door could be one of their main charitable focuses once the team actually starts playing in the next couple of years. That would mean not only lots of possible dollars in donations, but also a major boost to visibility in the community. Penn is thrilled, but I know he's fighting his deep insecurities about being able to make the whole thing happen, so I'm trying to keep his confidence level as high as possible. The weekend before the presentation, which is set for Friday, Penn texts me, and it's got a different tone than usual. Instead of being funny and flirty, this one is 2 words only. Penn, need you. I respond faster than a heartbeat. On my way. 15 minutes later, Penn buzzes me in and I find him bordering on frantic. His eyes are wild, and he looks like he may not have slept last night, even though I was here until late, and I made sure he was actually in his bed before letting myself out. Hunter, I'm screwed. This presentation is going to be shit, and then what? The shelter's never going to get built, I'm going to let everyone down again, and all the kids that need help are going to get His breathing is ragged, his voice cracking and screechy. He's unraveling at the seams, and I'm not going to sit back and let that happen. Hey. I close the distance between us with a few quick strides, grabbing his shoulders and turning him so he's facing me. Penn, this presentation is not going to be shit. You've got this. You're doing so well. And you've still got plenty of time left to learn anything you don't already know. I promise you, it's going to be fucking amazing. But he only shakes his head, not believing a single word. And I know there's nothing I can say right now that's going to break through his panic. Pack yourself a bag right now, and go grab your hiking boots, I command, my tone leaving no room for protest. His mouth opens, a protest forming. But all I need to do is cock an eyebrow at him, and he stops himself, snapping his mouth shut and swallowing thickly, his pupils dilating. I have to ignore the immediate surge of blood that flows straight to my cock at his reaction. Jesus fuck. Before Penn, I had no idea how hot it is to take that kind of control. 5 minutes later, he's ready with a backpack full of water and snacks, wearing his hiking boots. The drive is mostly silent, except for my playlist low in the background, and the occasional huff from Penn as he tries to memorize lines from his now crumpled, old-school-style note cards. Snoqualmie Falls is a stunning, dramatic waterfall, about an hour away from the city, that also happens to be surrounded by plenty of low-stress hiking trails for those who like to get out into the forest but aren't necessarily hardcore hikers. It's nestled in the western foothills of the Cascade Mountains, which separate western Washington's lush green rainforest and rugged coastline from the drier, more wide-open rolling landscape of the eastern part of the state. It's also one of my favorite places to get outside when I'm feeling cooped up or stressed. I pull him out of the car and we make our way down to the falls themselves, which are swollen with spring runoff at this time of year. The thunderous whir of the water as it plunges over the rocky edge with unrelenting force is nearly deafening. It's impossible to get stuck in my head when I'm standing so close to the mesmerizing display of nature's raw power. I'm hoping it will do the same for Penn. We stand on the observation platform, the cool mist refreshing as it hits our faces. The falls are framed by towering evergreen trees, then bright green ferns and mosses cling to the rocks below us. The watery spring sunshine reflects off the water, making everything shimmer and causing rainbows to form in the spray, making the scene feel even more magical. Penn turns to me a few minutes later, and there's a peace on his face that I haven't seen in a few weeks. Not since we've been home from our trip. But his blue eyes are shining, and the smile he gives me is brilliant. Thank you for bringing me here. This is exactly what I needed. We're standing so close, it takes a superhuman effort for me not to lean in and kiss him. But holy mother of God, do I want to. I don't think I've ever wanted anything more. But instead, I just grab his hand and smile. Come on, we aren't done yet. The roaring of the falls fades slightly as we head to the trailhead. While he seems much more at peace, his shoulders are still knotted up with tension, and his jaw hasn't completely unclenched. But this was the right call. I can see it in the way he eagerly charges down the path ahead of me. We take steps, one after another. The crunching of twigs under our boots and the occasional bird call against the distant roar of the water are the only sounds now. The park isn't crowded today, since we're still in the wet, cool days of spring, and we haven't really had any warm days to start drying out the forest. The dampness has that way of burrowing right into your bones, no matter how many layers you wear out here. Suddenly, Penn veers sharply off the trail, drawn by who knows what. But I want to believe he's pulled off the path by the desire to feel like we're alone in the world right now, with no chance of stumbling into other hikers. Hey, you left the trail back there, you know, I call out. I'm following him, of course, because, let's face it, wherever Penn goes, I'm never going to be far behind him. I think I'm going to have to come to terms with that fact pretty soon. He just laughs, and the sound of it makes me want to beat my chest in victory. Yes, I'm the one making him feel better. Me. I did that. The foliage thickens around us, the sounds of the falls growing more and more distant, but it's replaced by a thrill buzzing through my veins. I don't know what Penn's up to, but right now, I don't care. I'm 100% here for it.
Chapter 28. Penn. Tromping through the thick rainforest is exactly what I needed to get out of my head. I don't know how Hunter knew what to do to help me, but somehow, he did. And I'm fucking done playing around. Agreement or no agreement, I fucking want him right now. And he's going to have to fight me if he thinks that stupid deal we made to only fool around on the cruise means sweet fuck all right now. I don't really have a destination in mind. I just want to be somewhere we won't get caught because I have some very fucking dirty plans. But Hunter being Hunter needs a little more information. He grabs my elbow and spins me to face him. Where exactly are you taking us? He asks, laughter dancing in his brown eyes. I'm not really in the mood to get lost out here in the forest and have to call search and rescue to come find us. What are you in the mood for then? I ask, my voice an octave lower than usual. His eyes darken at the exact moment when I see him get on board with my plan. It was a gamble, but I was pretty sure he was having as much difficulty as me sticking to our stupid agreement. Besides this damn presentation, getting my hands, mouth, and every other part of my body back on Hunter Davies is the only thing I've been able to think about since we arrived home. He steps closer to me, his chest against mine, pressing my back up against a tree. My dick fills, throbbing at how near he is. Fuck, we haven't been this close to each other since we got back. His smell fills my senses, and the subtle hint of sandalwood, combined with his unique scent, is enough to get me on my knees right this minute. Jesus Christ, I want him more than anything. I have a few ideas, he murmurs, the rough edge in his voice sending a tingle down my spine and directly to my balls. I reach for him, my fingers threading through his hair. His breath mingles with mine, hot and ragged. Our mouths meet, and a groan rips from me as Hunter presses his body against mine, his mouth urgent and claiming. God, he tastes so fucking good. Fuck, how have I been surviving without this for the last week? My hands find their way under his Gore-Tex jacket and t-shirt until they're sliding over the warm skin of his back. He grips my hips hard before moving his hands to my ass and then to my thighs and lifting me so my legs are wrapped around his waist. Then he presses against me, grinding his cock into mine, and I want to cry with relief. God, he pants between kisses, each one sparking along my skin. Our bodies mold together, everything else forgotten. It's just us and this overwhelming desire that drowns out the world. Fuck, fuck, fuck. I want him plastered against me with nothing separating us. I want him to fuck me hard and raw, like an animal, right here in the forest. Please, Hunter, I beg. I can't wait anymore. I need you. My voice is loaded with need. He groans, and it sounds as if it's been ripped from the depths of his soul. Pulling back slightly, he looks into my eyes, searching, seeking permission, confirmation. The anticipation crackles between us, his own desperation right there at the surface. Fuck, Penn. Are you sure? His voice is hoarse and thick with want. Yes, fuck yes, I say with no hesitation. I yank him back down into me. Now, Hunter. He lets me down slowly, his mouth still anchored against mine, as my feet make contact with the ground again. He fumbles with my pants, and pure relief washes over me as the cool air hits my throbbing cock. When he wraps his hand around me It's all I can do not to come right there and then. Turn around, he commands. His voice is soft, but there's no mistaking his commanding tone, and it sends a shudder through me. Fuck, I love it when he takes charge like this. I grab onto the tree that's become the center of my universe, leaning forward and pressing my ass back into him. He murmurs as he slides his hands over my ass. My jeans are around my knees, so he has enough access to me, but his are only undone enough so he can fish his cock out. I turn my head, watching over my shoulder as he tucks the waistband of his underwear under his balls quickly before reaching into his back pocket, grabbing his wallet, and producing a condom and a packet of lube. He holds up the condom and raises his eyebrows at me. Less mess for you if we use this. I nod, and then chuckle, because it's so Hunter to be concerned about keeping things orderly and neat, even during a messy, desperate fuck in the middle of the forest. But I love it. I love that he thinks about what's best for me all the fucking time. I fucking love him. Holy shit. I love him. That knowledge settles into a spot right in the center of my chest, and it feels strangely like a hole I didn't even realize was there just got patched over. The tree feels rough under my hands as I watch him quickly roll on the condom and then bring the lube packet up to his mouth so he can tear it open with his teeth. He slicks himself quickly before squeezing the rest of the lube onto his fingers. I turn back to the tree, pressing my forehead into the bark as he slides his fingers up and down my crease before stopping and gently circling my hole. My breath hitches as he pushes first one, then a second cool, slick finger into me. He groans again and drops his forehead onto my shoulder. Oh my God, Pen, I've missed you so much. He practically sobs as he fucks me open gently, his fingers pushing in and pulling back, driving me insane with want. Hunter, God, you need to fuck me. Put your cock in me now, or I'm gonna die. Please, please. I whine because it's true. There's no doubt in my mind that I'm going to die if he doesn't fuck me right now. He lets out a soft chuckle as he slides his fingers out of me gently, causing another high-pitched whine to escape me, before he presses the head of his cock against my ass. I take a deep breath, bearing down on him as he pushes forward. We both gasp as his crown breaches my first ring of muscle. Yes, yes, yes. Oh God, don't stop. Fuck. Please don't stop, Hunter. I beg, pushing back against him. Oh God, Pen, you feel so good. So fucking good, he babbles, sinking further into my body. The pleasure and the bite of pain as I stretch to accommodate him is heaven, and when he's fully seated inside me, he crowds against my back and wraps his arms around my waist. Pen. My name on his lips somehow turns me on even more. I turn my head, desperate for his kiss, and he obliges me, his mouth hot and demanding, claiming every part of me, and I fucking love it. He pulls back and then pushes back into me in one long stroke, and I groan into his mouth. Yes, yes, do it, Hunter. Fuck me hard. I'm yours.
Chapter 29. Hunter. I'm yours, Pen says, then my brain falls offline. Yes, I growl, shocked at the surge of possession that rushes through me. Mine. You're mine. I growl in a voice so deep and rough, I don't even register it as my own. My hands fall to Pen's hips, gripping them so hard there are going to be finger-shaped bruises there. But I don't care. This primal, feral need to mark him, to claim him as mine, is coursing through my body, knocking out all rational thought. My entire universe has shrunk down to this tiny corner of the forest and where our bodies are joined, and the single thing that matters is claiming him, making sure he knows, making sure everyone knows that he's mine from this point forward. Mine. I start driving into him hard, fucking him with everything I have. Penn braces himself against the tree to stop from hitting it as I ram into him harder and harder. His groans start getting louder as he takes everything I have, pushing himself back into me, meeting me thrust for thrust. He drops one hand to his cock, but acting on pure instinct alone, I reach around his front and slap his hand away with a snarl. Mine, I grind out, wrapping my hand around his length and shuttling my hand up and down him, the remnants of lube on my hand combining with the pre-cum spilling from his dick, slicking the way for me, as somehow I manage to keep up my punishing pace. Penn bites down on his forearm that's now braced against the rough tree, trying desperately to muffle his moans, which keep increasing in volume. Hunter, I can't hold on. I'm gonna... Oh God, he babbles and whimpers. His inner muscles start to contract, and I know he's on the verge of an explosive orgasm, so I double down, pouring every ounce of myself into him, and his cries get louder. I take the hand that's gripping his hip and move it to cover his mouth, just in time, as only seconds later, his body locks up, and he tightens down on my cock so hard I see stars. His full-throated scream as he comes is thankfully muffled by my hand, or at least I fucking hope it is. I shove into him hard, one last time, as my own muscles tense, then I fucking come and come and come so hard, it feels like it might last forever. My hand is still covering his mouth, but I sink my teeth into the flesh of his shoulder to muffle my own scream, as my body catapults over the edge into space, my rhythm stuttering to a stop as the massive orgasm takes over everything in me. I don't know how long it takes before I start to come back into my body. We're both breathing heavily, and my cock is still wedged inside him. We're both shivering, but not because of the temperature. I press up against him, reluctant to leave the warmth of his body. I slide one hand up under his t-shirt, then press a line of soft, gentle kisses to the nape of his neck, across the sweat-slick skin there, peeking under the edge of his shirt to see my bite mark prominently displayed on his shoulder. Fuck, Penn, I'm sorry. Did I hurt you? I murmur against him, reluctant to remove my mouth from his skin. He shakes his head before replying in a dreamy voice. Yes. It was so fucking good. I chuckle, which has the unintended effect of causing me to slip out of him. I hastily grab the base of the condom to make sure there are no accidents, then slip it off, tying it and slipping it into my pocket before I reach down, then gently slide Penn's underwear and jeans up and over his ass, tucking his cock away. He's still leaning against the tree, his forehead still resting against his arms. Wow, he says a moment later, once he's finally summoned the strength to turn around to face me, although he's still using the tree for support, leaning back against it while giving me a lazy, sex-drunk smile. I can't help myself, the smile playing on my own lips as I step back into him once again to claim his mouth. This kiss is sweet and tender. We're punch-drunk off each other, and I know we have things to talk about, but right now, with the earthy fragrance of damp soil surrounding us and the soft rustle of the wind in the trees, a sense of calmness spreads through me, unlike anything I've experienced before. I have no desire to chase it away with a dose of reality, so I keep quiet. Wow is right, I echo, pulling back from the kiss. Penn tilts his head back slightly, staring into my eyes. Best stress relief ever, he murmurs. Then I can't help but laugh because, yes, it definitely was. A few minutes later, we straighten ourselves up, and I grab his hand, pulling him back toward the trail. Somehow we've managed to stumble upon something here, and the voice inside my head that's been telling me we need to stick to the agreement we made on the ship has gone suspiciously quiet. I never saw it coming, but it's here anyway, undeniable and impossible to ignore. I am so gone for this man. This man, who was so opposite yet so perfect for me, has become one of the most important things in my life. We have a bunch of things we need to sort out, and we still have Penn's presentation to get through in a few days. but from the way he looks at me, with soft eyes and that sweet, tender smile, I think it's possible he may just feel the same way.
Chapter 30. Pen. I can't believe it's finally happening. After what feels like endless nights tweaking every last detail, the time has come to win over the hearts and wallets of some of Seattle's wealthiest philanthropists so we can make sure the open door not only gets off the ground, but also has a secure future. I'm in the process of wearing a hole in the floor of a conference room in one of Seattle's downtown hotels. Thanks to Martin, and with a lot of help from Kelly, every last detail has been completely taken care of. All I need to do is keep my shit together enough to convince these people that donating to the open door shelter will make a real, substantial impact on the lives of the kids that need our help and on the community at large. Martin has spent hours coaching me over the past few weeks on the ins and outs of fundraising, as well as the nuts and bolts of running a shelter on a day-to-day basis. The open door is in a better position than many of Martin's other projects because I'm able to fund such a large chunk of the startup costs using my trust fund. But as I've learned, the shelter will require ongoing funding from many streams if it's going to be successful over the long term. And my job now is to convince this room full of wealthy people to hand over a chunk of their money to us so we can make it happen. It's been less than a week since Hunter took me to Snoqualmie Falls and fucked me into a tree on our hike. Even though I'm a basket of nerves, thinking back to it brings a smile to my face and causes that pleasant tightening in my lower belly. Fucking hell, it was so hot. We've spent every night together since then, but I asked if we could put off the official big relationship conversation until after this presentation. I'm reasonably confident that Hunter wants to be with me, and I know that's what I want. But the thought of dealing with our friends demanding to know every detail was too much to deal with while also trying to get ready for what feels like the most important thing I've ever done in my life. Hunter has been amazing. Even though he's been busy with his own work projects, he's come to my place every night, usually getting there before me and making dinner for us, and then helping me for the next few hours as I run through my speech and work through possible questions I could get asked. Between him and Martin, and with Kelly making all the logistical arrangements for us, I'm as prepared as humanly possible. But now that the day is here, I feel strangely detached. Okay, Pen, the projector is set and I've double-checked the sound system, Kelly announces, breezing into the conference room, a clipboard hugged to their chest. Martin trails behind them, juggling a laptop and a stack of glossy brochures. Okay, great, I say, nibbling on my pen. Someone told me to write it down every time a worrisome thought jumps into my head about the presentation. Something about getting it out of my brain and down on paper will free up space in my head. I don't know. At this point, I will try literally any suggestion to help calm me down. In my mind's eye, every possible disaster scenario plays out on a loop. Stuttering through my speech, tripping over the power cord, a sudden plague of locusts. Pen, hey now, just breathe. Martin sets down his armful of tech on the boardroom table and gives me a look. I can see you starting to spin out of control over there. Take a deep breath and remember your why. Just focus on that, alright? You know your presentation inside out. You're as prepared as you can be. I'm here to help you tackle any questions. It's going to go grand, my friend. I've every faith in you. He lowers his voice and looks around to make sure no one else is within earshot before continuing. Besides, you charmed the pants off Hunter, so how tough can a room full of suits be? I snort. Charming those pants off was a lot more fun than this, I retort. Martin is the only person I've told about Hunter and me hooking up on the cruise. He doesn't know about our little forest hookup from last weekend, but he's aware of how much time Hunter and I have been spending together and how much help he's been to me. The man's no fool. I'm sure he knows what's up. Speaking of charming, Cooper chimes in from the doorway. You've got 2 more RSVPs. Aniket Desai and Lucas Warner are also coming. And also, whose pants are you charming off? Inquiring minds want to know. Aniket Desai? The guy with the AI startup? I ask, ignoring his question. Aniket is a relative newcomer to the Seattle tech scene, according to Coop, and he's kind of a black box. No one knows much about him. Cooper extended this invitation to him after someone suggested Aniket might be interested in getting involved with queer causes. Yup, and Lucas is big into cloud computing. He's super into giving back to the queer community, Cooper confirms, flashing me a thumbs up before disappearing back to his cell phone and whatever big deal he's got going on this week. Cooper and Logan are here with me today because half the people in the room are there because of those two. Kelly is also here because they helped pull it all together, providing invaluable admin expertise, but Hunter and I decided he would stay out of this one. He didn't want to be a distraction for me. It sounded like a good idea at the time, but right now, all I want is to hear his calm, reassuring voice telling me I've got this. Great. More people to witness my potential crash and burn live and up close, I sigh. Martin hits me with a reproachful look. None of that negative self-talk, Penn Thompson. Kelly comes back into the room and drops into the chair beside mine, flipping open their notebook. I get this is a big deal, Penn, but believe me when I tell you, you're ready. I've seen my share of these kinds of presentations, and yours is good, they begin. And remember, the bigger the crowd, the better the chance they'll start competing with each other about who can donate more. I know it's stupid, but I've seen it happen, they smile. Wow, I'm not sure if that's a good thing or not, I say, and Kelly rolls their eyes. Sweetie, it doesn't matter what gets them to donate, only that they do. And for the people here who aren't into dick measuring contests, your genuine belief in what you're doing comes through loud and clear. That's what they want. Then you just have to convince them that you have the ability to make it happen. Because you were smart enough to hire Martin to help you. You've got that covered too. Trust me, Penn, this is going to go great. I pause for a moment, gnawing on my pen again. I know Kelly's not the kind of person to blow smoke up my ass. If they're telling me the presentation is good enough, I know it's true. I just need to silence that fucking voice in my head telling me otherwise. Fuck, I wish Hunter was here. Less than 2 hours later, the big conference room is full of well-heeled men and women, some of whom appear regularly on lists of the wealthiest people in the world. Deep breaths, Penn, Kelly murmurs from beside me, their hand squeezing my shoulder. You've got this. Thanks, I manage with a shaky smile. Kelly bustles off to take care of some detail, and I watch as Coop and Logan laugh and chat with other tech elite. Martin is busy going over some last-minute figures, so I decide to check my phone one last time before turning it off. Glancing at it, I realize I missed a text from Hunter during my last practice run-through. When I see what he's written, I let out a quiet snort of laughter, and the huge knot of anxiety in my stomach shrinks considerably. There's no chance you're gonna blow it today, but in case you have an irresistible urge, I've got something else you can blow when you get home. I know we haven't defined exactly what we are yet, but Hunter's knack for knowing exactly what I need, exactly when I need it, gives me more confidence than almost anything else could. A few minutes later, Kelly gets everyone seated, and it's time to get this show on the road. My heart pounds with anticipation as I take a deep breath and start talking. Thank you all for coming, I start, glancing around the room. Jesse and Jeff Greenwood have come in from California, and they both send me encouraging smiles. As my gaze makes its way to the back of the room, a surge of warmth fills my chest, spreading quickly throughout my whole body. Hunter's leaning against the wall, wearing a stylish sports jacket and tan trousers I haven't seen on him before. He's also wearing those hot-as-fuck reading glasses as he checks out the brochures for the shelter I know he's seen 1,000 times already. Even though he's probably tense about being in a room with this many people in his, he fits right in with this crowd. Leaders of big companies who are interested in giving back and doing some good. He looks up and catches my eye, sending me a saucy wink, and that warm feeling settles into my chest for the long haul. As I dive into the heart of the presentation, detailing the vision for the shelter, something clicks. The words flow effortlessly, fueled by my excitement about the possibilities of the open door. I never thought I could stand before a crowd like this, let alone command it. But here I am, doing exactly that. And it feels incredible. As I'm finishing up, I catch Hunter's gaze, intense and proud. His lips curve in a soft smile that tells me everything I need to know.
Chapter 31. Hunter. Standing at the back of the room, heart pounding in my chest like a goddamn drum solo, I watch Penn take command of this room full of multimillionaires and billionaires, leading them to exactly where he wants them. They're eating out of his hand as he describes his vision for the open door. His cheeks are flushed, his eyes sparkling brighter than any damn star in the night sky. Penn always has this way about him that makes people listen. Maybe it's the natural consequence of how well he listens to other people, how much he makes them feel seen and heard. I don't know. But I do know that today is something special. Today he's on a whole other level. It's like he's not just talking. He's weaving dreams out of thin air, painting futures with his words. And people are buying it. They're eating it up because how could they not? After he finishes up, several people have questions for him, which he and Martin handle smoothly. And then it's like the floodgates open. I smile when Jesse Greenwood is the first to speak. Well, I don't know about anyone else here, but I'm extremely excited about this project. And I can say with certainty that Greenwood Communications will be making a sizable donation, he says with that $1 million smile that, honest to God, makes him look like George Clooney's twin brother. Absolutely, Jeff chimes in. For the next half hour, Penn and Martin are swarmed with potential donors wanting to shake their hands and tell them personally that their companies will be making sizable gifts to the open door. And it's all because of the incredible vision Penn painted and the way he connected with every single person in the room. I'm fucking thrilled. I swear I am. But if these people don't clear out of here soon, I'm going to lose my mind waiting to get my hands on Penn Thompson, the man of the hour. Finally, the last handshakes have been exchanged, and the room finally quiets down some. I begin making my way up to the front of the room when Sarah and Logan burst in. I know Logan was here earlier, and I have no idea where he disappeared to, but he's back now as both he and Sarah throw their arms around Penn, joined quickly by Cooper. Hey, superstar, Sarah giggles, her bright eyes reflecting the same kind of pride in Penn that I'm feeling. It went amazing. Logan told me you had him lining up to give you their money. Penn smiles almost shyly. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with how it went. Dude, pretty happy? Logan scoffs. You should be fucking dancing on the ceiling or some shit. Did you see their faces? They fucking loved the idea. They loved you. His grin is wide enough to split his face. You nailed it, man. Totally crushed it, Cooper agrees, and the three of them pull him into another group hug. That's it. I'm fucking done waiting my turn. Canadian politeness instinct be damned. Every cell in my body is screaming to get to him, to make sure he knows how incredible he is and what he does to me. Thanks, guys. I couldn't, Penn starts to say, but his words evaporate as I'm suddenly standing before him, so close I can see his chest rising and falling as his breathing quickens. His eyes widen as he looks up at me, my eyes boring into his, and for a second, everything else fades away. It's just the two of us, wrapped up in our own world. Hi, I breathe, barely a whisper. Hi, he echoes, a smile tugging at his lips. You were... Words fail me for a moment. How do you describe watching someone you love surpass every expectation? Everything. Record scratch. Holy fuck. Love? Am I in love with Penn Thompson? His cheeks flush soft pink, and it gets me right in the gut, setting off sparks of desire low in my belly. And I know it with every cell in my body. I am absolutely, completely, 100% in love with Penn Thompson. I reach out, grabbing his waist and pulling him toward me, feeling the heat of his body through the fabric of his shirt. Cupping the back of his neck with my other hand, I tangle my fingers in his unruly blonde locks. There's an instant where our eyes hold, something significant passing between us, and then I'm crushing my lips onto his. The kiss sends shockwaves all the way down to my toes. It's messy and imperfect, but it's us. It's raw and real, and I don't give one tiny rat's ass who's watching. Penn Thompson is mine. Mine. His response is immediate and fierce, winding his arms around my neck and meeting me with equal fervor. He groans into my mouth, fisting his hands in my shirt, trying to drag me even closer. His lips part, and I sweep my tongue inside. He tastes of mint gum and adrenaline, and something else, something uniquely Penn. We're messy and loud, a tangle of want and need and confusion all mixed up together. It's lighthearted, but earnest. It's serious, no-nonsense plans mixed with devil-may-care living in the moment. It's late-night texts and early morning coffees. It's us. Get a room, you two. Cooper's voice breaks through our bubble. But I can't stop. Won't stop. Not when Penn is kissing me back like he's a starving man. Well, it's about time, Sarah adds, her tone teasing but happy. Damn, finally, Logan chimes in, chuckling. Shut up, I manage between kisses, unwilling to untangle from Penn for something as trivial as oxygen or propriety. Finally pulling apart for a moment to catch our breaths, I stare into his gorgeous eyes, bright with excitement and happiness. And I know without a doubt that there's nowhere else I'd rather be than with him, no matter what the future holds.
Chapter 32. Epilogue. 18 months later. Penn. I can't sleep. Butterflies are dancing in my stomach like they're competing in some kind of talent show. It's way too early. The sun's not even close to rising yet. The sheets are tangled around my legs, proof that I did try and sleep, but there's no chance. I'm far too restless, but it's the good kind of restless. The Christmas morning kind, or the day before going on vacation kind of restless. I can't wait for the day to begin. Hunter's warm body is pressed against mine, his breathing slow and rhythmic. And as I look down at him, my heart skips a beat. The butterflies get even more lively inside me as I recall how Hunter tried his best to help me sleep by taking me completely apart before gently and lovingly putting me back together last night. My stomach somersaults as I think about what today means. It's been months, no, years, of working harder than I ever have in my life. And now, finally, the open door shelter is, well, opening its doors. A crazy flutter of excitement tickles my insides, and I have to clamp a hand over my mouth to stifle a giddy laugh. I think back to how terrified I was to tell anyone when I hatched the idea for this place. How very afraid I was of failure. And let me tell you, I had some clear failures during the process. But what I didn't get at the time was how much confidence failure can bring. Confidence. Because if the thing you failed at was important enough, you never give up. It's just not an option. You just suck it up, get right back on the horse, and keep going, no matter what. It's when you realize how much you've learned from the failure, that's what gives you even more confidence. Part of me still doesn't actually believe I made this happen. But the proof is there. In the beautiful new building, in the excitement of my friends and the staff we've already hired, and especially in the excited faces of the kids we've already had asking about the place. A soft groan from Hunter pulls me back to the present. He blinks awake, all sleepy frown and rumpled hair, and turns to face me. Penn, you okay? His voice is gravelly with sleep, and it sends a shiver through me. Better than okay, I reply, my voice low. I'm just happy. Can you believe it's finally here? He props himself up on one elbow and looks at me, a faint smile playing around the corners of his lips. I always knew you could do it. I know you did. You helped me believe I could. Leaning in, I take his mouth in a kiss that I can only hope tells him what I don't think I'll ever be able to using only words. Hunter was there for me on this entire journey. I may have done the work, but he supported me completely and unconditionally in every way he could. It made our love grow stronger. I've never felt so loved in my entire life. A few hours later, we're surrounded by dozens of people, everyone buzzing with excitement as we get ready to officially cut the ribbon. There's a local news crew here, along with the mayor of the small city where we decided to locate the shelter, about an hour north of Seattle. Everyone here has been part of making the open door a reality, whether it's because they donated time, money, or other things. None of this would have been possible without so many people working together. And again, that was something I had to learn during this process. I chuckle to myself when I think back to the beginning, when I went into this believing I'd be able to do it pretty much on my own, using just the money from my trust fund. Of course, I did donate a huge chunk of the money, but so did a lot of other people and companies. Because of that, we've been able to ensure the shelter will be operating with a very healthy annual budget for many years to come. Okay, everyone, it's showtime! Sylvia Moreno, the incredible woman we hired to be the shelter's managing director, calls out while clapping her hands. She gets everyone corralled and organized with what looks like effortless charm, the many silver bangles on her wrists clanking together softly as she directs people. Originally from Mexico City, Sylvia has worked in the U.S. for nearly 30 years, dedicating her career and her life to helping marginalized young people all over the country. Martin and I feel unbelievably lucky that she wanted to come work at the open door. Her long gray hair and dangly silver earrings are already becoming synonymous with the welcoming, warm feeling that surrounds everyone at the shelter, and we haven't even officially opened yet. Martin takes the podium, and I notice Jesse Greenwood, who's flown in from San Diego, giving him a brilliant smile. It's taken a while, but Jesse is finally starting to get back to the person he was before his marriage fell apart. He and Martin have become close friends, as Jesse has been as involved as he can be in helping us with the shelter, while working remotely from his home. Part of me wonders if something more than just friendship might be brewing between those two now. My thoughts are interrupted when Martin speaks into the microphone. Okay, everyone, I know we all want to get on with the party, so without further ado, I'm going to hand the podium to our executive director and the person without whom the open door would never have happened, my good friend, Penn Thompson. Applause erupts around me, and Hunter, standing beside me, squeezes my hand before nudging me forward to take the podium. Sylvia wraps me up in a giant hug, squeezing me a lot harder than her tiny 5-foot-tall frame would indicate she could. Penn, what you have built here is incredible. Thank you, she whispers in my ear, her eyes shining with unshed tears, which of course makes me well up. God, Sylvia, I told you, you cannot make me cry before we've actually cut the ribbon. I sniffle as I take the microphone and take a deep breath, feeling Hunter's reassuring presence behind me as the excited chatter softens to a hush. Thank you, everyone, for being here today, I start, my voice surprisingly steady. This shelter isn't just a building, it's a beacon of hope, a safe haven, a place where lives will change. I go on to call out a few of our major donors specifically, but I don't draw it out. So without further ado, I say, grabbing the oversized scissors Martin hands me, let's officially open the doors to new beginnings. The snip of the ribbon is drowned out by applause, cheers, and whistles.
Hunter. God, how I love this man. Watching Penn cut the ribbon to this place that's going to literally save lives, I can't believe I never let myself see past the shallow trust fund party boy mask he wore for so long. But I'm so goddamn happy I see him now. Penn's not the only one who's grown as a human being during this process of creating the open door. He's unlocked parts of me I kept buried for years, coaxing me out of my protective shell gradually, bit by bit. It's not so taxing to be around groups of people anymore. I can mingle without anxiety clawing at my gut. My newfound social growth and confidence have led to several quick promotions at Rainy Day, and I work closely with the owner and CEO, Matt, every day now. I couldn't love my job anymore if I tried. Laughter bubbles around us like champagne. Then I glance over to see Sarah bouncing on her toes, clapping her hands like she's at a rock concert instead of a shelter opening. Cooper's got an arm slung around Logan's shoulders, both of them grinning like fools. And Kelly, usually fairly stoic, is beaming like a kid on Christmas as they stand in a small circle, chatting with their boss, Carson Wells, and a couple of players from the Seattle Sasquatch, the city's new NHL team. As Penn hands the ridiculously oversized scissors to someone, Martin is there, and they share a long hug full of mutual respect and close friendship across generations. I know from talking with Martin over these months that not only does he feel like the work he does to build the shelters is important for all the obvious reasons, but he also sees it as a calling to educate young gay men about the generation of men just like us who were lost only a few decades ago to AIDS. Martin's partner Richard is always with him, but as I watch Jesse Greenwood step close to him and lean in, whispering something in Martin's ear with a smile, it's almost like I can see the charged air between them. It's like witnessing the first tentative steps of a dance that will, hopefully for both of them, grow into something much bigger with a little time. The reception starts to wind down, and not long after, the heady excitement of celebration has faded into a comfortable hush. It's only our closest friends left now, and that group has grown to include Martin, Jesse Greenwood, and the newest addition, Sylvia, the shelter's new director. We're sitting around in a loose circle, wedged between the tables that were set up for guests to nibble on snacks and chat. Sarah is picking at the remnants of the cake, and her laughter as she talks to Kelly warms my heart. Logan and Cooper are locked in a debate about the best way to furnish one of the common rooms, which Penn told me they deliberately not decorated because they want the first residents of the shelter to help them design it. Not that those two meatheads care. Personally, I think they're both just looking for an excuse to argue, since each point is punctuated by light shoves and playful jabs, like they're teenagers. I shake my head, wondering what's up with those two. But I don't wonder for long, since I have other, more important things on my mind. I stand up, reaching for Penn's hand and pulling him up next to me, ignoring the look of confusion on his face. I clear my throat, and the room goes still, all eyes on me. But it's Penn's gaze I hold on to, those blue eyes that have been my anchor, my storm, my calm. It's time to leap into the unknown together. "What's going on, babe?" he asks, and I take a deep breath, tasting anticipation. Sarah knows what's about to happen since she helped me pick out the ring a few weeks ago, but I think we've managed to keep it a secret from everyone else. Sorry, it's just... I take a deep breath. I love you, Penn. You know that, right? His nod is cautious, but his hand in mine is warm and steady. You're an amazing person. You've turned my life upside down, in the best way. You make me so damn happy, Penn. My voice catches, and as realization dawns on Penn's face, his eyes fill and he squeezes my hand. Penn, I honestly never believed life could be like this. Of course, we all have bad days, but I can truthfully say that at least once a day, I feel a surge of true, pure happiness that I never ever thought I would have. I drop to one knee, hitting the ground harder than I intend, causing me to wince. But it doesn't matter because I'm fishing the small velvet box out of my pocket. Penn Thompson, will you marry me? The room is electric. Penn's eyes glisten as he bites down on his bottom lip in that endearing way he has. And then his hands are cupping my cheeks. Then he's pulling me to my feet. And the word yes crashes over me like a wave, sweeping everything else away. God, yes, Hunter, Penn's voice is full of laughter and tears, as raw and real as anything we've shared. We collide, his lips fierce against mine, and it's not gentle. It's a claim, a promise, a fusion of everything we are. Our friends erupt into cheers, but they're somewhere in the distance, because it's just Penn and me, and this kiss that seals our future. He tastes like cake and champagne, and forever. God, I fucking love you, I murmur against Penn's lips. The words barely a breath, but they're everything. Love you more, he giggles breathlessly. We're still kissing when the others gather around us, hugging and laughing and shedding happy tears along with us. But we're still lost in each other, in a way that's probably going to get us teased from now until the end of time. But none of that matters. Let's do this, I murmur against his lips. Let's, he agrees.
This has been Making Waves, Getaways Book 1. Written by Harper Robson. Narrated by Cole Michael Kurtz and Kevin Earlywine. Copyright 2024 by Harper Robson. Production copyright by Harper Robson.